Hey, hope y'all doing pretty good. Let me know in the chat how your week's going. It's been a long time. I shouldn't have left y'all. I shouldn't have left you without a dope beat to step to. That's my bad. And we barely had today's show. I've been sick the last couple of days. Like whatever that cold is that's like going around making the rounds. Like your boy contracted it. It was whooping my ass yesterday, and it was kind of giving me a tough time today a little bit. So you're gonna hear a little bit of sick Chris. That's not gonna really be. We'll try to keep it under control. Let's see. What? No audio. Hold on. Let's fix that. Can you hear me now? Let me know if you can hear me. My mic was not in my face. Let me check. Okay, good. Sorry. It's something about 2025. Like I've been like really sloppy with my mic work. Like my mic has been like on the side of my desk, like not in front of my fucking face. So I was saying like, yo, sorry to I think we hadn't had like a live in like 3 weeks. I think last week I kind of postponed it. I wanted to kind of prepare a little bit more. The I was saying like this, there's like a cold kind of like sweeping the nation, and like whatever it is, I contracted it. Like it was whooping my ass yesterday. Um and yesterday, I mean today it was giving it kind of gave me some fits. I was like almost about to push it out like out another week, but I was like, you know what? There's definitely some stuff that's kind of like time sensitive. There's there's been just a lot of like meaningful things that have been happening in the last few weeks. Like heck, for Atlanta, like I think since the last live we did, Atlanta has gotten snow twice. That rarely happens. We had the inauguration, we had all that. I wanted to go into like thoughts from the show, but thanks Ty for the heads up on the audio. Man, I thought the last live was fucking garbage. There was two occasions. I think this one new sub to my channel, she was like, "Oh, this stuff's entertaining. I'm gonna stream this shit on my leisure." And I'm like, "Yeah, stream everything except for the last live." Um, this other like woman who I've been getting to know for like the last couple of months. She was over at my house, and I was bringing home like Chick-fil-A for breakfast. I think it was the weekend of the first time it snowed, like 3 weeks ago, and I came home, and I think I lost power that morning too, just before she had come over. And by the time I get back, she's like, "Hey, Chris, you left your podcast on," and I was like, almost like having a heart attack. I was like, "Oh my god, no, 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 no," because it was like the last episode, and she was like, "Yeah, I listened to it till I couldn't," and I was like, I was trying to like tell her, I was like, it's not really like this. Usually, it's not like this. The episodes are like really good. The last one though, I will admit, I think I think personally it's my favorite. My least favorite. It's trash. Let me go through the banners though. Let's see some pop culture news. Let me go look through. I think we might have something to show about that. Just give me a second. I think we've had like again we've talked about like I mentioned it a little bit. Like we had the inauguration, we had DEI being I think Trump signed like an executive order on DEI, and we've seen a lot of companies kind of roll that back. People having fits over it, rightfully so. Let me show a little bit of that. Give me a second. I'm gonna show two videos. Just give me a second. I want to kind of cue them up. Okay, so we'll show a little bit of the first one. We'll show a little bit of the second one. They're kind of somewhat. They're somewhat. The second one's definitely a long video. Somebody put fair use on. Let's go full screen on this too. Fair use.
One thing that conservatives do very well is that they brand well. So they, in their attack against DEI, made DEI a black thing. Anytime they would talk about a DEI job, they would attach it to a black person. So when people started to think about diversity, equity, and inclusion, they would associate it with blackness. And what's interesting, I know what the truth is as a person, as a professional who's been in this field for 20 years, is that DEI includes just about everybody except for white males. Okay. So it is for people who are neurodivergent. It is for people who have disabilities. It is for people that are veterans that are looking for a job. It is for people who are older that want to get in the workplace. It is for people who have who may speak English as a second language, but they speak English. It is for people who an LGBTQIA community, of course. It is for people who may come from a different religion than Christianity. It is to ensure that the workplace, organizations are reflective of this country we live in. It is to ensure that when you're in the workplace, you feel welcome there. You feel as if you're Jewish, you can actually take off on your holiday and you're not just allowed to take Christmas off. It is there. So if you need to have food that's halal or vegan or whatever it is there to respect all people. But people were fine with voting for a president who made it clear, we cannot say the man lied, that he was going to get rid of DEI, he was going to wipe it out because you thought it was about black people. And that's it. And people are comfortable with black people struggling. People are comfortable with black people being discriminated against. And so right now, people are like this, like, oh, we didn't know you meant us. And that is another brilliant thing about the ideology of white supremacy, is that people think that they can move into it. They can move into whiteness. Although I've never seen it happen. And so the people who were white adjacent, right? Because they for whatever reason they thought they were white adjacent. They certainly weren't black. They thought they were safe. And they are finding out right now. They fucked around and they found out. But the problem is all DEI programs are being completely wiped out. And so it is going to it's going to affect all of us the same. The people who did right, who listened, who understood what it was going to cost us, we also going to have to pay the price.
All right, let's stop it there. We're almost at the end of it anyway. The other one was from everyone's favorite, Tabitha Brown. Give me a second. Let's go full screen with this.
I am in business in multiple ways, with Target, with Walmart, and Amazon, right? I sell Donna's Recipe, my hair care products, right, are on Amazon. They're also
fair use
in Target. And of course, I have a huge partnership with Target. I sell my seasonings at Walmart. I do business all over, just like many other people. And what I can tell you is, if we all decide to boycott and be like, no, we're not spending no money at these organizations. Listen, I get it. And if that's how you feel, honey, I 1000% get it. But so many of us will be affected, and our sales will drop. Our business will be hurt. And if any of you know business, it doesn't just happen overnight where you can just go take all your stuff and pull it off the shelves. There's a process. And then you got to, like, where are you going to put it? You got to have a place to store it. That's money, right? You got to have another place to sell it, which is almost impossible sometimes. And even if you sell online, it's a process when it comes to business. And everyone does not have the funds or the means or the availability, the space to house their own products, right? But the thing that concerns me the most, and I want you to hear me and hear me well, if we all decide to stop supporting said businesses and say, I can't buy nothing from there, even the businesses who were affected by the DEI ban, right? What that does is you take all our sales and they dwindle down. And then those companies get to say, oh, your products are not performing. And they can remove them from the shelves and then put their preferred businesses on the shelves. And then what happens to all the businesses who've worked so hard to get where they are?
All right, we're going to end that there. Stop the share real quick. Let's see. What's in the comments real quick? Oh, it's Jay-Z's. It's not Zed. I don't think Zed's in here. It's just me. But going back to the DEI comment, so it kind of like sparked a lot of emotions about like, should we? Yeah, right. Good, thanks for posting that, Ozzy. But it sparked a lot of conversation of like, hey, because like I think Target was rolling back DEI. I think that was kind of like what Tabitha Brown was talking about because she's got stuff in apparently like I definitely remember she's got stuff in Target for sure. I think she said stuff in Walmart. Walmart has also rolled back DEI. I think Lowe's. I think a lot of companies had rolled back DEI, and people were just really upset about it. I get it. I'm personally, I haven't been to Target since, and I don't know how long I'm going to hold that up. I think I ended up having to shop at Lowe's. I do like that's secretly one of my favorite stores to go into. I don't know if Lowe's and Home Depot are both rolling back DI, but I can't be without hardware stores. But I mean, DEI is something that like it means a lot to me. I'm like, I work for the company I work for. I didn't realize at the time I was a DEI hire. I didn't realize it until like the first all hands. Maybe I was like 6 months in, and they were like, "Hey, we made a commitment to kind of like improving diversity." Mind you, I was like the second person of color. There was like a guy who was like Hispanic there. He was like the first data analyst there. I was the second, and then, but I was the only black one. Ever since after I got hired, there was like maybe 2 or 3 more other people of color hired. There might still be like one remaining. Maybe there isn't. Maybe there's none of them remaining because I eventually kind of moved to a different team. But again, I didn't realize until like that all hands. I was like, oh my God, like I was a DI hire. I didn't know at the time until that all hands, and then I was like, I felt some type of way, and I was like, I had to like kind of center myself and realize like, no, Chris, like you had like you were the best person for the job. Like you really have like put some respect in your background too. But it was like the first situation where I was like, oh my gosh, like I knew that DI was like some sort of a factor, whatever. But so like I hate to see that they're trying to roll back DI. I think it's definitely important. I think a lot of people think that let's speak about this because it's very timely. It's very. Let me go to a specific banner for this. Give me 1 second. I don't think I have it here. I don't think I got it queued up, but I wanted to say condolences to the people that were part of that American Airlines plane crash. It's where it tied into DEI's. Donald Trump took to the media and kind of blamed DEI for it, which was disgusting. Has no truth behind it, no facts proven, but he just upfront blames it. I think that's one of the things that Elon Musk, I think he had a really popular quote last year talking about DEI from the standpoint of airplanes, and he doesn't want DEI hires for airplanes and things like that. But again, this was an actual plane crash, and President Trump blamed it on DEI, which was I think was disgusting. But I was kind of having texts between me and my brother, and I was just like, we were both kind of like agreeing, like it's going to be a really rocky really interesting next 4 years, 4+ years, possibly. So I think I just want to say a little bit about DEI. The pop culture news, I'm not going to be showing it, but there was a ton of, I've spoken about it on previous podcasts. So I went to this event called Tonight's Conversation in Atlanta. And tonight's conversation, probably a lot of y'all are not in, and it's probably not, in your algorithm or anything like that, but they have had like a public kind of falling out with some of the people that they're letting go or moving on from their original cast. I'm not going to show it because it gets very gossipy, but it kind of spoke about something that I spoke about maybe like a podcast or two ago, about how I spoke about how the Cruise Season podcast is broken up. And I speculated how a lot of these podcasts are breaking up because of money. Give me a second. I can't believe I thought I made a banner for this, but I guess not. But you can clearly see if you look at some of the videos about the Tonight's Conversation breakup, a lot of these podcasts, like they're clearly breaking up, and Tonight's Conversation is too. And I'm not really mad at Ace Metaphor, who's like the creator of the podcast. He's kind of like, it's clear that he wants to go Hollywood. He wants to have bigger names, bigger personalities on his show. And there's nothing wrong with that. But I think if you kind of look at some of the videos, how he's treating one of his, specifically the one castmate or co-host that did not sign an NDA, she's kind of tearing him a new one, rightfully so, and trying to take him to I think possibly take him to court or whatever. But like all the other people who are not, all the other co-hosts that are not coming back, I think she was the only one that was fired. All the other ones who are not coming back, they signed NDAs, so they can't really talk about him. But I think the thing I wanted to kind of bring home about this was like, there is a huge fight for this relationship entertainment advice space. You see people like Tony Gaskins, you see people like Derek Jackson, you see people like Tonight's Conversation, 8 at the Table, Cruise Season. It's just, the end goal for a lot of these people is to monetize to the nth degree. Specifically, like I said, with Cruise Season, they broke up, and the person who founded that was like, you know what, next year I want to have Fuck You Money, and he's part of, or he was at least featured as a co-host on the tour for Tonight's Conversation. It seems like he's going to probably still be on that, but what I mean to say with that is it's kind of hard to kind of see, do these people actually have experience to talk about some of the things that they're talking about? Are they actually here to give true advice? Are they here? Who are they really? Who they say they are? Like Derek Jackson was not who he said he was. Ace Metaphor, who's the founder of Tonight's Conversation, they started to pull up some receipts, and they showed this guy went on tour with Derek Jackson. He's kind of doing the same thing. He is kind of a very similar person, where they're kind of manipulating the emotions of their audience, whether to date them, whether to sleep with them, whether to just, for financial reasons. So for me personally, I unsubscribed. Like I was a paid subscriber to Tonight's Conversation for like the last two and a half years. And it wasn't much. It was like maybe like $65 a year. But I was like, you know what? They have a great show. They have a great tour. And I'm not mad at Ace Metaphor for what he's trying to get to in terms of a goal for the show, but just some of the stuff that's coming out in the media, I'm just like, you know what? No, I don't think I want to support it. Hell, I'm not even really watching the content. It's kind of good to have when they go super viral. Like they went super viral with that David Cooley one, and I was like, oh, I'm subscribed to this. I can go right back and listen to it. And it wasn't really to listen to the clips. You had to be a subscriber. They only had like short little snippet clips on YouTube and on other social media platforms. But I will close it with this: is Tony Gaskins kind of he called Ace Metaphor to the carpet on like a Hardly Initiated podcast. And now it's kind of like we look back on it and it's like Tony Gaskins was right. He was critiquing Ace Metaphor, saying like, listen, your show, your platform is kind of promoting hookup culture. There's some truth to that. And Tony Gaskins is he's more so promoting marriage, and he was kind of taking Ace Manafort to task, saying, "You're not really promoting marriage. You're promoting, like I said, hookup culture." So I think, again, that's like a nice little wormhole, a rabbit hole if you want to go down. I'm not going to show a lot of videos. I've got my fill of it, but I don't want to put y'all through that. I'm trying to see if there was anything else. I think. Let me see. Let me look at some of the banners. We have. Let's see. I want to say this. Give me 1 second. This movie called Nickel Boys. Y'all need to go see this. And the way I saw it was, I was hanging out with this 52-year-old Jewish movie producer. We're just kind of friends right now. We're just hanging out. We're just kind of movie buddies. I kind of call her like a friends without benefits. And she recommended. We went to go see Nosferatu together. She recommended this movie. She was like, "Hey, come see this movie with me and my friends. Y'all need to go see Nickel Boys." I didn't know I was walking into a movie that was nominated for Best Picture. I'm already, every single year, I told you on previous podcasts, I'm trying to catch up to every single year. I'm trying to catch up and watch these Oscar nominated films. And I recommended one to her. I recommended an animated movie that's up for Oscar. At the time, I didn't know it was up for an Oscar because the Oscar nominations had not come out yet, but it's called Flow. It's this, it's nice. You might want to go look at the trailer. If you're willing to go see a movie that has no talking in it, it's just, from the vantage point of a cat kind of navigating a flood. It's a great movie, incredible movie. It had a very short theatrical run, but you might be able to rent it now. It's worth seeing. She went to go see it. She loved it. So she recommended Nickel Boys. Like I said, I didn't know this was nominated for Best Picture. It was an incredible movie. I think she was telling me that it was based off a book that won a Pulitzer Prize award. And my recommendation is go see this movie like I saw this movie. I did not watch a trailer. I just went on and saw a synopsis. I didn't know what I was getting myself into. I think that's the best way you can go about seeing this movie. Now, on another note, if you're into horror movies, there's a movie that came out, I think, last year, and you're gonna curse me out if you go see this. If it's not in the movie, it's not in theaters anymore. You'd have to rent it. It's called Men, just MEN. It's a horror movie. So if you're squeamish, if you don't like horror movies, do not watch this movie. But if you do like horror movies, watch this movie and come back and curse me the fuck out, because what you're gonna see, you're not gonna be able to. It's gonna take you some time to unsee it. I think I think I don't see it anymore, but when you see it's gonna like really stain your eyes. Let's see, hold on. Yeah. Hey, good to see you, LB32. Yeah, Nickel Boys, you gotta go see it. I'll say this, it is about school reform from a Black point of view. And that's all I'm gonna say. And you just need to go see it. It's probably got like a pretty limited theatrical run, but you should, if it's playing anywhere near you, just go see it. The next movie that I'm gonna try to go see is The Brutalist. I was trying to take the woman, the film producer, to go see that. I didn't know it was a 3.5-hour movie, so that's not really possible. We can't go see that at 8. We can't go see that at 7. It's probably gonna be like a Saturday morning type of deal. But that's my next movie that I'm gonna go see, is The Brutalist. Probably. Let's see. So this one, the next banner. Just for fun. I think I spoke about it at the beginning. I don't know if people heard it. Like, listen, there's a cold going around. Your boy contracted it. Your boy might not sound like it because he's Dayquil'd up, but I was going through it a little bit today, and I was really struggling yesterday. Let's see what else. Maya and I hung out a couple weeks ago. Really cool person. And it was really, I think it was really a relief to, like on these podcasts, I'd be on these podcasts for like 4+ hours. Some of them are 7. My Red Pillar best friend, he was looking at the channel today, and he was like, God damn, y'all speaking for like 7 hours. I'm like, man, they be getting out of hand, but I have fun on the lives. And speaking of which, I'm getting him kind of close to coming on the show. I feel like I'm kind of like chipping away at it. He was kind of a little rattled when he was like, "Do they know my name?" I'm like, "Yeah, they know your name. Not your last name. I'm not gonna let that get out." He's like, "What do you call me?" I'm like, "I call you my red pillar best friend." But let me bring it back to this. Hung out with Maya. Maya is very talkative, which I think is an awesome thing. Like I said, like for me, someone who comes on a podcast and speaks for like 4, 6, 7 hours, man, like I know when I come out to a hangout or if I came out to a date, sometimes you have to literally carry a conversation. Maya can carry a goddamn conversation, and I love that for me. So I had like a great time. We had some drinks. We had some pretty decent food. Got to like chop it up. I think there were some nice little quotables. I'm gonna mention like one or two. What's going on, Gen Z? Nice to see you. So let me go back to that banner. I think one thing that Maya said was, and she convinced me because we eventually started talking about the notion of in relationships you don't go to sleep angry, and the way it kind of hit different for me after the way she said it. She was like, "Don't send me into the world like that." Meaning, if you go to sleep angry, you're gonna send someone into going to work with that on their mind, with that on their spirit, with that on their soul, with that on their everything. And I was like, when she said that way and said it, and I'm just paraphrasing, I was like, oh, I get it. Yeah. Because I've said on these podcasts, I'm like, I struggled with that when I was married. I was listen, I'm going to go to sleep if I'm tired. I'm going to go to sleep if I got a presentation in the morning. I'm going to go to sleep if I got a flight in the morning, whatever the heck. But I said, like, that's something I definitely want to work on. And like I said, when she said it that way, I was like, shit. Yeah, you're right. Um, you're right about that, and that's something I'm gonna definitely work on to be like, you know what, next relationships going forward, and when I get remarried again, I'm gonna be like, we're at least going to be, even if we don't resolve it that night, we're gonna be like, let's hug it out. I love you. I'm just not in the right place to talk about this, or I love you. Let's go to sleep. Let's go to bed. Stuff like that. So I agree with my hit it right on the nail. You don't want to send someone. You don't go. I understand why they said don't go to sleep angry. I was saying also when I was out hanging out with Maya, the way my mom would say it growing up, she would say, "You need to argue. You need to argue naked," and it kind of like ties with what Maya was saying. Is like, don't send me into the world like that. Because the point of the reason why she was saying it was like, you're not going to be able to argue naked. It's gonna be a dead issue at that point. So let's see. Oh, what's going on, DSO2? Um, let's see. Let's go. My comment. I think one of the quotables I can remember was like, I was trying to tell Maya, I was like, listen, relationships at times need some hope. Like, and I think I was kind of speaking about the hey, don't go to sleep angry piece, because like there's gonna be some times where things are gonna be unresolved, and it's like, and that's, I think, in my opinion, I'm just speaking from my opinion, that when, especially like people who are going through therapy, I was not a good steward. I was not a good steward of that in my marriage. That's like I married young. Just give me some grace. But what I'm saying is, people who are going through therapy and are trying to work on their relationship, they can go through rough patches. And I think I was telling I was like, me and my ex-wife, that was one of the things that I think we were probably the strongest at. Is like, we had a very strong, we're not quitting. We do not want to quit. I don't want that on my record type of thing. And there's a lot of times where in certain marriages, certain relationships, people can just like, you can literally be infuriated by that person. Because it's not like dating where it's like, you go to your place, we can take a weekend off. No, 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 no. You are seeing that person the next morning. You're crossing paths. You might have shindigs to go to. So it's like, I'm trying to remember what I was saying. It's like, in terms of the hope piece of it, I was like, there's gonna be times where you're gonna have to work through things where you're not necessarily getting along, and there might be days where you have not resolved it, months where you might not have resolved it, weeks where you might not have resolved it, and you're gonna have to just like kind of like use that It might not just be hope. It might be in addition to that, it might be hope. It might be patience. It might be grace. It might be other things of um, something to kind of, how do I want to say it, but just kind of pay it forward and see it through. I think that's kind of what, where mine and I kind of disagreed a little bit on too. But I was like, what I was trying to say with this was like, these relationship issues are not going to be resolved overnight. Some of them are not going to be resolved overnight. They might not be resolved in a month. And you got to have the patience and also to understand that your partner you might be willing to solve those relationship problems. Your partner might not be. And to be able to get to the same page, it might take some time for them to get to the same page, or both of y'all to get to the same page. But I'll drop that. Let me see. Yeah, take it one day at a time. I agree. Yeah, I mean, fumbling hurts. Like I said, when I fumbled that baddie from St. Louis, that shit fucking hurt. And I had to come back home and I had to deal with what they call the no contact rule at first. And that was my first time dealing with it. And I was like, this shit hurts. um, um, but like I said, going back every fucking time to St. Louis and like seeing, I'm not gonna put her business out there, but seeing like the company that she works for around the city. And I was like, fuck, knowing exactly where she lives. And, you still got to give her space, not contact her, all that kind of shit. And we're in a kind of like a good place. Like we don't really talk very much, but I like a week or two ago, I sent her like a little happy birthday text or whatever the heck. And I spoke about it on a previous podcast. I said like, breaking up with a married woman, I reached back out to her and I was like, yo, I understand exactly where you were at in 2021. I understood exactly where you were at when you told me Chris, you were not ready to date me. And it was like, it's a different stage of dating when you're ready to not play around with anybody. In 2021, I was not there. Let's see. Let me see the other banners. I want to go back to the pop culture stuff, just a little bit on the sports front. I thought I had a banner for like the Super Bowl. It's going to be Chiefs versus Eagles. I'm rooting like I do every single year. I'm rooting for Patrick Mahomes. I was at a sports bar watching that Chiefs and Buffalo game last Sunday. That was one hell of a game, first and foremost. It was a nail biter. Listen, you would have thought I was in a Buffalo Bills sports bar. And I kept my fandom tucked because like the Chiefs didn't really pull away to like, I feel like late third quarter, fourth quarter, some shit. The Bills were kind of like overtaking the lead and cutting into it, making it very too close for comfort. And I was just kind of tucking the fandom in but rooting for Patrick Mahomes. I personally want to see a three-peat. Nobody has ever three-peated in the NFL before. People are saying, hey, if he three-peats, he's the GOAT. I don't know if I'm willing to say that, but that would be awesome if he does. I was also rooting for the Detroit Lions. My heart goes out to the Detroit Lions fans. I don't know what the hell happened. I didn't watch the game, but I think his name is like Jaden Daniels or something like that. Like him and the Commanders beat the brakes off the Lions, and it was so fucking sad because like this was the Lions' year. This was supposed to be the Lions and Chiefs. This was supposed to be the Lions and Eagles, but they got knocked off, and now the defensive coaches and the offensive coaches have taken other jobs. I think they gotten head coaching jobs. Like we got another black coach. The Jets now have the guy from the previous Jets, the previous Lions defensive coordinator. I think the offensive coordinator went somewhere else too. But that's, like I said, I'm rooting for Patrick Mahomes. I know, listen, it's a win-win. You get a black quarterback winning. Saquon Barkley has been kind of carrying the Eagles a bit. So it's a win-win. If the Eagles win, so be it. That'll be great to see. I love Saquon Barkley. It's a great story. It's a great fuck you to the New York Giants. Who are a fucking shitty organization. They treated him shitty. But so it's a win-win. Like I would personally like to see Patrick Mahomes win that. I'm rooting for him like every single year. So I'd personally like to see him win. But if the Eagles win, so be it. The hand, she's from Philly, so she's gonna be rooting for the Eagles. I don't know if we're gonna be hanging out watching the Super Bowl or not. But let me see the comments. Yeah, I'm rooting for Chiefs too. Okay, yeah, I'm not mad. Like Philly, I don't know why the Eagles are underdogs in the Super Bowl. They have a stout defense. They have Saquon, who's been like damn near putting up 200 every fucking game in the playoffs, getting like every fucking game he's got like a 50, 60-yard touchdown run in the snow or on turf. It doesn't matter. He's getting he's just breaking out. So it's going to be interesting to see how the Eagles are able to handle that offense with Saquon Barkley. But yeah, like I said, I'm rooting for the Chiefs. The Chiefs have a nice little wide receiving core, but besides that running game is suspect. So I just don't know if anybody can do it, Patrick Mahomes can do it. So let me go to some stuff. Let's see what else is up there. I talked about this a little bit as I'm searching for other banners. Randomly, I guess there's a little bit of content to show about this, but Atlanta got snowed twice. The first time was a doozy. The second time was kind of bullshit. It was gone like the next morning. There was a little bit of content I wanted to show for the snow. Let me show that. Because like New Orleans got snow. That was crazy. I think that like never happens either. So let me show some of this shit. So let me cue this up real quick. Okay, let me cue. This is gonna be two different little posts. The first one's gonna be like a Twitter post that has like 3 little videos. Maybe I might play 2 of them, but this shit was funny. I thought this shit was kind of funny as fuck. Let me see. Give me a second. Let me make sure I don't get doxxed. Okay. Fair use. So I thought this shit was funny as fuck. You're gonna get a little laugh out of this. That's not so funny. That's not funny. This shit's not funny. Sorry. We can do better. That's funny as hell. The second one was kind of trash, but this one was actually happening in Atlanta. I'm going to show in a second right here. People actually skiing, ice skating in Atlanta. That's wild. Let me stop that. Let me see what else there was to show. So I want to go over that stuff, how it was snowing in some really rare places like New Orleans and shit. Let me see what else I wanted before we get into the red pill shit. Let's see. I think we got nothing but content left to show. Let me. I'm gonna put the link out there in a minute, but I wanted to show like some red pill shit first. This is a shout out to Fearless, because I know he made a real big stink about women's body counts and shit. Let me cue this up. Okay, I got it queued up. Give me a second. Fair use. Let's go full screen with it too.
Hey everybody, it's Jason here from chastity.com. I've lost count of how many guys have come to me and asked, hey, I'm with this great girl, but her past isn't so great. She's made a lot of maybe bad decisions with other guys, and I'm a virgin and saving myself for marriage, but she's not. And these thoughts of her with these other guys just kind of haunts me. And how do I keep this from ruining our relationship? Well, whether you're a guy or a girl and maybe your partner's had different experience than you have, this can cause a lot of bitterness and resentment in a relationship. And what can you do so you guys can move forward? Well, first off, if they've done stuff in the past, because many of you know my story with my wife, I saved my virginity for marriage and she didn't. And she made some mistakes in the past, and she started over when she was maybe about 18, 19 years old. And then we met when I was like 24. When you learn about the past history that might be different than yours, some people experience, resentment or bitterness, disappointment of, hey, I've been waiting and I've always thought that she'd be waiting with me.
Go to
Some
therapy.
people struggle with insecurity. Well, is my partner going to compare me to these people that they've been with in the past?
That's all it's
How
about.
do we move forward? Well, first, let's go over what not to do with this information. First thing, don't just sweep it under the rug. Well, I'm just not going to think about it. That's not going to work. So step number 2, what not to do. Don't hold this information over her head as if she's been somehow unfaithful to you. I mean, when these things happened in her past, odds are she didn't even know you. You guys hadn't even met yet. So first, understand she hasn't been unfaithful to you. Odds are she probably regrets those things she's done and doesn't need it being held over her head. And odds are, too, that you've made mistakes in your own way, in different ways, whether you've struggled with pornography or doing things with other girls. I know what it's like to think, hey, as long as I'm technically a virgin, I'm being good. So all else goes. Well, we all have our own baggage in different ways. And so don't think that you're spotless and she's the one with all the issues. Any real relationship is going to involve a lot of new beginnings and forgiveness. And so that needs to start now. And if you're not able to let go of this, she can end up not only struggling to forgive herself, but end up resenting you for not seeing who she's become today. Third thing I think you need to do is don't infect your own wound. And what I mean by that is don't be looking at porn. Because if you're watching porn, what you're doing is hypersexualizing your own imagination, where you're going to start thinking of her, well, I can't believe she did this with that guy, or maybe she did that with that guy.
I don't know. Fair use. I don't really fully agree with this number 3. I think if you're taking it to this level, if it's affecting your personal life, if you're expecting your partners to do, fantastical shit, there's some other problems that you need to look into that has nothing to do with your partner, that had nothing to do with the porn. That's you. Let's go. Let's move forward. I think it's healthy to watch porn. That's my take.
Like, we don't need to be struggling with it in this way. But more importantly, if you're looking at porn while being committed to someone else, you're cheating on that person. It's an act of infidelity, because you can have your pixels or you can have your person, but you can't have them both. And when you promise to be faithful, it's not just with your body, but your imagination, your heart, your eyes, everything should belong to them. And then lastly, I think what you need to make sure not to do is don't get too specific of going into too many details about her past. I think it's sufficient to know that it happened and when it happened and maybe how many people it happened with. And that's about enough. Because if you go into too many details, not only does she not need to relive all of those memories, you don't need those images in your own head as well. A lot of this will only do more harm than good.
I'm just sorry, I got to hit pause there. I mean, I think he hit it right on the head with that one. It's like, I said that in the last live and on previous lives too. It's like, I don't want to know the sexual history of my partner. I don't want. What is that? What is that helping me know? Like, what is that going to do for me? That person is going to present them is a changed person. I think it's a very middle schooler type of approach to say, like, a lot of these manosphere dudes, they're like, I don't want a woman who has been with a woman. Fearless said this verbatim. He said, I don't want a woman who has been with more than 5 men in her lifetime. Man, we grown. Like, we 40-something years old. He's 53, like 3 years old. What the fuck are you talking about? It's such a, when they say like men are logical, men are emotional. Well, hold on. We got to like really take this one to Supreme Court. I don't know about the men are logical piece, because there's nothing logical about expecting every single woman at the age of 30, 35, 25 to only been with 5 people. With how fickle these relationships can be, with how everybody's got a different sexual appetite. So again, we're grown, and it's like I understand to a degree that some of these MANOSPHERic dudes, what they're trying to do is they're trying to lock in on, I want a woman that carries herself a certain type of way. I think those idiots don't understand that there are women who carry themselves in the same manner that a woman with a low body count that has a high body count or has a higher body count than them or higher than they're comfortable with. You need to kind of go deeper than just the bed sheets to get to know a person. And then you'll actually find out that those types of people come from very diverse backgrounds, very diverse personalities, very diverse living experiences, very diverse sexual experiences. But yes, if you guys want to think on the level of Minecraft and think like little fucking grade schoolers, yeah, you can circle down on a body count. And the other thing that I think is weird about it is what's super weird about it is it's like people like Fearless who have like 60, 160, 600 sexual experiences, but then they're going to discard women who are over 5. There's something super weird about that to me. I want to touch on that like after we finish watching this video.
So if you're not supposed to do those things, what are you supposed to do? Well, first and foremost, fight any bitterness that might be taking root in your heart with gratitude. Give thanks to God that she's in your life and not in their lives anymore. Give thanks to God that maybe she's changed her lifestyle, that she's become a new creation. She's a brand new human being. And so when you start to feel ungrateful, fight that. You have to remember that resentment isn't only a feeling, it's also a decision sometimes. And you have to fight against that with the spirit of gratitude. So that's point number 1. Point number 2, when these thoughts come to your mind about her or these other guys, what are you going to do with those thoughts? Pray. Pray for her. Pray for her, for healing, for her memories, for that God would continue to deepen her conversion. And pray also for that guy or those guys in her past for their conversion as well. So that way you're transforming some temptation towards. Now, point number 5, be a man. I remember St. Padre Pio once, a young man came up to him whose girlfriend had just broken up with him. This young man was crying. And to comfort this young man, St. Padre Pio looked at him, smacked him in the face and said, be a man. Now, it's not necessarily the approach that I would take, but I think when it comes to this situation, we have to man up. And by accepting her for who she's become today, trust me, you will be more of a man to her than any of those boys in her past ever were. This is unconditional love. And if you struggle a little bit, those feelings are bound to come to the surface. And it's not a sign that you haven't forgiven her. People say, well, forgive and forget. It's a dumb expression. Kind of implies that if you really forgive someone, you're just going to have amnesia. And we know that it's not true. Forgiveness doesn't mean you forget what happened. Forgiveness means you no longer hold it over that person as if they somehow owe you one. But
all right, we've heard enough of this. Let's stop sharing that. Let's go to the comments. I got some more to say about this. Wow. Okay. Well, let's see. Well, I'm glad we had the live today, Policia. I don't really see you that much in the live streams. Let's see. Let's go to this comment, though. It depends on the environment. I mean, I get it. I could kind of get this a little bit more than the standard excuse of like, I just got to lock in on a number. You're never going to find any of those other dudes who are part of that number. And like I said, we're grown. Like, I hear what you're saying. Like, she hasn't been with any of my friends or your family, but like, hey, yo, don't block your blessing. Maybe it didn't work with one of your friends. Maybe that was the person for you. And it's like, I think the context matters. Like, when are you hearing this information? Because I think I started thinking about it the last few weeks, and I was like, some of these dudes are so insistent. Like the women can't be with someone more than like 5 men. And it's like, at what point are you hearing that information? Are you hearing that information like once the woman's pregnant? Are you hearing that information once you're engaged already? How far are y'all going to roll this back after you figure out that she's been with more than 5 men? Like, is it really that serious? We know it's not that serious. And I had realized, I sat on that and I was like, it's not that serious to them. What it is these are men with very low self-esteem. These are men who are going to use that information to berate and browbeat that woman and make her and lower her self-esteem to make her feel like you are not worthy to be with me. You're lucky I'm even with you. I could be with someone with a lower body count. Like that shit even fucking matters. Let's see. Hold up. Yeah, I'm too young to assume. I mean, I get it. But like I said, I'll go back to like don't block your blessing. I had like a little bit of a jokey joke. I was thinking about like it's kind of like I'm still kind of working on the bit a little bit. I just kind of thought about it today. I was like the whole I want to find a woman with five bodies or less or whatever the fuck. Okay. I think there's bigger fish to fry. And I think that for me, for me, where I'm at is like that's very cosmetic. You're gonna because again, it's really weird. It's super weird with some of these guys who have a lot of sexual experience, and they're going down to women who have very little sexual experience. Like again, they have like 60s, 600, 200, 160, whatever the fuck, and they are insistent on going down. They're hell bent on going down to a woman with 5 or less, and I'm like, why? Because like you probably I don't know about you, but like for me, I want the best of the best. And I'm not saying you can't find the best of the best. I'm not in the lower body counts, but I'm saying why would you go down to someone who's less sexually experienced, less sexually comfortable, who has done less sexual exploration? Why would you want to fucking do that? I mean, I kind of have some theories about that, but I just like I said, I think it's fucking cosmetic. That is not like something that's notable or something that's noteworthy in terms of me trying to critique a partner. Oh, what's their body count? Growing up, I never heard, I don't know about y'all's upbringing. I never heard my mom and my dad ever mention a fucking body count in terms of like trying to figure out who is a good person, or if you're trying to vet someone to your family, what's their body count? No one fucking cares. Neither should you. So I was like, I had this little jokey joke and I was like, you know, having a body count requirement is almost like saying, yo, I only want to wife up a woman who's got lingerie from Agent Provocateur, which is a super snooty, super expensive, super upscale lingerie brand. You're going to probably get a certain type of woman, a very bougie woman that comes back from that. But you could find that same woman because most people don't know about fucking Agent Provocateur. You should go look it up. Super expensive. Great stuff. But I'm just saying both things, the Agent Provocateur and the body count, tells me you are shallow as fuck. Specifically on the body count, you are immature as fuck. And it's telling me we got to start to break apart some of these things that people say what a wife has to look like. And the body count is one of those tenets of like, well, she should be able to wear white on her wedding day, or she should have been with 5 or less men. That's a typical manosphere tenet. Like they all recite it like they're fucking sheep. But a wife is just someone who you feel like you can't live without, and you decide you want to live with them for the rest of your life. The body count has nothing to do with that shit. But to them, it means all the world. And there's one other thing I want to maybe step on a future topic. Some of the reasons why they say the body count is they'll bring up the phrase pair bonding. Listen, man, I would put so many chips down to bet that these motherfuckers did not know the word pair bonding or the phrase pair bonding before the pandemic. Before Red Pill popped off, mainstream on YouTube, they didn't know what pair bonding meant. And the problem with that pair bonding shit, because you heard Fearless on the last live mention it, pair bonding is, I think it comes from this thing called evolutionary psychology, where they will use statistics from prairie voles, rats, and other little animals and say, whoa, we see the promiscuity with these prairie voles. It leads to them having struggles to pair bond. So what they'll do is they'll conflate that shit and they'll say, well, then that's going to happen to the same human woman. If she has the more mates she's going to have, she can't pair bond. Maybe she doesn't like you, motherfucker. Maybe that's the reason. Maybe that's the reason why she can't bond with you. Maybe you're a terrible company. Maybe you're a fucking asshole. Maybe that's the reason. But they're trying to rationalize the woman not bonding with them as just a scientific fact, a biological fact. It might just be you, dude. Let me look at the comments. Thank you. So it's something to unpack, Ozzy. It's not pair bonding, it's you. So like the other thing I wanted to say, and I wanted to really say, I'm gonna save it for when I talk to Fearless the next time. I want to keep some stuff, some cards in my hand. But we did talk about daughters on that last live. I thought it was a shit cast. Not from when OB was on there, not when Femi was on there. It was Fearless, you piece of shit. But we did talk about daughters, and I want to kind of clarify that. I want to say, like, for me, because he was like, I'm gonna make sure my daughter doesn't keeps her legs closed and doesn't sleep with any men. I'm gonna vet all the men she's dated. I'm gonna vet all the men she marries. Good luck with that, buddy. For me, I want my daughter, and I wish I would have wrote some notes, but I'm gonna go Acapulco with it. I want my daughter to be educated. I want her to have sexual discipline. What she does with that sexual discipline in terms of exploration, that's up to her. But conversations will be had to try to let her know about some of the dangers. Make sure you get STD tested. Make sure you know about some of these STDs and STIs. There's no coming back from them. But everybody's different. You can't expect. There are some people who want to have sex 2 times a week. There's some people who want to have sex 2 times a month. There's some people who want to have sex 2 times a day. There's some people who want to have sex more than that. So you can't sit here and expect everybody to follow the same mold, because trust and believe with guys, they're letting it all hang out. They're like, nah, I don't care. Go sow your wild oats. No, it's actually the opposite. If you're a virgin, you're kind of shunned for that shit. But if you're a whore as a guy, you're celebrated. Kind of weird. But for my daughter, I think it's starting to come back to me a little bit. I want her to be educated. I think I had that in the emojis. I want her to get her education. I want her to put her career and her education first. I do want, if she wants to be married, if she wants to have kids, that's great. But I don't want her to have to need another man for resources. If I was, talking to the woman who I've been kind of getting to know for the last couple of months, and she said, Chris, I've done everything right. I don't know why. I've gotten a job. I got educated. I got a college degree. I'm a homeowner. I just haven't been able to get the guy. I haven't been able to find the guy to be able to start a family and get married and have kids. And that it's heartbreaking. And I was just kind of like, I mean, that's, unfortunately, that's kind of like the difference between being a guy versus a woman. It's like, if you were a guy with all those things, hell, if you were a guy with half those things, you would still be able to get the woman and get married. I know Red Pillar best friend and I, a little segue, where we were arguing just before the live, where he was kind of bringing up the fact of, like, women, they got it all made. They should have been, they could have gotten married. The classic MANOSPHERic talk, Red Pill talking point, like, they had the opportunity to get married. They overlooked all the guys that they could have got married to in their 20s. They were just, thotting it up, 3 or 4ing it up, hot girl summering it up when they really should have been getting married. And I'm like, hold on. But he'll also say that women, I said, listen, I'm trying not to step on, let me stay on to the point. He was like, women should have gotten married in their 20s. They should have got married younger in their best years, when they but they didn't. And he was saying, but they also don't want to date and marry men in their 20s, because he feels like women only want to get married to men who are established and have everything together. That's why they like older men, apparently, to him. And I'm like, I'll meet you halfway with this. I'll say, I think one of the reasons, my opinion, I think one of the reasons why younger women like older men is because the younger men aren't in a, stability is a broad word. It's financial, it includes financial, in my opinion. It includes, relationship discipline, in my opinion. And the younger men might not be willing to get married. Most men, I was telling them, I'm like, I got married at 24, 25 the next week. Most men my age were not willing to do that shit at all. Not even if a woman said, hey, I just want to get married to you. That's, I'm not asking for anything. I just want a ring. They weren't going to do that shit either. I'll buy even if the woman said, I'll buy the ring. Fuck it. I'll buy both of the rings. I'll pay for the wedding. They weren't going to do that shit. They wanted their freedom. So I was kind of bringing up the point that I think Angie made on several lives ago about how there's this old man mating trick where it's tricking the men into saying you are not even worthy to get married in your 20s. Don't even think about it. They don't even want you. They want the older men because they're more established. Let's be clear about that. We can all men of all different ages. You probably know a 30 and 40-year-old man who's not really established. Let's be clear about that. The average one isn't. So I was trying to tell him, I'm like, dude, this is a tangent I was going to try to speak on, so I didn't I didn't want to trip over my other statements. I'm glad that I said those first. But I was saying to him that, part of the problem with this manosphere shit is and I got a banner for this, is like, the problem is they're making all these broad statements about women, in my opinion, but they're really only concerned about 20-year-old women. They're not dating age-appropriate women, because if they dated age-appropriate women, this shit is over. This shit is a nothing burger. It's over. They will find someone to be with. They will find someone to marry, but that's not what they want. Their problem is they're trying to at 34, at 40, 50, in late 30s, they're trying to get with the 20-year-old smoke show. They're trying to get with or there's just 20-year-olds, period. And they're gonna have a challenge on their hands because they're gonna have competition from men in that age group. They're gonna have competition from men in near their age group, plus or minus. And a lot of these dudes, red pillars, they're non-competitive dudes, and they just don't want to. They don't want to accept that. The little thing that I have, the banner that I have up right now. Let me go to the comments real quick. There's just like one little comment. Good. Let's see. So I think for people, it's not just the body count, but the timelines in between. I mean, why does it matter? Like I was telling Furious on the last live, that I really want to delete. It's I'm never gonna even have that fucking conversation. Like the woman who heard the podcast with Fearless on the last podcast, she was like, I know the women in Fearless's life must be lying to him about their sexual history. And I'm like, and I never want that for me. I don't want a woman to be like, yo, I got a number of sexual experiences. I want to explore certain sexual experiences and feel uncomfortable to come and bring that to me or discuss that with me. Hell no. I want to create the most comfortable space ever. I want it to be like FEO Swartz comfortable. Like if you ever grew up and you ever got to go to FEO Swartz, I want it to be that comfortable. This is a jokey joke. I'm just saying, like, I don't never want a woman in my life to ever feel uncomfortable to say, like, reveal, like, hey, I might like to do certain things, or I might want to try to explore a certain thing, or I have done a certain type of thing. I think that it's very immature and very ungrownish to be making people feel uncomfortable about their sexual past. You have no business to be with them in the first place. You need to be looking for people who are virgins, if that's the case. You need to be looking for people who you need to be having on your dating profile. Yo, don't swipe on me. Don't swipe on me, and don't allow me to swipe on. Don't confirm me if I've swiped on you if you have a body count over 5. But we know these dudes are not doing that. They're going on dates and they're not having this conversation probably at all. It's probably just for internet talk. But for the actual pieces of shit who are actually saying this in real life, they need therapy in the worst way. Because it's none of your business as to what they went through. I do it. I kind of, like I said, I'm kind of talking to someone right now, but I kind of have to. And listen, I actually could. I was kind of pump faking a second, saying like I don't have the bandwidth. I do have the bandwidth, but maybe I might do that. That might be something to get into. But let me go back to the topic. So I had like a little segue before I go into a video. I thought about this. Hear me out with this. I thought about it and I said, the red pillars, specifically the passport bros, what did they typically do? What did they spend their time talking about? Women. they don't talk about the triumphs in dating. They don't talk about their dating life and saying, I'm happy though. I've gone through this. I'm tired of these modern women, but I'm happy with what I got. They don't say that shit. That's only critiquing a certain subclass of women, mostly the 20-year-olds. I'm not looking at age appropriate women. But I said, like, why are the passport bros so focused on shitting on Black women or Western women? And I got to thinking about it and I said, they're doing the same shit to the foreign women too. Because if they were truly happy overseas, they would have nothing to say. They wouldn't even be online. They would be idle as fuck. But they're online. They're able to make content. They're able to take to these panels and take to these podcasts because they're not happy with the foreign women either. They're over there on those other countries. I would put money on it, trying to say, hey, I know you're bringing this to the table, but why can't you go 50-50 with me too? Why can't you just understand? Why can't you let me do some of the cultural things that I'm able to get away with over in the States too? So that's my little hot take, is like, they're playing both sides, hoping to see which one's going to bite and actually come to the table with the best of both worlds. And that's never going to fucking happen, because they're not, one, that's impossible to expect, and two, they're non-desirable dudes. Oh, I have not been looking at his content. I kind of got off the passport boat, but I could believe it. I could definitely believe it. Like, I'd love, spill some more tea, as Maya would say. I need to hear what's going on. But I loved how OB32 said on that last live. He said that, what was it, Poppy Rico was crashing out because he got out of the Mount Rushmore of Austin Hallman's butt buddies or something like that. I thought that was funny as hell. But let me see. I'm trying to see if there's like any more hot takes. But I thought that this was kind of like a little pop culture news. So if y'all didn't know, I'm sure you knew about the inauguration, but you might not have known, like, the that at the inauguration Michelle Obama didn't attend it. Listen, I'm not telling you to go down this rabbit hole. There's some wild rumors out there. All I'm going to say is Michelle Obama was not in attendance. I'm praying that everything is okay for their marriage, and that, I personally don't want to see them break up. But I think her statement, there were some kind of like bullshit ass excuses as to why she didn't go. But the one I did kind of buy was like, she doesn't like Trump. Okay, we get it. Doesn't really hold up that much with the fact that she skipped a funeral. I forget the name of the guy who passed away recently. But like I said, the Manosphere, they're having a fucking field day over the fact that Michelle Obama didn't attend and had the inauguration, even though all the other presidents had their wives show up and stuff like that. Listen, I don't think Michelle Obama has to go. She doesn't owe us her reason to not go. Is it a bad look? Sure, but maybe they're going through things. But all I'm gonna say is, if you Google Michelle and Barack Obama, like, you're gonna get some wild shit coming back, and it's gonna be some very hard to believe shit. Yeah, Jimmy Carter. Thank you, Ozzy. So like I said, the Jimmy, it didn't really hold with Jimmy Carter, because everybody loved Jimmy Carter. So it's like, why would you skip his funeral? But going back to it, yeah. See, OB32 might know what they're going through. There's a rumor, and the rumor is that Barack might have fumbled. It's a little chatty patty, it's a little gossipy, so I'm not gonna go into it. But like I said, the Manosphere Men, they are having a fucking field day, saying, this is why this confirms all our beefs with Black women. They don't really have our back, and look, even Michelle Obama, like, the Obamas are not here to set the example for all of our relationships. They are just regular human beings. They should not be your inspiration to get married or stay married. Whether she shows up to a function or not should not be how you comport yourself. They are doing their own thing. But I just wanted to talk about that. Let's see. Kid greatness. Yeah, I mean, it's not gonna work out. I'm pretty sure of that. Let me see what other banners there is to talk about. I mean, I got a little discouraged. I'm not gonna lie. Before I get into that, I'm gonna go to this. This is kind of like a classic talking point of, Fearless. BA was the first person to ask. A lot of people, the critics of me, they'll say the same thing. They'll say, Chris, like, you never hold the women accountable. Well, it's funny. I'm not gonna put BA is not in this category, but Fearless and some of the Manosphere dudes are. They want to stick their chest out like Burt Russell with all the hair on it and say, yo, we are providers. Yo, men are leaders. Women should follow, and men should be making all the decisions and doing all this other shit. Then by definition, motherfucker, shouldn't you be holding the men more accountable? if you're holding, if you want a world where you hold the women and the men equally accountable, the men by definition aren't leaders. I just want to like leave that. Um, but I got a little discouraged. Um, oh yeah, let's before we do that. Yeah, like that's another little hot topic. I think Maya was telling me like a day or two ago. She was like, "Yo, have you been noticing a lot more police on the streets?" In it because we both live in Atlanta, and I was like, I mean, I'm not really noticing too much, but maybe I see them posted a little bit more on the streets, and I think it's sad. This is a good little segue. They're wrong for running up in schools. I think so. So I guess this is a question. I didn't realize you were saying this way. I think it is. I was watching a couple videos on this, I think this week or last week, and it was saying, sure, the Trump administration, they have plans to do a mass deportation. I think they plan to. I think they were saying they planned to do the same thing last time, and they weren't able to really do it for different reasons. I think they were saying we don't have the manpower, we don't have the resources, the facilities to actually do it. And it would have a drastic impact on our economy for us to do it. But like I said, I hate that's what's going. I hate that that's going on. Let me turn off this fair use. It's not time anymore. But I hate that people are kind of like, some people are, specifically the conservatives, are kind of cheering it on and shit. But like I said, it goes back to like the comment of like, yo, we're gonna be in a wild ride for the next 4+ years. And but like I said, Maya was like, she was noticing more police presence and kind of speculated, feeling like it was ICE. And I've noticed a little bit, not like an egregious amount, but who knows what the reason is. Let's see. Some people that the school got. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. Let's see. Yeah, I saw a post about Nancy Pelosi, making another great investment ahead of its surge. She's one of the classic kind of like politicians that they kind of like speculate about how she might be doing insider trading. So, give me 1 second. I'll say I was talking about like I was feeling a little discouraged, and I'm like, if the internet is just like a super. We're gonna get into the videos of it too. The internet is like a super negative place. Like that's an understatement. Racism, sexism. The reason why people like Fearless and the Manosphere have platforms is because of those same things: alt-right, white supremacy, racism, sexism, and also kind of like an intersection of nerd culture too. And I think that those same people, they love to like point fingers at like the women are the problem. They're this, they're that, they're single moms. It's like they have this like curious way of like ignoring the fact that the men are creating those single moms. But I think if we remove this anonymity, it could really help. our society. I think I was just thinking about it. It's, you know, I need to give more thought to it, but I'm like, I think we need AI to kind of run wild with it. We need to completely remove anonymity. If you post a racist meme, I don't give a fuck if you repost some racist meme. The original poster should be traceable from all those posts, and people shouldn't be able to hide behind little screen names. No. Your job, the government, all that shit. It sounds crazy, but maybe they need to know. But it's just we need to do. It's all an effort, in my opinion, to try to get rid of hate, get rid of hate speech. And some people will say, well, it's protected under the amendment rights. Okay, if that's fine, then let's remove anonymity. Let's let people know exactly who the fuck you are saying this shit. It's just, like I said, it's just a random thought. Yeah, I mean, you're right about that. Twitter's a free for all. It is. It is. Social media is like damn near a free for all. Like YouTube is like damn near a free for all. Like I said, I think they need to do something about like the hate speech. Just have AI. Put it in AI. Put it in AI's hands. Let me see. Let me see if there's anything to talk about besides going to these videos, because I had several videos I wanted to show. Let's see what else. I talked about this already. Like, I already said that. I said sort of this, like the manosphere. All it is the plight of men trying to get access to sexual access to 20-year-old women. That's all. It's nothing more, nothing less. If they really cared about marriages and relationships, they have women around their age that they could get with. Let's see what else. What else? I might have wanted to say this a little later, but maybe there's like maybe one or two more posts, and then I'm gonna get in some videos. So like, I was kind of speaking on this like maybe like last year or years before. Like, part of being a man, and I started to notice it, especially when I was during my divorce, after my divorce, of like dealing with my friends, of these double standards. Fearless said one. He put one out on Front Street. He put one out on Broadway last time, talking about. He was laughing about it, talking about, I've made hoes. I was a hoe maker. I forget the name of that right pill, crypt keeper looking black dude that made that, who went live, went viral saying that he was a hoe maker. But Fearless was laughing about it, saying like he was a hoe, his wife married a hoe, but that's okay because he's got the ability to provide for her, even though she's kind of still working. But how men are able to kind of erase their sexual past, how their sexual past doesn't matter, how they want women. Ironically, these men want women who have respected their bodies and kept their legs closed, but then they're the opposite. They did not respect their body. But they want those women who did, and they feel like the women who have a similar experience to them are unworthy. And we saw in that same live that Fearless, is a high body count guy, he discourages men from dating low body count women, and he discourages low body count men from wanting higher body count women. It doesn't really make a lot of sense. But I think there's a lot of just brainwashing going on with misogyny that we've been like taught since birth. One of the famous ones, and my red pillar best friend said it today, is, well, this is kind of what you get with this this equality stuff. Women want to be equal, so they're going to have to equal rights, equal lefts. And I'm like, no. Like, in no world are we going to have every single person being equal. There's people who are stronger. There's people who are taller. All this other stuff. But people should be treated with equal respect. That's not what's happening. That's not what has happened. And that's kind of the way for conservative men and red pillars to kind of filibuster and stop the conversation from moving forward by saying, nah, we can't have equality until we see equal numbers of women in in construction, or equal number of women in the NBA. I know I'm putting too much sauce on it. They don't say that, but they'll say like equal number of women who are doing all these dangerous jobs. And I'm like, that has nothing to do with anything. That's just you trying to move the goalposts. Let me see. This other pool player from my pool league. I wanted to bring him on the show. We had a nice little conversation last Sunday. I'm going to try to see if we can get him on a podcast, or whether it's a planned video or a live. But I was making this comment. I was like, I think one of the issues, he said that a lot of men today, young men today, they're trying to aspire to be Superman. I need to bring him on the show so he can kind of explain that a little bit more. But it's kind of in the vein of like how if you're not a man, if you can't lift 500 pounds, if you can't kill a woolly mammoth, if you don't have the most money and drive a Ferrari or a Bugatti, or if you aren't the coolest, if you're not the Chad, you ain't shit. And it's like he was kind of bringing to light like really no men are like that. Like the average man is nowhere close to that. And these guys are trying to aspire to be superheroes. And I was kind of following up with like, listen, I think throughout time, most men were followers. It's just that society was kind of controlled in a way to kind of help benefit those followers. And I feel like those men today are frustrated because the instructions aren't guaranteeing them, as Angie Lee and TJ would say, a wife appliance or children or access to sex. So I've said on previous podcasts, the men who are able to step outside that misogyny, they're thriving. I'm not saying that you won't run into a married woman and have a situation where it doesn't work out, but I'm saying the people who are stepping outside of the misogyny, they're not struggling. To the notion that black men are downtrodden about dating black women in America is fucking ridiculous. Black women are giving black men so many chances. I've said it on previous podcasts, the bar is so low. It's embarrassingly low. It's like TJ Maxx low. No disrespect. That they're letting to at least take them out on dates, because most men aren't doing that. But I think that there's this huge expectation spread throughout men to men that you're not ready to get married until you're able to like fully take care of her hand and foot. You're not a man if she's not able to be barefoot and pregnant. She's not a wife if she doesn't have a low body count. So you're on one hand, you're chasing this unicorn of a woman, and you're trying to aspire to become this unicorn of a man. Both situations are never going to happen. And that's why you're 50, 60 years old and never been married. On that note, I'm gonna go to these comments before I get into something else. Yeah, I need to do some more research on this. China, I need to look into this, but yeah, there's something that they were mentioning the last couple of days that they were saying some AI from China is kicking ass. Listen, I forget the name, your name. You've changed your name. But it's glad to see you again. Yeah, that's just my way of saying I'm exaggerating way too much. Let's see. Hold up. Tell me exactly what I said that was wild. I just want to know. Had black women degrading themselves saying they went to wife school. I don't know who DJ Hamp is. Yeah, but let me get into like some other stuff. I think it's time to like show some videos again. Let me cue those up. Give me a second. Let's see. So okay, so there was an extra little piece of news I did want to show. Since Trump has gotten office, let me cue this up. Give me a second. Sorry, I had not put the fair use banner on. Let me just do it now. Let's see. So we're just gonna go full. We're not gonna show this too much, but it's just in a nutshell. Trump has pardoned the leader of the Proud Boys. For what reason? Listen, your guess is better than mine.
Coverage now turns to South Florida and the sweeping pardons issued to those charged in the January 6th attack on the Capitol, including former Proud Boy leader Enrique Tarrio. Local 10's Christian De La Rosa has reaction. Christian.
Nicole, we're coming to you live from Las Vegas Cuban restaurant in Doral, where dozens came together for an inaugural watch party and to wait for the pardons of those President Trump has called hostages. As he said he would, Monday night, 1,500 people charged for the January 6, 2021 riot on the Capitol have been pardoned.
The most exciting feeling after having birth to him.
Sunni.
All right, that's enough. I just wanted to show that I thought that was disgusting. Specifically, the leader of the Proud Boys getting out. Give me a second. Let me cue up some other stuff. Let's see. Another thing. I'm sure y'all don't watch this, but there's a TV show called Severance. Please tell me I'm not the only person watching that. It comes out on Fridays. I think they debut it at like 9 p.m. Eastern to sync up with the West Coast or whatever the heck. But that show, it's in season 2. I'm begging you on Apple TV. If you have Apple TV, please watch it. It's a great show. Very thought-provoking show. I hope I'm not. If anybody watches it, please let me know in the chats. Like, let's see. This DJ Hamp, I need to like start watching. Let's see. I want to get into these. Okay, good. Yeah, I'm watching it tonight. I think I remember what your name was. I'm not going to say it. Let's see. Yeah, everybody, please watch Severance. It won awards for its first season on Apple TV. Oh, you need to start this. The first episode was kind of like meh, but they're getting into some real interesting things. So as a jokey joke, y'all know my Audi. You don't know my innie. I think my Audi is a way more fun person than my innie. Only TY is going to understand that. Let me cue up this video. Let's see. Oh, so another thing in pop culture, since the last time we did a live, we had TikTok get banned for a day. They should have kept that shit. And listen, TikTok is I think it's an awesome app. Like it slowly became like my favorite app for a little while. It's the reason why I found Zed's channel, because I found out about like Austin Hallman, I think, through TikTok because of people commenting about him. I found out about Helga Babushka, the woman from the Philippines who lives in America. I think she lived in Canada or something like that. And she was kind of like, what do they call it? Triangulating American women and women from the Philippines, trying to encourage passport bros to go over to the Philippines and be passport kings. But I was like, there's so much trash on social media, specifically TikTok. I feel like there's more trash on TikTok than good stuff. So it's like, man, they could have kept that. I'm just saying, her name was like Helga Babushka. She's a Filipino woman that lives in Canada, and she tried to ride the little wave of passport bros until she found out they're pieces of shit, and then she didn't. Just like most grifters of the red pill and manosphere, they just shift over to something else like gardening or something like that, and then they just reject that fan base. So she did the exact same thing. Let me see. What makes sense? I want to show. Let's start with this, and I could let's put the link out. Actually, matter of fact, let me just get into a couple of videos and then let's open it up. We're gonna get into some incel / red pill stuff. Let me share my screen. Fair use. Let's go full screen with it. We can't.
Are the kinds of character traits and demographic indicators which are predominant within the incel subculture?
Okay, so in terms of demographics, like I said, there were disproportionately people of color. So our recent data, which is the largest incel study in the world, was exclusively US and UK sample, and 42% were a person of color.
Pause right there. I took offense to this because I think that this is, if I were to guess, I think that the incels are probably, I'd probably say they're 60, 65% white. But if this is actually true, or even if this is a smear campaign, I don't like how even just this person who is an evolutionary psychologist, I don't like how he's trying to say that we try to represent Black people / people of color as the face of incels. That's concerning because then we're gonna be the blame for all this shit.
So that's disproportionately incels of color. They're very likely to be on low education, low employment, highly likely to be NEET, so not in education, employment, or training. They score very poorly on mental health measures, so extreme levels of depression, anxiety, loneliness. They score very high on a personality trait called the tendency for interpersonal victimhood, and that very much describes the incel mindset.
What?
That's enough. It's a longer video. We're not going to show it, but that's yeah, you're right. You're right. We need them to be more specific. But I'm like I said, I'd put money. I know what they're probably talking about. But yes, Gen Z, we're going to show this. I got that content. We're getting into that. It's about to get real dark. I don't know if I want to show this from TikTok because I love y'all and I don't want y'all to see what I saw on TikTok. I don't want to show it. I don't know if I want to show it. Like I said, when I saw it, I was like, you know what? You can keep TikTok banned because it was only banned for like a day, if maybe less than a day. But maybe I might think about showing it later. But it was just, the internet is filled with so much racism, sexism. Yeah. And it's not going to stop, Ozzy. And the people like Fearless and Ronan, they don't understand how this entitlement to sex, this entitlement to women's bodies, this pitting women and men against themselves. Oh, women got it easier, and this society is geared towards women and men. The famous one is, women are born with value and men don't have value at birth. Stop telling people that. Everybody who is born, every child is precious. Every child is born with value. Stop this notion that men are born with no value and men who don't have money, they're worthless. No woman wants them. That is not true. That's not true. That's the type of man you're trying to be. You want to try to be the sole provider. Yeah, that is a factor. But you don't have to play that role. But these dudes are brainwashed. But Gen Z, we're getting into this. Let's get into it. There's a guy who predated him. I want to start that. So let me find the right video and let me make sure let me cue it up real quick. It's going to be a lot of stuff to watch. Give me a second. I think I got the right video. Let's get into it. Let me cue this up. I've been wanting to do this type of video for a while. I've been wanting to, let me get my timestamps ready. Let me look at my notepad. 123. Let's just go to 120. It's going to talk about the history of incels / red pill. I mean, really, incels. Fair use.
The origin of the word incel is quite fascinating. Incel, the abbreviated version of involuntary celibate, was actually coined by a woman. How ironic. If there's any incels watching this, by the way, you might be confused by that last statement. So it was created by a hole or a bitch or in some instances, mom.
Just want to pause that. The words expressed by this guy, I do not support them. Let's proceed.
Anyway, there's a general consensus that the term was first created by a woman named Elena. No one knows her last name because she chooses to remain anonymous. But what is known is that she had a website back in the early to late 90s, and it was called Elena's Involuntary Celibacy Project. And the Involuntary Celibacy Project was a website for people who had trouble finding dates, whether because they had some physical limitation, mental limitation, bad social skills, that sort of thing. There's a place for those people, both men and women and whoever else, to go on the website and discuss these problems and perhaps discuss solutions to finding, success in finding a mate. So that was her website that started. This is Wiki, Incel Wiki page, and they have that the website started in 93 or 97. This woman, Elena, I checked other sources. She was interviewed. She claims she invented the term, but for, understandable reasons, she doesn't want to be associated with the term incel anymore. But she coined the term incel, short for involuntary celibate. And what's funny is that the original name was actually InVcel, and she changed it because she thought it sounded too close to imbeciles. So she just shortened it to incel instead. And then I think some people even referred to them as invels, which I like the best because it reminds me of a Lord of the Rings elf. And I could just imagine this elf with a neck beard and drinking Mountain Dew, can't get pussy. And that makes me laugh. But maybe I'm alone here. Anyway, Elena created the term, and her website went defunct in 2003. Now, or around 2003 is what they say. Now, it seemed like this project was actually kind of a positive thing. Elena herself apparently had problems with social interactions. She was shy. She had anxiety and bad social skills. I don't know if she was on the spectrum, but she may have been. And she just wanted to, create this place for people who have trouble having dates, just to discuss their issues. So it started out as a positive thing, but anything that originates on the internet eventually gets ruined, and we'll see that her project and the term incel definitely takes on a more darker connotation. So as I previously stated, Elena's Involuntary Celibacy Project went defunct in around 2003. And according to the sources I've read, it was around this time that other alternative websites were emerging, including 4chan. And these sites hosted discussions regarding the concept of involuntary celibacy. But unlike Elena's Involuntary Celibacy Project, the discussions on these alternative sites didn't so much pertain to people's individual struggles with dating and finding a partner, but rather pertain to an ideology. And that ideology is what we associate with the incel subculture that we know today. Now, the basic premise for the ideology is this. We live in a society that caters towards women. We cater towards women because women have the ultimate choice of selecting a partner. And because women have the ultimate choice, and because women are inherently shallow and selfish, they will always choose a guy who is conventionally attractive, an alpha, over a male who is unconventionally attractive, a beta.
Just a little pause. First and foremost, these little characters in the background, everybody's probably seen them in different ways. I've shown them, I probably have some to show. I forgot to think about that. I typically show them every couple of shows. They're called Wojaks. And it's usually this guy with the ski mask on without the ski mask. They'll color him up to look like he's a black person. They'll doctor him up to look like a woman. But what I want to center on is the fact that this is nerd culture. This dude, he talked about the message board 4chan. Everybody probably knows about Reddit. That's another one. There's another one that people have rarely talk about. That's from the white supremacist called Stormfront. I'm on one called Boxton. It's not racist. It's really just a hip hop message board, but it's a lot of nerd culture and stuff like that. We are now starting to see the incel culture permeate Boxton, which is like unheard of. Because really all people did is really talk about rap, talk about sports, talk about current events, downloaded music. Shh, we're not supposed to let them know that. But I used to do that back when I was in college. That was my days of downloading music are long ago. But bring it back to the point. These are Wojaks. And when you have I've shown some of them. I'll show some of them after this video. Again, if you hear that premise that he talked about, how they're indoctrinating these young men and telling them that you started as like a nerd culture, and they're indoctrinating these men saying, hey, the reason why your life sucks, the reason why you can't get a girlfriend is because they're looking for Chad. They're looking for Tyrone. They're looking for Chad Roan. They're looking for Pookie and Ray Ray. It's always some fucking excuse as to why you can't get women, why you're a virgin, why you can't get dates, and why, as when I was going through my divorce, my best friend would tell me, and we showed the videos about this, all the women, they're able to swipe and get sex from Chad, but they can't get marriages, they can't get relationships from Chad. And I'm like, wait, you're talking about women who are 2 out of 10 are getting sex from Chad? Are you serious? That cannot be happening. So what men and this red pill culture have done is they have indoctrinated these men with this victim mindset of it is already set up for you to lose, because the tenets that men hold to be the optimal man of having the most money, having a six-pack, having the biggest, having your, being Jonathan Majors, being a GQ model, being an athlete, being the guy with the most swagger, being the guy who is the most popular, being the guy who's just the most conventionally attractive. They're getting the women, and all the women want them, and there's no other women left for you. There's no chance for you, because they're gonna just, even if you're not sleeping with them, even if you take them on dates, they're going home and they're fucking Chad. They're going home and they're fucking Pookie and Ray Ray. It's just, listen, I don't know how men are coming to this point of view in life where they're able to be indoctrinated and this victim mindset is easily installed into their memory. Maybe I'm just too stubborn for my own good. I don't really listen to I don't let people direct my life. So this kind of brainwashing doesn't really work on me. But let's move forward. I just wanted to focus on the fact that this stuff started from nerd culture. It evolved to what we have now with the Kevin Samuels and the Ronan and Fearlesses, where they have indoctrinated themselves. They have integrated themselves into a nerd culture, a victim mindset culture, to try to grift off of young men and men who are struggling mentally and psychologically. Let's move forward.
So, according to the sources, it was around this time that these posts started to occur on 4chan, on other sites. And on these posts, or in these posts, these men would refer to themselves as incels, a name that they took that originally came from Elena's site. I tried to find some memes, incel-related memes going back to the early 2000s, and it was very difficult to find. But I did find a meme from 2011 that you can see to my right. And this meme, as you can see, the beta uprising is now. Now, this basically alludes to the betas or incels seeking revenge on society, uprising against society, since society catering towards women had blocked their ability to get pussy. So that's the context behind this meme. And this meme, it has a violent connotation, and some of these memes and posts uh, were advocating towards violence. They were violent, but people didn't really take it too seriously. And that's because with anything on the internet, you have no idea who's posting. You don't know whether it is someone who is legitimately violent, who's legitimately going to take physical action, or if it's just a troll. Because out of every one incel, there's likely 20 trolls. So a lot of people just looked at these posts and these discussions as some weird internet troll subculture that was fairly harmless. But as we're about to see, there were people who were not trolls and people who took this ideology very seriously. So for those of you who don't recognize the guy on the screen, this is Elliot Rodger, who in late May of 2014 was the perpetrator in this very horrific mass shooting in Isla Vista.
Fair
See,
use.
Elliot was a virgin in college, and he decided that he was going to take revenge against all the women who rejected him. And he took that revenge by killing random people in Isla Vista. He started out stabbing 3 of his roommates to death. Thereafter, he went in his BMW bought by mommy and daddy and shot 3 random people in Isla Vista and killed them and shot many others.
I'm just going to take a pause real quick. I really don't want to take a pause, but this is a major fuck you to all the red pillar dudes, conservative dudes that want to sit here and say, oh, the solution is just having a mommy and daddy to having a intact household. No, it's not. It's not it's not the one end all be all. It's not the one stop shop. Just because you have people like Elliot Rodgers, you have pieces of shit like him that will be indoctrinated by this internet subculture, this hateful internet subculture that we need to get rid of. That started with incels, then maybe started with just white supremacy online, navigating in different forms, galvanizing the incels, helping them understand, you guys are, what's being done to you is a crime against humanity because the women are just fucking Chad and they're going after the Tyrones and they're not looking at, you're the guys that they should be going after. You should be entitled to women too, but no, they're taking everything. And it's not just Chad, it's the women. The fact that they're not giving them access to them is a crime against you. So like I said, all these dudes, these conservative dudes who probably didn't come from 2-parent households, no judgment, that want to act like, oh, if you just have a father and a mom in the home, that you will raise upstanding citizens. No, it really, in my opinion, is about it. It's a very important piece, but it's also about the mental state of that child. Like I said, I'm too hard-headed for my own good. You're not gonna be able to, get me to indoctrinate me on shit. I'm gonna live how I want to live. I'm gonna make decisions I want to make. I was raised in a way to have high self-confidence. I'm not looking to anybody online just, oh my gosh, Andrew Tate, he's so confident. I want to be like him. I don't give a fuck about that dude. I have all the self-confidence that I need. I don't want to emulate anybody's life. Patrick Mahomes is going to possibly for a 3rd Super Bowl in a row. Good, great for him. I'm going to celebrate that. I'm not jealous, but I'm saying there's a lot of people who are not mentally strong. And these are people that are going to be the people falling for these groups. These are going to be the people that are going to be storming your capitals. Let's keep going because, like I said, this is a very interesting story, and we're going to segue into the dude from the Antioch High School that Gen Z wanted to talk about. We got content for that too.
In total, he killed 4 men, shot and killed 2 women, and like a pussy, he ended up killing himself at the end of the night. Now, I consider Elliot to be the founding father, for lack of a better term, of the incels. And the reason why I say that is because for the first time, we have a face to this weird, dark ideology that's been surfacing in the dark corners of the internet. And I also think that he's the founding father, so to speak, is because of who he is, what he is. He showed the world a type of mentality that a lot of people within his demographic share. Elliot was not physically disabled. He was definitely mentally ill. We definitely know that. But there wasn't much going against him. He was rich. He came from a rich family. They obviously could afford his BMW. He was objectively attractive. I don't like to say that, give him any compliments, because he is just a fucking terrible human being. But if I'm going to be quite honest, there wasn't anything really wrong with him physically. He was objectively attractive, conventionally, I should say. But he was entitled. He was entitled for sex, the one thing he couldn't get. And not only that, he was very ineffective. Despite all these advantages, Elliot could not get laid to save his life. And I'm going to play a clip for you, and we're not going to watch the whole thing, or else I'm going to kill myself with how cringe it is. But I want you guys, when you watch this clip, to take point that in the way he talks, the way he speaks, the way he's entitled to sex. Okay? So let's watch this clip.
Fair use.
For the last 8 years of my life, ever since I've hit puberty, I've been forced to endure an existence of loneliness, rejection, and unfulfilled desires, all because girls have never been attracted to me.
Oh my God.
Girls gave their affection and sex and love to other men, but never to me. I'm 22 years old, and I'm still a virgin. I've never even kissed a girl. I've been through college for 2.5 years, more than that, actually. And I'm still a virgin. It has been very torturous. College is the time when everyone experiences those things such as sex and fun and pleasure.
Oh.
In those years, I've had to rock in loneliness.
Ah.
It's not fair.
It's not fair.
You girls have never been attracted to me. I don't know why you girls aren't attracted to me, but I will punish you all for it. It's an injustice, a crime, because I don't know what you don't see in me. I'm the perfect guy. And yet you throw yourselves at all these obnoxious men instead of me, the supreme gentleman.
Ooh. Oh.
I will punish all of you for it.
Yeah. I can't take any more of that. All right, guys. Well, my apologies for making you sit through that. That was definitely a rough one. Surprisingly enough, the Elliot Rodger Manifesto is a 140-page manifesto titled My Twisted World, The Story of Elliot Rodger, by Elliot Rodger, of course. This manifesto may be even cringier, or at least it's on the same level of cringe as his video, his Retribution video.
Let's skip ahead. There's another example he wants to bring up. Yeah, here we go.
So one of those people who idolized Elliot, in fact, even referred to Elliot as a god, was this man right here. His name was Christopher Harper Mercer. And if you remember back in October of 2015, at the age of 26, Christopher went to Umpqua Community College in Oregon. And he went to that school and shot 8 people and killed them. And he shot many others and injured them. Of course, thereafter, he took his own life like the fucking coward that he was. And after his death, an investigation took place, and they discovered that Christopher, like Elliot, was an incel. He was a virgin at the age of 26, right up to his death. He resented the world. He resented society. He blamed society for his inability to get a partner. He and Elliot shared a lot of similarities. For one, they were both young men incels, angry young incels, who shared the same ideology. Two, even though I don't like to admit it with this guy either, Christopher, despite being the freak that he wasn't that bad looking of a guy. There's nothing physically unappealing about him. Like Elliot, they came from similar upbringings in a way. They both had divorced parents. Christopher's parents divorced when he was really young, and he didn't really have much of a relationship with his father. Didn't really spend any time with his father. Really didn't really see him growing up. But his mother, he was very, very close to, and witnesses after the shooting described him kind of like a mama's boy. She was very protective. He was always around her. He was always being coddled by her. And so he and Elliot shared that similarity, which I find pretty interesting. Another thing that I didn't mention before is that they both took psychiatric medication, but that's a whole nother story. Now, what's different about these two is that Christopher, for one, he was not nearly as privileged as Elliot. Elliot came from a very affluent background, and Christopher, on the other hand, came from a middle-class upbringing. What's also different about Christopher is that, unlike Elliot, who did talk about race in his manifesto and did have some weird thoughts about race, Christopher was way more obsessed with race, and particularly white supremacist theories and ideology, which is odd because Christopher was black and his mother was African American. But nevertheless, he was obsessed with white supremacy ideology, and the media caught wind of this. And when they caught wind of this, the media and others started to wonder and started to speculate whether the incel subculture actually had a connection with a alt-right organization. We started to wonder whether this was more than just a bunch of keyboard warriors online, because now we had two shooters. We didn't just have one crazy gunman who was Elliot. We had two people now, and a lot of people were now killed who shared this ideology. So this is the point where the public starts to take notice of the incel ideology and really starts to take it seriously. And also really starts to question whether this is more than ideology, but in fact, an organized terrorist group. And we'll see how that plays out.
All right, let's skip one more time, just briefly, and then we're going to be done with this. I think it's 23. Something like this.
Word incel and the subculture really got into the mainstream. From then on, everyone knew what an incel was. So at the end of 2019, everyone's on high alert. At this point, everyone knows who the incels are. There's been several mass shootings and mass killings committed by self-identified incels, and the Joker incident really freaked people out. It was kind of the cherry on top that made everyone really concerned. And at this time, we all wondered whether the incels were really an organized coalition of virgins that were going to cause a lot of destruction, a lot of deaths in the future. We were very concerned that that was going to transpire. But time passed. We get into 2020. The pandemic happens. Obviously, we're way more concerned about the pandemic than fucking virgins who are pissed off that they can't get laid. And then during the pandemic, everyone's on lockdown. So there aren't any mass shootings because everyone's inside. And during this time, during this year, there begins to be a shift in tone. Prior to this time, due to all the prior incidents of violence and due to the threats, we were all very concerned. But now people were starting to not see the incels so much as an organization because they had proved that they're not very organized at all. I mean, the Joker incident, there wasn't one single incident, even though there were so many of them that were threatening to do these shootings. So it wasn't an organized coalition. They proved that they weren't. But we still realize that they exist. We still realize that there are people that had this mentality. And what happened is that people started describing incels as not those who identified as incels or who were a part of these online discussions, but rather people who possess this type of mentality. And that mentality is the entitlement mentality. I am entitled for sex, and ineffectiveness. They are both ineffective and entitled. That combination leads to disaster. And everyone, since we all knew what the incel was and we all felt that it was a very embarrassing and cringy type of mindset to have, people started using it broadly to describe anybody who associated with that frame of mind. And so it became a pejorative term. It became a term like Karen. Karen used to describe entitled white women who yell at the cashier. Incel described people like this guy to my right. You can see this meme. This was me at the end of 2020. And you see the entitled mentality coming through the meme. This is obviously an incel who wants the ideal partner, huge ass, perfect boobs, but he is far from ideal. He looks like he can't take care of himself. He looks like he lives in his mom's basement. The stereotype started to form that a lot of incels were unattractive guys. I know I stated before and brought up the point that Elliot and Chris were both normal looking guys, but there's some truth to that. A lot of these guys, as you can see, which is depicted in the image, ineffective, incapable. They're afraid of rejection, and they're often delusional about their own abilities. And you can see that this is the type of person in this meme. So people are using incel to describe these type of people, very incapable, cringy people.
I think we can stop it right there. Let's go. I want to segue to, yeah, it's a throwback. I want you to explain this, Gen Z. What do you mean by this? Let's see. Hold on. There's a lot of black boys that need. Yeah, they do. Let's see. Let's look at these comments. It's very hard for a woman to ban incel or femcel. I don't know what you mean. Oh, to be an incel. Okay, yeah, I get you. Well, I mean, I don't know, Ozzy. I think that I've said like a long time ago. I think like no disrespect. I think that women are more emotionally stronger than us. I think that's one of the reasons why they're not a lot of femcells. Like they be going through hard things. They be going through undesirable. Some of them are not as desirable as not. They have very low desirability. Some of them have very low desirability. Just like some men has very low desirability. They don't go out and shoot schools up. They don't go out and go make a whole fucking hate group like the Red Pill. There was never that. There is no female Kevin Samuels. Not to that same degree. But I think that they have they have reasons to. They have examples of people who live lives like that that could be downtrodden, could be depressed and things like that. But they don't go out like that. Let's see. Yeah, I'd love to know what you mean by this. Let's go into that segue to that Antioch school shooter, which was sad because I was seeing pictures of it last week, and for maybe like last week or so, and I was just seeing a picture of a black kid with like a mask on, and I just didn't really pay attention to it. And then I realized, and I saw like maybe like a school shooting, and I was like, oh my god, no, don't let this be a young black kid. Let me share. Let me cue it up and go right back to it. Okay, I got it queued up, I think. Okay, I got it queued up, but I was trying to say just before I cut off that last video that little picture that was of the guy on the computer, that's a Wojak, and there's just different variations of them. Some of them are used to show racist things or sexist things, but that's just kind of like a little terminology. But this Gen Z is what you were talking about, the manifesto from the Antioch school shooting. Fair use.
Still unanswered tonight. Who, if anyone, knew about Henderson's plan? The manifesto does mention someone helping him write part of it. And Jared Holt, you just saw there, says extremists in online communities identified him as the shooter before police did. Again, as we've mentioned, the teen shooter left behind a lengthy diary, giving even more insight into his thoughts leading up to the shooting. Now News Channel 5 investigates reporter Levi Ismail went through page by page and tells us what he found.
It's the first 4 words of a more than 288-page diary, but it sets the tone for everything you read after. Those words, quote, "I'm burning with hate." From October of last year to the day he carried out his attack at Antioch High School, 17-year-old Solomon Henderson filled these pages with graphic images, Nazi symbols, and plans to carry out an attack. Henderson obsessed over mass killers around the world and declared that he too intends on doing something to kill at least 10 people. But how does this young man go from active high school student to active shooter?
If we just look at it broadly, a lot of people that have carried out these sort of acts have felt othered.
Lauren Ruth Martin is a licensed therapist with novel counseling in Franklin.
We could go, scientifically for a minute. Our brains aren't fully developed when we're 17. Our brains are actually on fire. And so not a lot makes sense, and decision-making is altered.
Martin says this is not about trying to humanize someone responsible for committing a horrible crime, but understanding how we got here. Henderson, by his own admission, fought with his parents and even wrote in his diary about killing them at one point. Struggles with his self-image and resentment over minorities were only amplified once Henderson found community and a sense of belonging with white supremacy groups online.
It's a perfect storm. In online communities, you can also access those in a private way. You get to be the person that you want to project out there online without anybody truly questioning it.
Henderson often wrote things like, quote, "I wish I was white. Self-hating N-word award goes to," with a picture of his eyes.
If we just focus on that idea of being uncomfortable in your own skin, can you imagine how helpless that must feel? Because you literally can't change that.
Another photo appeared to show Henderson in whiteface, but all while this self-hatred is happening, Henderson continues to plan out his attack. He details instructions on how to make bombs and even bought supplies. He then wrote that it made sense to attack during lunch and specifically made note of days when he expected there to be more people of color around. Just days before the shooting, Henderson began to spiral. He wrote, "I'm slipping," and talked about being nervous, scared, and excited at the same time. Henderson posted a final selfie with the caption, "4 hours to go."
I think it's scary for us to acknowledge that given the perfect storm of circumstances, we don't know what we would resort to if we were in that much pain and we had access to such things like guns.
Martin says while there are many nuances on how Henderson became radicalized enough to kill, this is a man who found connection in hate, and that should never be ignored.
We're not humanizing him, but what we're using is this information to better inform how we can see people, how we can help people, how we can make our communities safer.
With News Channel 5 Investigates, I'm Levi Ismail.
All right, we're done. Okay. So, hold on. Oh man, we got people changing some names up here. Let's see, play the white card and then evaluate on the middle mentally ill. Okay. Ozzy, yeah, the previous video was a throwback for sure. But yeah, I think it's good to like look at stuff and see how far have we come. Like, Yeah. Let's drop the link. Listen, your name is Cultural Differences. We'll call you Cultural Differences now. I wanted to actually get through some content. The last maybe 2 or 3 shows, like I've been struggling to get through content. And there were times where I wanted to drop the link earlier today, and I was like, you know what? Let me pump fake, because if I do, we're not going to get through the content. So we got through the content. How long has this live been? 2 hours. Wow. But let's go through these comments. Let's see. I was saying if they come to my school, they would complain about the Chads. Damn. It's just this entitlement. Like I think that guy on that show, he was saying something about it's this entitlement to women's bodies or sex, and this entitlement and being, I guess, terrible at it. That lethal combination or whatever. But like, just when you see the manosphere, the red pill, it's just like you can see the same entitlement. You see it when Fearless says, "I'm entitled to sex in 3 dates," or I gotta step off, and that's going to leave a lot of men extremely disgruntled, especially the men who have lower desirabilities. So I don't think people like Fearless understand like the impact that he's having, that it's going to create people like Elliot Rodger. It's going to create people like that Antioch school shooter. Maybe his wasn't sexually driven, but I'm saying it's going to create men that are going to do crazy things or have crazy outlooks on women or society because they have this entitlement. Listen, I grew up very entitled. I'm not entitled. I had to learn that, like, I have to hustle for everything I get. Listen, people like Fearless, he wants me to be so angry about the married woman and what I went through. No, like I don't feel like I'm entitled to. If it's not for me, it's not for me. And that it might as well be. Things might as well not happen, or the places I would like to get to might as well not get gotten to if it's not really for me. It's okay. Like, I think the differences between me and like the red pill and the incels is like, and the manosphere is like, they are so butthurt if they go through an experience with a woman that doesn't end up that's unideal. Like, oh, I took her on a date, an expensive date, and it didn't go anywhere. She didn't call me back. Okay, so what? She didn't owe you a call back. So, like I said, it's like water off a duck's back. Like, I'm moving on. I'm not hurt. It's like just learning some life lessons. And both women and men have to go through things like that, where you overinvest into someone who's not willing to or not ready to meet that investment, and you have to go back into your friends and your family or your community and say, what happened? And they ask you, what happened with so and so? They weren't matching my energy. It wasn't who I thought it was going to be. Unfortunately, this is over. Blah blah blah. So it's like the difference between me and those red pillars and those incels is I can move on from something that broke up or is disappointing. They can't. They gotta always find out a way to like get some type of return on investment. I realize there is no such thing. It's enjoy the moments that you have with these people that you get involved with. Some of the impacts that they have on your life is not going to just be it's not going to necessarily be sexual. It could just be they helped you see something about yourself. They were a good friend. You got to spend great time with them, have some great experiences, blah blah blah. But to see these red pillars, these incels, it's just sexually driven. That's all there is to gain. And it's that point of view of they feel like the women society is, it's focused on women, and they have it so easy in life, and they have all these opportunities, and men have it so hard. And I said it on maybe a few months ago. I was like, for men who are childless and not married, how hard is life really? I mean, how hard is yeah, I understand dating can be difficult depending on the type of people you're trying to go after, but outside of dating, life ain't hard. It's not. Like, it's no harder than anyone else has got it. That has the same circumstances, regardless of the gender. It's like they want to make it, they don't realize, and I think men specifically, myself included, we really don't understand the lives that women have to live. We don't really understand how hard it is to get married or have committed relationships or have certain things that we think are easy to get. We have no idea. And the kind of things that the manosphere is trying to frame it as is they're speaking from a point of view of the baddie from the smoke show. Okay, things might be a little easier, but it might not be as easy as they're saying. Okay, we got Mr. Cultural Differences coming up to the stage. Hey, what's up? You're starting to wear glasses like me too?
What's going on, man?
The panel.
I know I kind of jumped in pretty late.
Okay.
It kind of seems like he was doing whiteface.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a new thing or whatnot, but if you can kind of fill me in, besides him kind of just going AWOL and being wanting to be accepted into white society, but what were some of his reasons leading up to what he did to the shooting?
Yeah, I mean, I gotta do some more research on it, but it's just like kind of like what Gen Z is saying. Like some of these kids, the commonality might be that they are mentally ill. They like I said, I need to do the research, but I think there was the guys that story said something about how he didn't really maybe he didn't identify as being black. He didn't appreciate that experience, and he found community in the white supremacy, the white supremacist community. And I mean that it might have been downhill, a down spiral from there. So just these online hate groups, and I've been trying to say that on these panels, is like people think the end all be all is like, oh, just have two parents in the home. You have so many of these conservative dudes just trying to preach. And listen, I get that. That's important. But you can come from an affluent family like Elliot Rodger. You can come from a two-parent household, whether your parents divorced or not, and you can lose your kid to the internet. They don't really acknowledge that, but you can. You can lose your kid to the streets. You can lose your kid to the internet. You can lose your kid to misogyny and stuff like that. So, like I said, I need to do some more research to completely answer that question. Let me turn off the fair use. This is not necessary anymore. But it's on these online communities making you, indoctrinating you to feel a certain type of way about women, to feel a certain way about minorities, even if you are one, which is weird, and to, align yourself with these white supremacist groups and communities, and it reshapes your reality. That would be my guess. Like I said, I'll come back with some more information on it. I got to do more research on it, but it was a tie-in, and I thought it was something like that happened in the last week or so, and I was like, we got to speak about this.
Now, did you do enough research to see if he shot people up? Because, like I said, I kind of jumped in late, so I know in the soundbite, she said that he shot people up, or he was like a soldier, or not a soldier, but he was practicing like shooting. Is that right?
Yeah, man. Matter of fact, let me just try to do some Googles, because I think he did shoot people at his school. I think it might have been like 3. Let me see. Let me just do some Googles.
And just going off, the little bit of information that she gave, and kind of what you chimed in on about when Black kids grow up, depending on certain environments that they grow up in or whatnot, I would just say it is very dangerous for some of the ones that feel left out of the community. I'm specifically referring to Blacks. I mean, yeah, we have those who are the nerdy Blacks, the loner type Blacks, and then you have the ones, the soon to be Pookie and Ray Ray Blacks, the the knuckleheads, the nigglets, as we would call them, the Dantes, the Pierres.
I like these names.
The DJs,
Yeah.
right?
just to interrupt, I was just about to say this that Ozzy put up. He killed a Hispanic girl and himself. But yeah, sorry, go ahead.
It's all good. So what I'm saying is that now, for the ones who always wanted to fit in, to to the dominant society of the blacks
No.
and
Just
those
before you go forward, you said Dante and what else?
the DJs.
Yeah, okay, Dante, I gotta remember that. Dante and DJs. Okay. All right, keep going.
So yeah, those type of kids may have feel neglected, and they wanted to be part of the cool kids, right? Growing up, but they were always rejected. So maybe that helped ignite the fire of leaning towards, well, since they're not going to accept me, then I might as well turn to hate, and everyone else is doing it, and maybe these white supremacist groups are accepting me because I'm following suit about what they say, and I'm following what they do and what they want me to do. I can be a token Negro. So that's probably why he continued to follow these groups, because they gave him some type of a acceptance, because they pledged the same motives, which is to harm black people in any way possible. Now, as far as him doing white face and wanting to fit in, physically, then I mean that's all over the world. That's nothing new. But maybe he physically wanted to be white. That's why he did whiteface. But my whole point is that his type is very dangerous, because he can be an informant, going into black communities and getting ciphering information out of them, or pretty much pulling a Malcolm X, you know like, get your hand off my off my pocket, fool. But then he ends up shooting Malcolm X, right? So you will get some of these guys like that get turned out, and it's crazy, but it all goes back to the white man. No matter what, any type of problem, any type of craziness, you always have to blame the white man. He is the original source of the problems, and that's where it lies.
I want to also add that in his manifesto, he cited that he was radicalized by not only Nick Fuentes, who is a white supremacist, but also Candace Owens too. So, the stuff this content that's being put on the internet, very emotionally charged, very politically and racially charged, often, it's having an influence on younger kids. It's having an influence not just on younger kids, but like we showed on like maybe the last episode, the shitcast, that one of these previous women I dated, I showed a dating profile of a guy who slid in her Bumble, and the dude was citing MANOSPHERic talking points. So it's like this. Like I said, I made a post saying, like, I think I'll just speak for men. I think the majority of men are followers, and they're gonna follow the instructions that are being told. Like, we're supposed to be, the whole men are providers. I'm gonna show that in a video. I'm done with videos for the night. I got more videos to show, but I'm gonna save it. This whole provider man fantasy crap. But like, I don't want to steer it. But like, all I'm saying, BA, is this stuff. There are kids that are going to handle being bullied differently. There are going to, so like I said, it's not a one-stop shop that like, oh, if you got two parents, it's going to stop a kid from becoming a domestic terrorist. No, like, everybody's mental health is different. Everybody's upbringing is different. Everybody, their school situations are different in terms of how they're bullied and the friend circles that they have, and just mentally their makeup is different. So, but like I said, you kind of dropped off like mid sentence. I forgot what you were saying. You can go on if you want.
Oh, okay. I've been doing some extensive research, and also some social experiments, and not just based on one society, but and I don't know if this will relate to your topic or live stream or not, but it kind of goes back to white society, or what people may label it as the dominant society, right? I would just say that if a lot of different groups of people, different ethnicity, non-white ethnicities, if they detox themselves away from white societies, it would be a very big difference. And I would just say that in black societies, for example, right, a lot of black societies, no matter which country you're in, they all want to get closer to the white society. They want acceptance. They want to be a part of it, right? But I don't know if you ever watched that series. It's a Korean series. It's called Round Six.
Mm.
And I just watched that series and it really made me think. And you gotta watch that series. It's crazy how it can relate metaphorically of what I'm about to say. So in that movie, you have an organization that is extremely rich. They only bring the rich people, so only the dominant society get to watch these poor people or these people who want to be accepted by these rich people, right? But it's a catch 22 because you have to prove to them that they can accept you. So you have to go through these hurdles. You have to go through hurt. You have to go through these dangers. You have to go through all of this pain just to get thrown a bone by them saying, "Okay, well, you can be near us, but we don't accept you like us as white. But you can kind of be in our society." So you have a lot of people that are willing to go through these dangers and be discriminated against and go through this hellfire and this and that in order to get closer to white societies. Now, I would just say, I mean, me myself, I kind of I'm in that process of detoxing myself from white societies, and I'm perfectly okay not being in white societies. And I'll give you an example. So when I was in Mexico, Mexico is not a dominated white society, right? At least the part that I was in. I lived out there for about 8 years, and I was perfectly good, perfectly happy. And I was rarely, I would say rarely, I rarely felt any type of racial discrimination against myself personally. I probably caught it maybe once or twice throughout the complete 8 years that I've been out there, but it was from two people that were raised in the states, but they got deported. So we all know how that goes. So when you step away from these dominated white societies, you start to realize how different you're treated versus in comparison to when you were in these white societies. So the United States, right? Or even here, even in Brazil, I'm back in California now, but even in Brazil, when the black people constantly every single day there's a new story on the news about how discrimination works against black people, being called monkeys and just all kind of racial remarks, right? But they beg to stay in these white societies at the same time that they're discriminated against. So it's like that's why I compare it to that series Round Six. It's like the white people or the white society is like, listen, we know you want us to accept you into our societies, but we're going to put you through hell just for you to get closer to our society. So are you willing to take that? And they're like, yes, yes, sir. We are willing to take that risk to get closer or to stay in white societies. And it never changes. So the more that blacks want to stay around white societies, they gotta continuously prepare themselves for that discrimination, and not only discrimination but hatred and etc. And that's just something that I've picked up on and learned just throughout um my I would say observations. I don't know. What do you think about that? Give me some feedback. I may be wrong. I
Yeah.
may just be one crazy black dude. Who knows?
So give me the elevator speech. Just like summarize what you were saying. My bad.
Okay, so pretty much, if you want to stay in white societies,
Right.
stop complaining how you are discriminated against and how bad they treat you.
Mm,
If you want to detox yourself and not be around it anymore,
mm,
then flee the scene. Go to areas where there's not a lot of white people, or white societies where it's very minimum. I mean, of course, white people are going to be everywhere, but go to spaces where they are like literally minute. You know.
Yeah, I mean, this is it's a good point. This woman I've been kind of getting to know, like she kind of like convinced me about like listen, you can't be pro-black if you marry someone who's non-black. For the life of me, I could not agree with that. And then now I believe I get it. And it was one of the reasons that kind of helped me get that was she would, she's a creative. I'm not gonna put all her business out there, but she helps to create these environments and these events that are pro-black, for black people, only focus on black people. She's not really interested in having an audience outside of black people. From the point of view saying we don't have spaces like this for ourselves where we get to celebrate black love, blackness, exclusively black. And part of her point of view is that when we have people of other races come into those spaces, they kind of like hijack it and stuff like that. So it's like, let's just say, if you had an event that just played only black music, that only had black people dancing, you don't really see a lot of events just like that, only black, where it's like they're not marketing to people outside of black. Just I'll just to slightly describe it, but it's just like I get it. I hear you what you're saying, but I feel like part of it also is like I think we also need to like start kicking back at this as in terms of like maybe the solution is not always just flee places that are predominantly white, whether it's in numbers or it's just from the culture. We need to find a way to, I've said maybe on previous podcasts, like we have to start defending our own community. I think DKT, he's making statements saying we can't blame white people for producing, let's go back to it, producing 70-80% of our children to single parent households. Yeah, I mean, yes and no. Like there are reasons that and historical things that they have done that help set the stage and make things give us
I don't mean to interrupt you really quick, but DK, if you don't mind, the link is there for you to come up and speak.
He never has. He never has.
I mean, either we're just going to ignore your comments, or you can come up on stage and speak respectfully.
I mean, we could talk about it in third person, but like I said, part of it is we need to do a better job of protecting our. This is a good segue, DKT and BA. We need to do a better job of protecting our race. Our women should be off limits. Our children should be off limits. Our community, our culture should be off limits for them to opine on, for them maybe sometimes to participate in. And it's, I had to think about it over the last few weeks, and I'm like, if we think about all this manosphere shit, we're the only race on a daily, weekly, monthly basis theorizing and talking and communicating about, should we even get married? Are our women against us? Are they, they asking for too much? The white people and everyone else, no one else is talking about that shit on panels. Only us. So and like the other races, they have like the Whatever podcast. They have Andrew Tate. They have other people, Nick Fuentes and Ben Shapiro and all that shit. a lot of these dudes are like either completely well off or they're clowns. No one in their community and race takes them seriously. But our race, it shook us up where we don't even. And I want to say this because this was something that was going to be a banner. Maybe I didn't put it out there. This Manosphere and Red Pill has got black men so scared to get married because they're so concerned about having to give up half. Well, maybe in another live stream I'm going to talk about it. There's things called community. I think it's called community property states, where states like Texas, they try to lean towards splitting things equitably, and they try to lean towards doing half. There's probably other conditions for doing it. It's probably not a blanket, just give a half. But what I want to say is this: think about this, BA. Black men, and specifically these modern men and red pill men, are so concerned about divorce court and child support court and giving up their half of their assets. Do you know what happens if you are living with a woman and you die and you don't have a will? You know what happens? She and the kids really don't have access to your assets. So it's like these men are so concerned about, I don't want to give up half. I think if they pass away, I don't know if they feel the same way, but it's like these dudes who are so concerned about, I don't want to get the state involved. They don't want to get a will involved. They're not talking about, I haven't seen a single podcast saying, yo, let's make sure we create wills so that we give these assets to our families. They're going to set their families up for like really shitty situations. And all the underlying issue of it is they're not family oriented in the first place. But going back to your point, like I said, like, I think we need to like protect our community.
Most definitely.
Yeah.
And I would just tell DK, I will always blame the white man for everything that has been of a problem. Always. That is my destiny. So I will always strive to do that. But this is why I say, I've came to, I think, a reasonable solution, because of course when I was in Brazil, the blacks go through their problems and they have these talks as well, and I always tell them, a reasonable solution that you can do on the lowest level as an individual is to ignore those white people, meaning don't be social towards them personally. Don't be personally social towards them. Now, do you have to be an asshole to them? No. You can still tolerate people. I'll give some quick examples. What about the Amish people? What about the Mormons? We have a lot of those in the United States. Do they go around harassing people? No. But do they keep to themselves? Absolutely. Are they respectable people? Absolutely. But they keep to themselves. They only talk to their people. Look at the Muslims. Even though the Muslims are great people, but they really just stick to themselves. So why can't blacks use that same blueprint to stay away from white people? And in their societies though.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, I keep going back to like protect our community. We should not be allowing the attacks.
But that's very vague though. Okay. So my reasonable solution that I personally practice is that I don't even socialize with white people, but of course, if natural situations happen, for example, if I'm at a supermarket, or if I need to buy something, or they need help with something, then yeah, I'm going to be respectful, of course, but that's a natural situation. But just on a personal level, I'm not going to go out my way to have a conversation and be buddy with them. Like, no, I'm just going to pretend that they really just don't exist, because go ahead.
No. I mean, I get that. I mean, like I said, I've kind of like typically grown up with white people.
Of course you have.
let's just say this. But like I said, after the election, I had to come back to like the on again, off again ex and say, like, you know what, you were right about him. Because she was like, I won't date anyone white. I'm only dating black. I don't trust them. They're always gonna have that potential to be extremely selfish, racist, selfish. And I was like, man, I mean, some of these white people, they might not be like that, but I was like, you know what, you might be right about them, especially with the way they're going about this election, cheering on the ICE shit. But it's like my thing is, like I said, like you might think it's vague, but I'm just saying, like I would love for us to be not allowing our women to be over sexualized, because not only do black men do that shit, but other races are doing that shit too. And I think it's fucking shit up.
Doing what?
Just seeing the white men, seeing the black woman, and seeing the black man as sexual objects. It can work to a benefit, but I think it also hurts us as well. Where the passport bros, if we want to go back to them, I hate going back to them. A lot of their swagger or confidence is that black men as a whole are being seen as like sexual objects, and they're
It's
just
not a
like,
bad thing at all.
well,
It works to our advantage, which comes with a lot of benefits, which we can use in either direction.
like I said, I'm trying to think about it, but it's like it's a double-edged sword. Like I
So
think,
can you give some examples how it does not work in our advantage, as in it makes us look bad? Go ahead.
let me think about it. Just give me a second. I'm trying to think about it.
Exactly. If you need to think about it, that means that you don't have any
No, that's not true.
off the rip.
That's not. I don't have to have everything off rip, because that's not necessarily what I was coming to talk about. But I think that I'll tell you is this one reason, just as we want to play some softball here. You have, as a man, you are worth more than just your.
Oh God, this combo.
We're going there. We're going there. We're going there.
Come on, that's beta male talk, man. But go ahead.
No, it's not. You're worth more than just your
Just your penis.
Yeah.
You're smart. You're fun. You're cool to hang around.
No, I'm not saying. I'm not just saying that. I'm saying that a lot of these dudes, I think that they're looking at, specifically these passport bros. They're going to these other countries and they're like, these women want me because they're carrying on this mentality or this reputation that like all black men have or are presumed to have, and it's not necessarily true in all the cases. But what I'm saying is that's one reason, and it's just like, if we're over sexualized, here's another one. They're not going to see us as anything more than some people might not see us anything more than that. We shouldn't be seen as, oh, we're dangerous. Oh, we're just hypersexualized. That's the problem. We're not being seen in some cases more than just that. And it works.
Christopher.
Yeah. Go for it.
I don't think anyone in this world is being endangered because the black man's penis is being oversized.
No, I'm saying, like, let's look at this. It's like, it's not just that. It's like, it's all these tropes about black men. It's the promiscuity. It's the where a lot of these, where that leads a lot of people to feel like, you know what, I don't want my daughter to date a black man because she's gonna be a single mom. It's just like, I want some.
I think that's subjective. I don't think the majority of people think that. I just think it's that small amount of people in that particular space on YouTube. Like you would say, in the manosphere, and the women who watch the guys in the manosphere. But other than that, I'm pretty sure I can literally go around and do a poll and ask people, that are not non-Americans, what do you think about the black man? And I'm pretty sure that the first thing on their mind would not be, oh my God, his penis size, and I only think about sex with him.
I mean,
and he's gonna be a single. He's gonna be a single mom, and he's gonna be a single. He's gonna make me be a single mom if he impregnates me.
I mean, I want to see that poll. I mean, high key, but I'm just saying, you see, like I said, to your point on the internet space, but like I said, I think in real life too, it's just like, I want there to be maybe almost like a rebranding of like, there needs to be some other qualities being that we need to be leading with. And like I said, I want to see us not over sexualizing our women. not hypersexualizing. Maybe that's a better word, hypersexualizing, and stop hypersexualizing ourselves.
I think it's just the word choice that you use may be a bit divisive, but I look at it as admiration. Like you would call it hypersexual, hyperly, sexualizing the woman. But the way I look at things when it comes to a woman's natural beauty, body wise, or it could be face or lips, I'm very detailed. So I like to give admiration to each and every single detail on a woman's body if she has that natural beauty. So you may define it as something else. And of course, people will look at you like, oh my God, like, damn, you're like demonizing it. But another way to go about it, another perspective is just to look at it as a canvas from God, and it's just that, and I'm speaking from how I look at it personally. I love to admire natural beauty, especially that body. Of course, I'm a Negro, but I do it to an extent where it's admirable, where the woman, well, that I've personally encountered, it doesn't make them feel strange. It doesn't make them feel awkward. It makes them just think about, like, wow, okay, you know. But those are just my personal experiences. But I know there are a bunch of weirdos out there and creepers that women may want to run away from them and traumatize them. But it's just the way how you go about it. And you may look at it one way, but there's always two sides to a coin. So I would never want to give up that admiration that's built into us black men, and that's how we grew up too. Like, come on, man. Like, I mean, maybe it may be different for you because you grew up around a bunch of white people, and they don't they're the way that they um express things to women is very different. Like, oh my God, Becky, you're so pretty. Like, you may be like that versus like, damn, you hella beautiful, and things like that. But I would just say that that's how a lot of us brothers grew up as youngins. We're very flirtatious. We've always been like that since we were knee high. You feel me? And I personally, I embrace that. I love that. I wouldn't give that up for anything.
And that's what
No
I'm getting.
matter, no matter what culture I'm in. And I know, you have to respect other cultures, and some people even sacrifice certain things about their roots of their own culture in order to make other people feel good about their culture. So you have to sacrifice those parts that culture don't like about your culture in order to make them happy and to um, run with me. Fuck that shit. There's a lot of things in our Black American culture that I'm not giving up for shit. I don't give a fuck if certain cultures don't like it because it's what I like. I can still try to be respectable, but I'm not about to sacrifice the things that I like about my culture just because these people didn't grow up liking it in their culture. Too bad. You just go have to, make considerations. So yeah, man, I'm not giving up that way of being passionate of how us brothers admire that natural beauty.
Right. I feel the same way on that. To DKT's point, I mean, I'm not saying that's the only thing that we should be only focus. I'm just saying, like, if you look at like social media, if you look at Black Twitter specifically, I don't think there's enough being said about like how toxic that space can often be. And yeah, go ahead. You gonna say
Well,
something?
who are they? I mean, I don't mean to
You go for it.
derail the conversation, but it's like who gives a who gives a hell about the manosphere space anymore? Like
I mean,
there's so many things to worry about now, and like what
I
I've
agree with
personally
that. I agree with
what
that.
I've personally seen in the YouTube space, I've been seeing a lot of I guess I've been attracted to a lot of empowering channels where they actually have channels where brothers actually align with each other in their own code. So now
Mm.
I've been attracted to a lot of these black channels where brothers go up on stage and they actually don't look for debates. They actually it's more like an echo chamber, which is really good because the more you have in common with people, the more it's going to attract you to that person and to that group, right? So digging that a lot because instead of crashing out with people who look like you, like that's not doing anything to empower us.
That's what trying to say. Like,
You know, so
I like.
I don't know if you know about Michi X or
Mm.
Supreme Red Supreme and and channels like that, but it's like wow, I salute him because when I watch it when I listen to his panels, the brothers who go up there are very consistent. It be the same group of brothers. So they are very consistent when they go up there, and they all chime in, and they all are on code, and they all provide solutions. They
Mhm.
talk about the problems, but they also give the solutions, and they never disrespect each other. They call each other brother. They take turns
Mm.
giving each other the mic. You know, nobody interrupts each other and disrespect each other and things of that nature. And I think that's hella dope, you know, bruh.
No, I think that sounds awesome. That's what I'm trying to say. Is like, I I personally would like to see more of stuff like that than us attacking each other. Um,
Right, absolutely.
that's what I'm trying to say. Because when as we're doing attacking each other, whether that's man to man, woman to woman, or woman to man, vice versa, other people, like I said, like I'm concerned about like us allowing other people to just dump and shit on us too, and I do not like that at all.
You mean other groups of people? You mean non-blacks?
Yep, yep.
Why not just say that? Just be
Because it's
clear.
so many people to say that. I mean, so many people to say, but yeah, I could have said non-black.
Well, yeah, just say non-blacks. That's everybody that's what not black,
Yeah.
right? And I know where what you're getting at because I did come across a few clips now that everybody everybody is getting deported, and
Mhm.
a lot of the I would say the Central Americans. I can't even just say Mexicans because everyone from that Latin diaspora um, that were born in the States, but they are considered anchor babies because their parents crossed over illegally and then birthed their child in the United States. So, of course, they are the ones that are speaking out hard against blacks.
Uh-huh.
But the thing is that, listen, me personally, I really can't show any sympathy on that behalf because when a nigga breaks a law, no matter what he did, if it's against the law, guess where he's not going?
Mhm.
Home to his family. He's going to jail, right?
Right.
No matter what law he broke, he's going to get taken to jail. So a lot of these illegal immigrants, they're crying about, well, you know, how come we got to go back to our homeland or our home country, even though we broke the law? So why should it favor you, no matter what law it is, but we go to jail for breaking a certain law, but you also broke a law, but you don't go to jail? Like, how does that work?
So, what's your stance on the deportations? Just curious.
What I mean, what specifically should the people that came over illegally be deported?
Yeah,
That specifically?
sure. Let's go for
Of
that.
course, of course. I mean, it's not rocket science. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm not giving any leadway because blacks have been treated this way. So why should any group of people, and I'm not even targeting a specific group of people. It could be the Chinese people. The point is, blacks have already been through these situations before. So if other groups of people are also breaking the laws or a law, why should they get better treatment when they're not even a U.S. citizen?
Okay, fair enough. Welcome to the panel, Richard. How's it going?
Greetings, my brothers. How are you?
Doing good.
How are my levels?
All right. It's terrible.
Wow, that sounds great.
You need a condenser microphone, by the way. I don't know. It sounds like a Radio Shack microphone, but I mean, we can hear you though. But go ahead.
I think it sounds good.
It's a laptop microphone. But anyway,
that explains it. But go ahead,
How are you brothers doing, man? I mean, have you done a stream, Chris, here in 2025?
Yeah, like I feel like we've done like 3. Like,
wow, I don't know how I'm missing them because I know I've got you set to all notifications. I don't know how I'm missing them. Maybe it's the time of day or night. I don't know.
Maybe they got a
BA, how you been, brother?
shadow band.
I've couldn't have been better.
You're back in the States, huh?
Yeah, man.
What?
No. Yeah.
Wait, hold up. When did this happen?
You see, this is when Chris has selective.
No. You did not say this. This is breaking news.
No, you did say it earlier.
You're supposed to be Mr. Brazil.
You just have selective listening.
Okay, no. So let's walk this back. When did this happen? Because you were Mr. Brazil
a long time ago, and I'm still am Mr. Brazil. It hasn't changed.
No. Wait, hold on.
By a long time ago, you mean how long ago?
Woo! I would say, well, I can't put a timestamp on it, but I'm back in the States.
So, a couple of newsworthy stories. We should probably take a brief moment of silence for that commercial airliner that went down in DC. I know you guys have heard about that.
Yeah, I spoke about it just very briefly I talked about it in terms of DEI, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, well, that part. And then, of course, because BA is back in Cali, I'm like, wow. So I'm assuming you were there for the fires, and we should probably take a moment of silence for that as well. But
that's true.
And I know you're Northern California, right, BA?
I was just about to say that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I know.
Mm-hmm.
So, but how is California feeling right now? I lived there for 25 years before I moved to Thailand. But how is Cali feeling?
Well, as far as in what way? That's a bit ambiguous.
Well,
are you specifically referring to the fires specifically, or just in general?
Post fires, now mudslides. How does the state of California feel to you right now?
I mean, to me personally, I feel normal. As far as the southern region, Southern California, when it comes to those rich people in Beverly Hills and etc., I'm pretty sure they have house insurance, so they can recuperate that. And I'm pretty sure they feel terrible about the items, the assets that were lost that had sentimental value. But other than that, everything is cool, man.
Good. Glad to hear that.
Yeah.
Have you spent any time in Southern California?
Yes, I actually have.
Okay. Just curious. I'm just tapping in to support the show as always. Yeah, no doubt. How is Zed? Does anybody know?
Haven't spoken to Zed. I think someone was saying she's in Seychelles.
Oh man, I just saw something about the Seychelles.
Seychelles.
Yeah. About a heroin epidemic that's happening in the Seychelles. Maybe she's over there chasing that white horse.
Stop.
Booyaka, shots fired.
No, that is definitely not playing for nose. That's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought he meant chasing those white knights.
It was a double entendre there, my brother.
No, but But I would say, what's really hot in the streets right now, as far as these YouTube, talks and discussions, is, I think blacks are starting to become more on code, because
I
man,
agree.
they're starting to shift away from the stupid shit, what tears us down, but we have a bigger fish to fry. There's a bigger elephant in the room that we need to jump on, and I don't know if you guys, and I would say Kendrick Lamar, right, when he did his diss song about Drake, right, They Not Like Us. Do you know that when he performed that song on stage, so, I mean, blacks were united momentarily like never before in U.S. history. I mean, Southern California is known for Bloods and Crips, right? Gang violence between colors, and they never got along. But for one moment in U.S. history, and they should actually mark this in U.S. history books, where Bloods and Crips literally came on stage and started doing their dances, and they united. That that spoke volumes. Oh, because it was Juneteenth also, and that really united a lot of the blacks, or the gangbangers in Los Angeles and
Yeah.
L.A.
Question.
Go ahead,
Chris,
brother.
are you black or are you
Hey, I
Italian?
would say he's an Oreo is what we consider.
Which you can see, right? But you keep saying the blacks like you're not one of us. You're not like us?
No, he's not. He's an Oreo. He's kind of.
Wait,
I mean, I'm like,
who are you talking about?
Yeah. Me?
Yeah, who are you talking about?
what do you mean?
Who's the
Who's an
Oreo?
Oreo?
Christopher.
No, I have 2 black parents. So if the
That doesn't
question
make
no,
you
the question
not
was
an Oreo.
no, hold on. The
You know
question
what an
was
Oreo
no,
is?
hold on. The question that he said is are you black? He was talking to you, and then you said something like, no, he's an Oreo. And I was like, who are you talking about? Who's an Oreo?
No, he was asking you if you were black, Chris, because he specified your name after the question.
Oh, I
Maybe.
thought you were talking. Yeah.
Wait a minute, Chris. Maybe my cheap ass mic is breaking up. I was
Radio
asking
Shack mic.
I was asking BA.
That's what I thought I heard. Exactly.
Yeah, because he keeps saying the blacks like he's not black, and he might, maybe he's, are you black, BA?
I mean, nah, I'm chocolate. I don't identify. I don't identify with the color of my hair. Identify.
Are you ADOS, or as I like to call it now, FADOS?
Nah, I'm FBA.
Okay. Yeah. I call it FADOS now, Foundational Descendants of Slavery. But anyway.
I'm black.
Right.
I'm 77 point.
You're an Oreo.
No, I'm 77% sub-Saharan African.
You're 77% white cream filling in the middle, and cookie crumb on the outside.
We're not claiming that.
Let's stick with the unity discussion. I think that's
no, right. We got some Oreos. Oreos are cool.
All right, but hold on. Just for the sake of transparency, I've been hanging out on Fearless and Ronin Traveler's channel.
Boo.
I'm not a plant. I'm just here to again support and tell you anything you need to know about the future.
Yeah, I heard you. I heard you committed podultery. Podultery. It means if you go on a rival podcast, you committed adultery.
Oh, is that what it is? Yeah,
podultery.
Well, I kind of like what they're doing over there, just like I like what you're doing over here. And when I saw my man BA the DA pop up, I said, let me go and check in with that kid. I ain't heard from him in a minute.
Yeah,
and I'm surprised you over there, brother.
Yeah, man, just doing some reflecting on how my mind moves. That's all. I mean,
Are you reflecting at this, because this is a reflective stage in your life? I think you're in your 30s, correct?
No, it's not really about being a stage of my life. It just depends on where our people mind frames are. So I guess you can say the mindset of blacks is at this stage. So I kind of move with it.
I think we
And it's
probably got at least about 3 generations between us. You know, your age, Chris's age. I think Chris is a little older than you.
47.
And I'm a little older than y'all. But I think I see that turn coming too, BA. I think I see us turning more inward to ourselves. What do y'all think about what's happening in America, man? They're running down on Latinos all over the country. Have you mentioned?
I kind of have a mixed, I would say a mixed opinion about that. And I know I kind of briefly gave my spiel about if they came over illegally, should they be deported? Absolutely, because they have committed a crime, and just like anyone else, no specific group, period. But now, before Donald Trump was elected, I did pose a view that a lot of people should vote for Kamala Harris. Now, the reason why is because she's for more Latinos and other groups of people, a lot of non-white people to come into the country. And the reason why I say yes, let that fly is because I look at it on two hands. On the left hand side, listen, you have two options. The first option is that you kick out everybody. You go with the Donald Trump option, and kick them all out, and you continue to deal with white supremacy and the white power structure. And it's kind of like the series that I just said. Round six. You want to continue to be in these societies, and you want acceptance, and eat off their system. You got to suffer these consequences as you've been doing. Or option B, you allow all of these other non-whites wash out these white people and the power structure eventually, and you compete with them. It's not rocket science to me. I've observed this, and that's what it comes down to. Because when you have all of these groups of people that are non-white, that's going to drive the white population down. But not only that, but the dynamics are going to change when it comes to the economy, and also, of course, when it comes to the structures. So we're now competing. Us blacks are now competing with all of these immigrants that don't really know the system as much as we do. So BA, would rather compete with those groups of people, the newcomers. If we're going to be looking at it that way, I don't want to continue with the old system that we've been enduring. I'm sorry. I don't want to continue that because it's not going to change. They don't want it to change because it's beneficial. It's a business. Being racist is a business. Racism is a business, and the reason why those passive aggressive whites, they don't want to fight you, but they also don't want to give up this privilege, because guess what? When they have kids, when they have their little Joeys and their little Sarahs, they want to pass down those opportunities when they come up.
So it's interesting you say that, because I've had some flip flop, on my opinion about what's happening in America. I'm shocked at how quickly it's happening within just the first week or two of Trump administration. And I kind of feel where you're coming from, but I think your perspective is also colored by the fact that you've done some travel and you've been in societies or countries, let's say, where you might have been like a true minority. Like, I'm a true minority here, but I don't feel like I am. I don't feel racism. You mentioned earlier, BA, like you don't really interact with the other side.
You mean? Do you mean white people specifically?
Well, yeah. Can we say that on this channel? White people.
Yeah.
I was hanging out with like an Aussie, a Roman and a Frenchman last night, 3 white guys. Just slapping back some beers, having some chuckles. Everybody spoke good enough English that we could communicate. I thought about this, BA, when I heard you talking about this earlier. It's a little different overseas. Would you agree in terms of white people?
No, absolutely not. I wouldn't agree. And the reason why, I mean, maybe depending on which country, but in Brazil, it's actually worse when it comes to racism, but it's more, I would say it's very expressed, it's expressed a lot more, it's expressed differently than systematically, So a quick example would be something that recently happened, and I'll be very brief. So a black guy that was in the dominant society here in Brazil, in a white state, white city, he went to this bar, and he was most likely the only black guy there. And what do you know? This white guy comes up and says, "Oh my God, wow, you have a big, beautiful, bright smile with white teeth. So hey, by the way, do you know if we were living in slavery, that you will be a really expensive slave because of your smile is so big and bright and you have white teeth, man." So
This happened
why
in
the
Brazil.
yeah, recently, like a few days ago. So so Brazil has a lot of Brazil has a lot of discriminatory laws that you can go to jail for, but they're not taken serious. But he called the police. The police came. The police didn't take it serious, and then the guy was just like, "Hey, I'm I'm a history teacher. I didn't mean to offend this guy or anything. I like his smile, but the fact is, if we were in slavery, he would be a very expensive slave, and this is just the truth. But I didn't mean to offend this guy." So he went down to the police station and he got out within the next 2 hours. So of course they let it ride and things of that nature. So that's just one incident. Another incident is that, do you know that there's an actual tourist sex hostel where you can actually visit this hotel like slave quarters, I would say, where they used to actually rape the slaves inside of this hostel. And you can, it's like a museum. Like tourists can go to that place here in Brazil and pay to get in, and they can see and feel the energy of where these slaves, these black women were raped. And the owners they're making a killing out of it when it comes to profits. So those are just some slight examples, but yeah, when it comes to the racism, the discrimination is extremely real out here. So I don't give any grace to any white person. I still try to be tolerant, respectable. But as I told Chris before, when it comes to me on an individual level, the most basic thing that I cannot do personally is not socialize with them. Don't even feel that they exist when I walk past them. Give them that energy that they don't exist around my space. That's the solution that I offer to a lot of black people who cry about discrimination and this and that. Like, nah. Sorry, man. Go ahead.
Well, so BA, I've got to ask you, and Chris, thank you for your kind indulgence, man. I appreciate you, and thanks for having me up. BA, I got to ask you, have you ever read any of the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad? He chuckles. See, I know you're not black.
That was me that chuckled. BA.
I know. I said you chuckled. I know you.
Oh,
So
okay.
you're not like us. So have you ever read any of those teachings? No. would be your answer, BA?
Oh, are you asking me or are you asking Chris?
I'm asking you.
No, I haven't actually read them verbatimly,
All right,
but
that's fine. But you've heard of those.
I've
Yeah. All right.
heard about some.
But how do you feel about separate but equal? I'm not talking about from a historical perspective, but because I think that's what you're suggesting, at least, or intimating, that you're kind of into separate but equal. Leave me alone, and I'll leave you alone. Let's say it's that simple.
It's not going to happen. I don't believe in that in white societies, because if they know that you still want to benefit, it's a game. So if there's winners, there's also losers. If there's going to be a winner, then on the other side there has to be a loser.
It's the
So
game.
right. So as an example, right? Let's talk about job opportunities. You know, we in California, we have a law. You know, you can't discriminate when it comes to employment. You know, you can't discriminate based on gender, race, disability, and etc. Right? So yes, we could be separate, we could be segregated, but when the black guy goes in for an interview and a white guy goes in for an interview, remember, we don't have to live in we don't have to live in the same community, but when we want the same equal opportunities, right, for this job, i.e., for example, the white guy, the white interviewee is gonna, you know, most likely he's gonna pick his over the other. You guys want to
Well,
be segregated.
BA. So my question was,
If I believe, yeah, and I said no. It doesn't work inside white societies. No.
You know, I did a video. It didn't get any views. People like drama, and I get it. It's on my channel, which is listed right under my name. But I did a video called "Little White Lies," and it talked about the idiocy of racism, because no one picks their color, you know, at birth. You know, two black people make a baby, two white people make a baby, two Asians, whatever, you know, Latino, whatever. But we don't get to pick who we are when we come into the world. And I suggested in that video, if the N-word is, you know, commonly, you know, rejected as a part of modern society, like you can't, I mean, only we can use the N-word, and I'm not going to use it here. I'm not offended by the word. I'm above the word, but, you know, we can use it frequently on the internet. You know, the Star Report uses it frequently. Gillian Wallow, you know, $1 million worth of game. They bandied that word about. So I suggested, well, why don't we just ban the word white supremacy as well? If we can crush that concept, stop using that word. Hold up, stop using that word, because when you use the word white supremacy, or as you're suggesting here, when you talk about white society, isn't that part of this whole concept of the matrix? That's how you perceive the world? Because I don't perceive it that way. And I'm black too. I'm full black. I'm 100% black, as far as I know. None of us are 100% black.
Perceive it how?
Meaning that when you talk about white society, what is white society? What is that? How does, because you're younger than me, you know?
Right.
How do you perceive that in your age group? Why do you still think that America is a white society when you already know that statistically the demographics are changing? This thing with deportation, this thing with Trump's deportation issue is focusing mostly on, you know, criminals, which I think being out of LA, being out of Cali, you would appreciate that. But society is changing. You know, the white man isn't supreme. There is no longer a thing, in my belief. I'm speaking for myself. I don't believe in white supremacy anymore, period. They were never supreme. No race is supreme. And when you reference white society, especially now that I know you're back in America, back in the States, I just don't think that they really have the upper hand like they used to. We're no longer in slavery. They can't use the N-word. But white supremacy? is dead or dying. And I mentioned earlier, I think part of your perspective would in fact be influenced by your globetrotting, your travels, to the extent that you've been places where you could just be a person and not even a color anymore. That's how I feel living in Thailand. I'm just a person. I'm not a color anymore. So I'm asking you, from your age group, especially now that you're back in the States. Still with me?
Yeah, what is your question?
Why do you keep referencing America as a white society? I guess I should have been more specific. When you see it changing demographically, because it's no longer a white society.
Okay, so the first part of your question, the answer to that is because I think on, well, I look at it through the lens of a system. So when we refer to things that are done on a systematic level, we're not referring to the number of physical people, which you're referring to. You're referring to the population of the white people. We're not referring as you would say, my generation. We're thinking within the system, aka I'll give a few examples: the educational institution, the banking system, a lot of the companies that hire people, the opportunities, aka loans that are not given to the majority of black people to empower themselves. So this is all part of the systems, and
I have a
the
question.
reason why, hold on, I'm trying to give you some context of it. Okay.
Mhm.
So the reason why that I connected back to the white man or his group of his fellow brothers, is because who created these systems? They did. So they go hand in hand. Now I understand when you refer to them as, well, they're going to become a minority in the United States very soon. I'm not referring to their population as in numbers. I'm referring to the system that they have created. Now, even though their numbers may decrease. And I'll use South Africa as a perfect example. The Afrikaners, aka the descendants of Dutch, those white people, they are a very, very minute community in South Africa, but they control 90% of the market out there, the finances out there. So why in the hell would it make sense that you have a very small, minute group of people that damn near controls the whole entire country? So what you're saying in this context wouldn't logically make any sense, because in America, if the white people are decreasing in numbers, that doesn't mean that their systematic power also decreases. No, not at all. If the system doesn't change, it wouldn't matter if their physical numbers go increase or decrease, because the system is there in place for them, how they created it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I see where you're coming from, and you've explained it quite logically. You make a cogent point, but I wanted to ask you this question. Have you ever banked black? Bank black? Have you ever had a black bank account with a black-owned bank in the States?
I can't recall.
That's a no.
Yeah, I can't recall, meaning
You,
that
that's
I haven't.
And I think part of your perspective ignores or discounts what happened in places like Black Wall Street. Yeah, they burned it down, but they couldn't do that again. Like, it's not like a group of black rich people couldn't get together, build out an area, have a hospital, a school, a bank, 3 fundamentals, right? It's not like we couldn't do that again, because we could. So when I asked you, in your youth, have you ever had a bank account with a Black-owned bank, Black-faced bank? And listen, brother, I've owned several businesses in my past. None of them made me wealthy, but it taught me, it gave me wealth and spirit and wisdom. And I'll say this: I'm a Black man. I owned a Black-owned business. I only hired Black people.
Right.
That was my preference, and that's how it worked out. My parents, I've mentioned a gazillion times before, are from the Jim Crow South. They stayed away from those people other than doing business with them. I did business with lots. Most of my customers were, Caucasians. But I was guilty of the same preferential hiring, which technically is against the law in America. So what's to stop us? And I think you were quite eloquent in your statements about you seeing a turn. And this is why I'm probing you, in terms of like your age group, your demographic, because I think you're in the midst of a massive shift in power. And to assume
may I ask you a question? I don't mean to interrupt you, but
I'm gonna put it in part, right? And to assume that their power is eternal is almost as if to accept the fact that you have no power to change it, and you do, particularly in your demographic. I just put it in part. Go ahead.
okay. You know what? Let me get Christopher's take first, because I know he grew up with white people. So, Chris, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. So, do you believe that it was better for blacks as a collective when they were segregated in the 60s rather than today's black society?
You get my question, BA. You got my question. That's basically what I'm asking you young brothers and sisters out there in the audience.
So hold on, I want to get Chris's take on this. So do you think we were better off segregated as a unit, togetherness back then, or today's society is better for us?
You said back in the 60s?
Yeah, meaning integration versus segregation is what it comes down to.
Yeah, I mean it's a good question. I mean, it's hard to answer. A lot of people think that we should have never integrated.
But I'm asking you personally, though.
It's tough. Yeah, that's tough. I mean, that's hard for me to answer that, honestly.
Really? It's interesting that it's hard for you to answer that.
Now we get to the white cream inside the Oreo.
No, I'm saying like I said,
Chris doesn't want to remove himself from the white crowds. That's what it is.
No. What I'm saying is that there are, it's a what if. It's a big what if, and I think that there are, if we look at us integrating, things have gone a certain way. If we never would have integrated, things could have gone another way. There might have been things to improve on both. There's definitely things to improve on the integration side. We're not. I don't think anybody's happy with where things are today. I'm not saying I'm happy with the way things are. I'm not. No. Hold on, DKT. I'm not saying that. That's not what I'm saying.
Don't focus on the chat. Just focus on the response of the question.
It's easy to just go and say, oh, everything would have been better if we never integrated. It's a big what if.
Why is that a what if? It's not a what if to me.
Yeah, it might not be a what if to you. I'm just saying we don't know what would have happened, and that's what I'm saying. It's hard for me to.
Well, can we state the facts of what did happen back then and what has happened in this current day and age? Can we give the facts of that? Okay, so we are all pretty aware of, as what brother brother Richard said, Black Wall Street, right? Oklahoma, Tulsa, Oklahoma. That did happen. Now they were segregated. So they were segregated and they were still able to build and make that happen. And they were all happy with each other. They owned black banks. They owned nightclubs. They had a patent on their own,
Hospitals,
on, yeah, hospitals, on their own
schools.
inventions is as well. Okay, so those are just the facts. That's just one of many things, right? During segregation. Now, as of today, let's speed it up to today's time. So what accomplishments have blacks have had as a collective? As a collective, not individually, but as a collective.
There are many.
Yeah.
There are
Like
many.
what? Can you give some examples?
Black banking. I asked you if you ever banked at a black bank. You said you don't think so. Chris, have you ever had a bank account with a black bank? You're in Atlanta.
But I said as a collective, not on an individual level.
Well, okay. I was just asking. You're in Atlanta. What's the black bank in Atlanta? Chris,
that's a good.
Jeez, say less.
Yeah.
Say
You
less.
see, meaning it's very minute for blacks to have banks.
It's not true.
Well, if Chris can't think of one off the rip, nor
'Cause he
anyone
doesn't-
else, then it's minute.
He doesn't bank black. But
Oh,
we did
good
this.
Lord, y'all forgot.
No, I answered no, but hold on.
We've done this before, fellas. Ladies and gentlemen, we collectively, there are tons of black collective movements that are building in the black
Can you
community.
give us other examples besides the bank?
Modern examples, there's some sisters and brothers who got together somewhere in the South, I want to say Georgia, and they bought land as a collective. Thank you, One United Bank.
Yeah.
I used to have an account with them. DK, that's my guy. Come up, please. Click the link. Come on up.
There's a Carver State Bank, Citizens Trust Bank, Unity National Bank, and then there's One United Bank.
And you don't bank in any one of those banks?
I do not.
And do you realize you're banking against yourself and not giving? Look, just go get a small savings account and drop a couple dollars in there on auto pay.
That's a good point.
Well, this is how the change happens. To me, these are the kind of conversations that are easy to have because we've been there and done that before. We had black hospitals. We had black.
Let me interrupt really quick. DK, you said you used to have a bank account with them. Used to is past tense. So what happened to it, and why don't you have a current bank account with them?
You can ask me that, BA, more pointedly.
No, but I want to ask. I want to pick on him for a little bit.
Because I used to have a black bank account as well. In fact, I've got stock in that bank. It's not worth anything, but back in Philly, which is where I'm born and raised.
Right. So DK, I don't mean to cut you. I don't mean to cut you short, my brother Rich, but I really.
But at least he tried.
I really want to egg on this situation. I want to antagonize this situation. So, DK, you said you used to have an account with them. Used to is past tense. So, why don't you currently have a bank account with them? So you used to support them, but now you don't. I mean, that's what it is in a nutshell.
That's better than never, because you've never had a black bank account.
Well, I never knew a black bank account.
Jeez. So my point being that we've been here before, we've done this before. This thing about integration, it didn't really quite pan out the way the good Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., RIP, planned it or thought it. And towards the end of his life, he began to realize that true FBA empowerment starts with us building our own. I've said on several of these panels, with you guys and other panels that I go on.
No,
It's
right.
like, wow,
And
we're
Rich,
doing a black
Rich,
broadcast work.
Rich, I agree with you on that, but also I would include that it 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 has to come down to the root of being self righteousness. Now, what do I mean by that? You
What do you mean?
have to. You have. Let me explain. Not you personally, but the person has to stop being so inclusive to everyone. Meaning, if you create something or if you do something and everyone else wants to latch onto it, stop being so inclusive. Stop allowing everybody to be welcome to the barbecue for free.
Yeah, I spoke about that about an hour ago about how the woman I'm talking to, she's got Black cultural events, and it's really only focused. The audience is only intended to be Black, no one else. Not mixed races, not mixed couples. I mean, sorry, tell me to take out the mixed races, but not mixed couples. It's just Black. That's it.
I mean, African.
Yeah, African American, African and African American.
African. You said African and African American. That's crazy. I could dig it. I guess that will fall into colorism too. But anyways, yeah. So a person for one has to have self righteousness and detox themselves from always wanting to be give giving acceptance to people for free. You're giving away kudo points for free, and this is the biggest problem of Black culture. They say that we have the dopest, and we put a stamp on it and make it cool. So if that's the case and you give it away for free, you're not it has no value then. It logically has no value. When you give away something free and you're saying that it's at the top, you're literally devaluing what you're giving away, which you say is cool, which makes no sense at all.
In the words of the Red Hot Chili Peppers, give it away, give it away, give it away, y'all.
so stop being so inclusive and don't hate yourself and don't feel bad for ignoring groups of people, in this situation white people. Am I saying to disrespect them and this and that, and be hostile towards them? No, but you have you have the human right to not talk to whoever you don't want to speak to in your presence.
Brother B.A. Farrakhan, I want to agree with you.
I hear a butt coming, but go ahead.
However,
that's another way of saying butt, but go ahead.
However, I think one of the greatest lessons I've learned in life as I've aged is the concept of inclusiveness. It's better than being excluded. Like when you're excluded, you don't like it. So inclusiveness.
But the white man has been doing this for generations, and they've been a-okay.
Is just not the white man. Okay, I want to communicate my deepest heartfelt feelings coming from parents who were raised in the apartheid of America, in the Jim Crow South. I want to convey this in what I'm saying here, and that is that they have no power over us at all. That's over with.
Who writes your check?
The white man.
So how does it? So if he decides to just say, you know what? Let me not make a direct deposit to Richard XXX account.
Richard
right.
So what are you saying? What are you saying, BA?
So if I can respond to this question, he asked me a question, I have an answer, right? I still have my self to rely on. Like,
what do you mean? You write your own checks?
I didn't. Yes, I used to. I didn't live off that money.
Like literally? Did you? That's fraud.
Well, no, come on. You're right. I'm not going there with you. I'm not going down that rabbit hole. But look, my point being that I'd have to figure it the fuck out. Just like my parents did. They had to figure it out. This is what Black people did. You must understand, I'm sure you do, that coming off a plantation where you had been a slave all your life since childhood, perhaps, and then being able to move off that plantation and build a whole, you talk about their system, we got a system too. We built a whole system. And so coming off that plantation, not having literary skills, not familiar with the language at the way they spoke it, the Queen's English, as we used to call it. And they could do that. They could build a whole Tulsa. And a lot of Black folks lost their lives fighting against the white mobs who burnt Tulsa down, but it's still emblazoned in the minds and history of America. So we have that guidebook that we could utilize, which I think more and more of us are starting to turn towards. Now, does that mean you need to stay there? I've often advocated for the idea that, hey, move around, go somewhere else. I said this to Chris many times. It'll blow your mind when you go somewhere in a different country and see how they live. You've got to be there long enough to observe them, just sit around and watch, talk to other people. It will change our perspective. You know, Malcolm X became a Pan-African after having made several pilgrimage to Mecca and realizing that in Islam, as a religion, the same white people he said were devils, well, they came from Europe and came to make a pilgrimage. Wow, I'm praying next to this person I used to think of as a devil. It gives me tremendous power, self-power, to walk in this land. And you travel, you know what that feels like, to be like, wow, you still have full agency of who you are and what you are. So this is my message to you young brothers and sisters out there. It ain't just, and I think DK said this earlier, it ain't the white man no more. It ain't. It's not about the white man and what he's doing and his systems and what have you, because we have our own. There is a whole group of Black people in Bangkok called Blacks in Bangkok, Facebook. I think that's the name of their Facebook page, where we're moving around. Because this is what we've always done. I was born and raised in Philadelphia. My parents weren't from Philly, but they had the guts to move around. I think if there's anything that can help our community, well, you know, bank Black when you can. Just put a couple $100 in there, let it marinate. Buy Black when you can. I know there's a whole Buy Black movement in Atlanta that happens, I think, every Juneteenth, Chris, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
See, we can build systems too.
I agree with
and
that.
The richest man in the world is not white. He's brown. The Prince of Brunei itself, the King of Thailand, money, no object life. The Saudis are wealthier than Elon. There is no more white power. If we could just let that word white supremacy go, like white people, whatever you want to call them, but there's no more white supremacy anymore, my brother, except in your mind.
I want to pivot. I don't know if we answered this question from DKT. We need to answer this question. I don't know who wants to go first.
What question?
Is not thinking about the white man when he creates
from the statement.
Let's stop fencing at shadows. A Black man is not thinking about the white man. when he creates several broken homes, or a sister has 5 kids from 4 different baby daddies.
That
Well,
happens in the white community. That happens here in Thailand. That happens around the globe. It's not just us.
right.
Not just us.
Now, even though my laser focus is going back to who? The white man. So let me go back to the source of the problem of the white man. Okay. So I will take this question upon myself. So it's a program. It is a social service called welfare, and within that social service program there are guidelines and there are requirements in order to be eligible for this social service. And we all know that a father or a man cannot be present in most cases. You and him cannot make over a certain amount of money in order to receive this benefit. So, a lot of women, and not just black women, but a lot of women from different races, especially white women in those trailer parks, they take advantage of the system called welfare as well. So the white man had a very big hand on creating these conditions in these requirements in this social service called welfare.
Welfare was not created for black people. Welfare is not even. There are more
Hold
white
on, so
people.
wait, did I not? I think I directly answered this question, and the white man the white man is actually the problem of helping create these baby mamas, because he took his pen and he wrote these rules in order to apply and be qualified for welfare. So he's actually the source of the problem, which it goes back to.
Do you have a problem with welfare?
No, not at all.
Okay.
But do I have a problem with the abuse of it of some people? Absolutely.
Have you ever been on welfare?
No, I haven't personally. No. Mm-mm.
I have, but as an old man.
Hmm.
California.
I would love for I would love for DK to grow some balls and step on the stage and actually
I got no
ask
time for
these
you.
questions.
I got no time for you.
No, I mean it's actually fun, talking about the white man. So I enjoy it. I enjoy giving my knowledge about how he's the source of the problem.
He's no longer the source of your problems, brother. Not yours. I'm talking to you, DA.
No, right. I know he cuts the checks, or I know he sends out the deposits to your bank account. So you're not going to give him a lot of pushback. So I understand that.
And to
You
that
can't
point,
bite you can't bite the hand that feeds you. I
and to
understand
that
that.
point,
So.
DA, I take exception to that. He took that money out of my checks a long time ago. So I'm not living off his handout. I'm living off what he owes me. So I call that get back. That money was owed to me.
What money was owed to you? What money?
My retirement money, my Social Security money.
And if he cuts it off, then what?
I've been here this long. I'll figure it the hell out. I'll figure it out. Is that why you went back to the States? Did they cut you off and you had to go back to Cali?
Actually, nah. I'm just chilling with family. To be quite frank.
Pete, that was my money. That's all I'm getting back. If they had not taken that money out of my check, if I had not seen that on the stub, I'd be like, damn, please don't cut me off, Mr. White Man. But that was my money to begin with. every dime you earn over there, every time you buy something, particularly in Cali, because everything is taxed there. That was my money to begin with. So if he cuts me off, well, damn, I didn't get it until I was in my 60s. What did I do prior to that, BA? Well, I got it how I got it. Not drugs, anything like that. Don't get me wrong. I'm not a criminal.
And you know what? I'm actually thinking in a different perspective of DK's comment about in the black community. The black community chooses to produce 70 to 80% of children this way. I think that's great because just like brother Rich said, if you need the welfare, go ahead and get it. It's there to use when needed. And if we can,
it's a social safety network. That's
right.
why.
And if we can produce the numbers at the rate that Latinos are producing, man, we will become a superpower if that's the case. But we got to get on code though, and we gotta pass those rules of conduct or codes of conduct to the youngins. So
Are you
actually,
doing that,
Wait,
are you doing it?
Wait, hold on.
Me personally.
Yeah, BA, are you passing on the code of conduct to our young brothers and sisters, especially up in the Bay Area, because it's wild up there too?
Well,
So
I'm creating my own codes of conduct, so I have to create them first before I pass them down.
Hold on. First and foremost, I don't think that
That's
stat.
interesting.
I don't think that stat that DKT put out is accurate. I'm only seeing about 20% of Black children are on government assistance, not 70 and 80%. I think what maybe you're saying, DKT, is like 70-ish%. And this is something I want to segue into. 70-ish% of Black babies are born in wedlock. It's the flip in the white community. I think only like 20%, 28%-ish, 25-28% of white children are born out of wedlock. Black people, black men, I think they lead all men significantly in the percentage of men over their lifetime that will never get married. I think let me Google it. I think it's like 40-50%. Let me see. And I think the next is like Latino / Hispanic, and they're like maybe like 37. I gotta look that up. But
word to the wise, marriage is played out.
Oh God.
Marriage is played out. Yeah,
only if you're overseas.
No.
Especially
at your age, Chris.
No. Hold on.
Play the field, bro.
Hold on.
Be the 6 man on the bench.
Hold on, man. 1 second. That's the reason why. Hold on. Please. That statement right there is kind of proving what DKT is saying. It's like it's some of this negative messaging of I get what you're saying. Maybe you're saying at a certain age or whatever, but
it's played out, man.
Where it's the negative perspectives within the Black community on marriage or on you're gonna give up half, all this other crap. I think that we're, like I said hours ago, we are the only race in this manosphere crap debating on, hey, is marriage even the right thing to do? Is getting the state involved? Is having children? We're the only people doing this shit. Like,
I respectfully disagree, Chris. I'm not just a fan of this channel. I'm a fan of many channels, as I've said before. I hand out subscriptions like candy on Halloween. I watch a lot of content on YouTube, and you will hear the same narrative happening across the board, particularly in the States. I think men overestimate what a wife is or should be, because you're looking at like older norms and, grandfathers and grandparents and how they stayed together, through thick and thin, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
But I would advise any young man, I truly believe that marriage is, just take a break from it for a while. Let's see what happens in 2030 when every car has to be electric in California.
No, but here's the thing. The thing to kind of push back on that, Richard, is Black men have been on vacation for marriage for like the last 60 years.
You're gonna need to stats on that, bro.
No, like if we look at the stats, like 1960s, I think they were married about. Let me just Google it real quick. I'm guessing about 40-ish%.
Because I'm a 60-ish baby, and all of my buddies, all up and down the streets of where I grew up, from North Philly and on up, all of my little buddies and friends on the block had fathers. I was through
wrong.
the 70s. Yeah, thank you.
I was wrong. It was 61% of Black adults were married in 1960. It's like we're in the 30s. It's like halved.
So I'm saying to you, and this was probably a total pivot, and I see we got BA back. Neither you were married, Chris. BA has never been married, as far as I know. Right. So I'm asking, like, how do y'all feel about marriage? Because apparently brothers don't want to do it. Sisters
to the detriment of our community. Just add that to it.
You think that's the detriment of our community?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I agree. I agree to that.
And I agree on something.
No, but it depends on a lot of things. Now, getting married in the U.S., but also knowing the mentality of a lot of the women. Men are running for their lives. So I can completely understand why a lot of people don't want to get married and within the United States because of the state of mind. Now here, well, I would just say, well, in my situation is dope. Is hella dope, but I don't think the only thing that I think that marriage would change is not the emotions, but it will change things by legal documentation. So I can now buy a house, I can buy property, I can have a Brazilian bank account. So I can do a lot more things legally. But as far as like the treatment between the two people is not going to change. That's what I've come to the conclusion of in my personal situation, you know. And I mean, I'm cool. I'm straight, you know. So marriage to me is wouldn't change anything emotionally, but it'll just give me the benefits to do things legally in Brazil.
But that's because you're looking at marrying outside the states,
right?
Why not
Absolutely,
American Brazilian
woman? Absolutely not in the states.
What do you mean by that? Why do you say that?
Well, systematically wise, first and foremost, you know, the rules of marriage is very different. And for two, the currency is very different. So of course, let's just say if we did get married in the United States and if something goes wrong and we end up divorcing for whatever reason, of course, Uncle Sam is like, well, I'm going to need some money, you know? So in order to get this paperwork done, give me some money. I don't want to give you no money. No. So that's first and foremost. And secondly, I don't want to get into the system like that when it comes to the US. You know, I don't want to become a statistic, another statistic
push back on that, but
in the States. I mean, you can get pushback. That's completely fine, but I would rather I would rather do things, you know, elsewhere. That's all.
My pushback is this, fellas. It's been a burning question in my mind ever since I've started coming up on these panels. What's wrong with taking care of a woman? And if you married a woman, if you jumped the broom, if you made, you know, those vows in public to abide by what a marriage is, and then it gets a little funky, you know, for reasons of infidelity or problems with finances, and then you want to just walk away? Leave the kids. Okay, I'll take care of the kids. Leave the wife. Well, I made kids with her, so forget about her. I'm not wanting to help her anymore. What? I didn't have that kind of divorce. I am divorced. What turns in a man's heart to make him so cold and hateful towards someone he loved so much that he actually made eternal vows to in front of a group of people?
The change of the mentality, and as I always stand by, emotions are spontaneous. They're spontaneous, and
You believe that?
yeah, absolutely 100%. Why do you think there's so many divorces? So just like when people
People are weaker.
fall
Marriage is
in love,
difficult.
do you know the reciprocal of falling in love is falling out of love? And what has led up, what created those, what events created, or what type of emotions has led up to that of falling out of love?
Hmm.
Spontaneous emotions.
Life.
Chris, you had a comment.
Say it again.
You had something you wanted to chime in on. Go ahead.
I mean, there was a lot of things. One, I want to get back to these Maya little comments.
Hey,
But
Maya.
but let me see, what were we talking about? I was saying like marriage. I think marriage. I'm excited to get remarried again. I'm gonna
Marriage in the States.
absolutely. Absolutely.
How old are you now? Like 44?
42, 43 this year.
Yeah, give up.
So you got another 2 years at max to get married.
No.
Give up.
I got time. I'm saying to the Chris. I would prefer to do it before 45, but you never know. Life.
Wow, you're moving the goalposts.
No. No, I said I said maybe a couple months ago. I'm like, you know what? There might be a delay. Let's keep it a buck. With
Wow.
hold on. With this Trump administration, it might shake some things up. You know, we might have to put a delay in. He's trying to roll back a lot of stuff. I might have to roll back this date.
Chris likes playing the field, but he also likes when people are sympathetic towards his situation.
No, I know you love to say Chris is playing the field. I didn't play the field last year. I'm a changed man.
Ever since you mess with that married woman,
it's the gift that keeps giving. But like I said, I'm not playing the field anymore. It's a waste of time. There was a time for that. It's a waste of time. But going back to the point, I'm excited to get remarried again. Yes, I'm going to take my time with that, find the right person, make sure it's the right time. But
that doesn't make any sense, because if you're excited in the moment, then you want to make that situation happen now. If you're excited in that moment, but then you say, well, I want to wait.
Okay,
that doesn't make any sense.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, I'd love to be. I say on these podcasts, I'll also double down on this. I'm excited to probably at some point possibly be a father. Do I want to jump out tomorrow and just get someone pregnant? Absolutely not. Like, I want to make sure that I build some time with that, make sure I'm in the right place. Me and the person are in the right place. So like,
nah, it doesn't make any sense, bro.
There's certain things that
you just drag it, bro.
There's certain things you don't need. Yeah. See,
nah, Chris, you just like people. You just like people to be sympathetic towards your situation and your talks, bro. That's all it is, bro. It's cool though.
There are certain things you don't want to rush into. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I think there are a couple of comments that Maya and DK.
Before Maya chimes in, okay, let me Chris. Yeah. So if this woman that, and this is a hypothetical, so if you tell this woman like, man, I'm excited to get married, and she tell you, you know what, I'm excited too. Yeah. When? And what are you gonna tell her? Well, I just gotta wait. I mean, I just ain't ready right now, but I'm excited. Like,
That's a good
how is
question.
that going to play out?
That's a great question, BA. Because you know what, a lot of these
It's great because it doesn't make any sense because you don't have a response to it.
No, a lot of women are probably gonna say, you know what, they're not in a rush to get married too. Like they want to. Let's be clear about that.
If they're ready now, and this is why they ask you, well, when? Because that when is pretty much followed up in their mind. Well, shit, I'm ready right now. I've been ready. So I'm just waiting on you. So
you're right.
Again, it goes back to my initial question. What do you think is going on through her head when you tell her, well, I'm excited right now, but I mean, I ain't trying to get married right now,
Okay.
It doesn't make any sense.
Okay, so let's say this. To BA's point, there were women I've dated in the last 3-something years, and they were like, "Hey, I want to get engaged in the next 12 months. I want to be married in the next 12 months. I want to have a kid in the next 12 months." That's where I can step in and say, "You know what? That sounds. I look forward to." When I'm saying when I'm excited, I'm saying I'm looking forward to. That doesn't mean it has to happen next month or next year. I'm saying I'm looking forward to.
Nah, that just sounds like I hope something happens. It's an unknown variable. It's an easy scapegoat. That's all it is.
Hey, what's going on, Maya? Welcome to the panel.
So before you start, the reason I say that marriage is played out, and after a certain age, probably so, is because I don't think these brothers nowadays are mature enough for marriage. I think anybody 40, 45 and under, y'all ain't mature enough for marriage yet.
What you mean by that?
Including Chris.
No, I've already been married, so that by this definition, I'm already mature because I've already been married. Then,
well, you're not married now.
That's the point.
No, that's not the point.
Yeah. All right.
Hey, Maya.
Hey, Maya.
I'm a little under the weather. There's a nasty cold.
I got it too.
I've been fighting it. It's really bad.
I am NyQuil and antibiotic up.
Yeah, I'm not there, flu. This weather is so crazy here. It's supposed to snow here again.
I saw videos of snow in Atlanta. I heard there was this big smog thing, cloud sweeping across the states, making everybody sick. Is that what y'all talking about?
Here's the question, Maya. When did you get sick? Because I got sick about 5 days ago, and it didn't start kicking like Bruce Lee until like yesterday.
Well, the day before yesterday, my daughter said she wasn't feeling well, and then there was somebody at work that was sick. So this morning when I woke up, I was like out of it.
Yeah. I'm
Theraflued up. I made my ginger, lemon, lime, and cayenne pepper. So
I hope you feel better. Because like I said, I got it, and it was started as a little scratchy throat about 5 days ago, and then yesterday it just went full blown. And I was struggling a little bit today, but I knocked it down with some Dayquil.
So y'all been on for 4 hours. I didn't even know you guys were on. I just randomly came on YouTube and saw that y'all were live.
I really think they're shadow banning us because
Richard
they
the
are
same thing?
a little bit, yeah. Because I've got you set to all notifications, and I really thought this was your first stream of the year.
Damn.
Here. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Well, hey, BA, we haven't seen you in a while here.
Yeah, a little bit.
He's back on the run, Maya. We all know how grimy BA is. He's on the run in California, trying to blend in with black folk.
Right.
Not deported.
No, absolutely.
Yeah, the deportation thing here is really crazy. They're like protesting, and I mean, police presence has been extremely heavy here. I've never seen anything like this, and I mean, I've been in Georgia for 5 years, and I've never seen the police out like this.
I need to get out more because I think I've been in the house too much. I haven't seen too much of the police.
Was the last time that you went out when we met up at the bar?
I went to Augusta like last weekend, so I've been kind of like moving and shaking a little bit, but I just haven't. But yeah, probably yeah.
And what did you go there to do?
This woman I've been knowing for like 2 months. Like I went up to go Augusta to hang out with her and her friends and stuff like that.
She lives there?
Yep.
There's like nothing there. My sister lives there.
I wasn't there for I was there for like a day and a half.
Oh, okay.
But then I've been out. The furthest I've probably gotten out is like Ponce to like go see some movies and stuff like that. I haven't really been getting out, but yeah, to answer your question, yes. I have not seen.
I'm really curious how y'all feel about America right now.
It's crazy.
I mean, like I said, the heavy police presence is really crazy. I'm just wondering what they're going to do with all these deported people. A friend of mine that lives in the Bahamas said that Trump is trying to drop a lot of the deportees off over in the Bahamas, Turks and Caicos, and a couple other of those
Guantanamo
Black
Bay.
Islands. Yeah, Guantanamo Bay.
Trump is taking care of business.
But I mean, I understand. I mean, I see it in two ways. Like, if you're here illegally, yes, you need to enter the country legally because I just can't wash up in Mexico and say, hey, I want to live here and let the government take care of me. They're going to want to know who I am, where I'm from, and what contributions I'm going to make to that country. But then on the other end, of course, we know a lot of those people do a lot of cheap work here. So there may be an effect there that a lot of jobs are not going to be fulfilled, and that's already an issue right now, and has been an issue since COVID with getting people employed. A lot of companies are suffering and struggling to hire people and get work done.
Besides that, did you guys know that a lot of the gang members that are from these countries, do you know that they firebomb or cocktail bomb a lot of these elderly black women's houses, just the
What?
fact that she lived in their community? hmm this happened in Los Angeles
I didn't see
because
that.
yeah,
No.
in LA, it's gang culture is well, LA is the birth of the Bloods and the Crips. So a lot of they have a lot of Mexicans. Well, I'll just say Hispanics in general. In LA, there's a lot of gangs out there, and they have a lot of hatred towards blacks. It's like a race. Like right now, as we speak, there's like a race war between. Well, there's always been a race war between the Mexicans and the blacks. As far in in Southern California, in the southern region of California, and there's been recent incidences, especially with this elderly black woman that just happened just live in a predominant Mexican community, and she just goes to work, come home, but since the gang members they didn't want any blacks in their community, they ended up cocktailing her house and ran her out. Not only her, but the other few blacks that were in the neighborhood too. So it's not just they're just there to take jobs. No, it's actually like a gang war too that their children fall into, to commit these crimes. And I know
Oh,
like
yeah.
in different parts in the US you guys don't get it as much, but California, especially Southern California, is right on the border to Tijuana, which is right next to Mexico. So that's why we get the majority of the people because we live on the border of Mexico, and they turn to being gangbangers with their fellow
That's
Latino
such a
people.
racist statement. That
Huh?
is such a racist statement. That's
Yeah,
so
Absolutely,
made
but
me a little uncomfortable.
it's actually true, and I don't want to say that, and I don't mean to be disrespectful or anything, Rich, but I would just say that you are extremely ignorant with the culture. No, I'm being serious with I mean, and to an extent, I'm also ignorant to a degree because I'm from the north. I'm from Northern California, the Bay Area, but Southern California is very heavy when it comes to gang culture between red and blue, the Bloods and the Crips, and also the Hispanics, or I mean Hispanics, Latino. They interchange the word, but there's a very big population. The majority of the population is Hispanic in Los Angeles and in LA, and it is very known that they have a very strong hatred towards black people. Now, you can say that
It's not.
that's being
It's not.
but you're not from California though, and you're not there. You're not there right now as we speak, so you don't have any credibility to speak about the Southern California culture. No disrespect, intended,
Your
but
Honor, I object.
I'm just letting Maya know as an outsider. I'm outside of California, and also Chris. So when I know you guys are
So
talking
so
about
B so BA, just to interrupt,
mm,
you're saying that
Oh,
that gang culture, it's mostly illegal immigrants, is what you're trying to say?
a
yeah. Well, what's the
lot.
point?
Because you guys were just touching on the aspects of, well, they do a lot of, low paying job work, and things of that nature. But I also want to add the aspect of, the damage they do to black communities, though. Also,
Can
why
Right.
I?
they should be deported.
Well, yeah.
That's why I wanted to add that too.
Well, yeah. Well, they had taken over Chicago too and raided empty buildings
Oh
and
my God.
infiltrated they infiltrated a very big black community, which a lot of um, Trump votes came from a lot of black men in Chicago because they wanted them out of their neighborhoods
Right.
because the gangs they were about to go to war. I mean, if they didn't get them out.
Right.
So
And also in Denver, Colorado, they literally took over apartment complexes and
Right,
start
from
and
through
s-
the point.
and
Yeah,
began to charge the tenants as the landlord.
well, being that you live in a Latin country now, and and you're aware of the war on black people from the Latin community, and you're there, how do you feel about that? I mean, I know that you're not in Mexico, but I mean, culturally, you're in a Latin country.
Right. Right. I mean, gang culture when it comes to the Hispanics, or let me be very precise, Mexicans, right? Because California, we have the majority of Mexicans. I know on the East Coast, you guys have like Puerto Ricans and Dominicans and that nature, but on the West Side, we have the majority of Mexicans, and they've always been rivals with blacks, but mainly with the black gangbangers, But it's become such a big issue that they just said, you know what, we just hate blacks. And I'm not saying that every single last Mexican, no, but come on, let's just keep it a buck, you know. Even in their own home countries, they treat their blacks. I mean, they're blacks from their own country just like niggas.
I understand that, but what I'm asking you is, being that you live in a Latin country and being a black man, does that make you feel uncomfortable at all?
In Brazil, I mean, I don't know if you're referring to me being in a Latin
Where do
country.
you live in Brazil, right?
Well, I'm back in the States now, but yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you were like permanently there
Well,
in
I am.
India.
I'm back and forth. I I set up shop here, but I still
Oh,
he's
go
on the
back to the
run, but
States though.
he's on the
I'm
run.
back and forth.
He's on the run.
How would I be on the run when I can literally, well, when I am literally both in both places?
Answer
So
Maya's
it can be possible. If I was on the
answer
run, then I wouldn't go back to that specific place
answer Maya's
that I'm
question
running
because I got
from.
pushback on your comments about my experience in California. But go ahead, Maya, or BA, answer her question if you will.
Okay, so if you're referring to me being in a Latin country, how does it impact me? Me personally, I haven't had that kind of experience, but I will tell you this though. From the people who look like us, I see it and I hear about it and I hear about it every single day. And even though it hasn't happened to me personally, I would just say it hasn't been my turn yet. And that's the way I like to look at it. But I still feel how it happens to the people who look like us because who's next? I'm not I don't have immunity from not being next. So it's fucked up. Just like I was telling Rich and Chris earlier that the racism in Brazil is way worse than the United States, but it's just expressed a lot differently than how it is in the United States. I know in
And
the
you're
US,
comfortable there?
yes, more than comfortable in my area. Let me tell you why. Okay, now me, I live in a predominantly black community where
Okay.
there's rarely any whites. We got a few sprinkles of whites, but the majority of my community that I live in when I'm in Brazil is predominantly black. So it's kind of hard to discriminate against your own people if you look like them, or you have same similar traits and et cetera, the same customs and things of that nature. So I don't go out of my boundaries like that. I don't tap into white societies and I'm not looking for acceptance in other white communities. So I don't I don't get that type of treatment because I don't go into those. I try to stay away from white people as much as possible. So that's why I haven't really experienced those kind of things because I haven't been in those white societies like that. If that makes sense.
Understood.
I don't know if that if I don't know if that made completely sense. I don't know if that made complete sense, but that's my whole philosophy now of not dealing with these kind of problems on a personal level. Because I
Mhm.
know a lot of us blacks, not just us, but even blacks in Brazil, when they complain about being discriminated against by white people, them calling them monkeys and etc. But the thing is that these blacks they still want to be accepted in white societies. They still want to beg to be around the same group of people that discriminate against them. So I told myself and I observed, well, I don't want to be in those societies because I don't want that type of discrimination and that kind of behavior being put on me. So to me it's logical avoid those societies and avoid white people as much as possible. That's it. It's not rocket science. And do you have to be a asshole to white people? No, just tolerate them and be respectable. In natural situations. But other than that, don't go out of your way to be buddy buddy with them, to be in their spaces and be involved with them on a social level. Like no, I just keep it pushing. So I
Got you.
don't I don't I don't feel well I never experienced things like that because I don't give them the time to be around them like that to for them to behave towards me that way. So yeah. Let me ask you how do you feel about not wanting to be around? Well, do you agree that you would want to stay involved in white societies, white spaces, and being in white, I would say, societies, or would you rather detox yourself from those spaces and societies?
I mean, well, they're all around. That's just the
Right, right,
reality.
right. That's the
That's
reality.
that's the
But
reality of it. Do I try to congregate with them? No. Do I try not to? No. Um, I mean, this is just the world that we live in, and this is how it is.
Right.
Um, so
Good for you. I
I
know.
mean,
Rich gonna say you racist. No, it's not about being racist at all because I gave them examples about the Jewish people, the Mormons, the Amish people. They don't go around causing hellfires, but they stick to their own. They have their own little, social groups of people that relate to them. And even in New York, I heard that the Jewish people they literally had their own part of the city where it's only Jews there. And if
well, I
any
mean,
not,
that's like that. That's like that everywhere. I mean, even in Miami, they have a private, you know, Jewish community where there's mostly Jewish people. But I mean, I don't seek and try to fit in or be in their community because I
right,
don't
that's
belong
the
there.
point. Now, when I asked Chris this question, Chris like, well, it's pretty difficult to, not want to blend in, He's like,
Well, it was a
I
different
mean, to
it was a
I
different
mean,
question, but
I mean, they're around and they have power. And if you, I mean, what person wouldn't want white privilege?
you see that's the thing. You hit the nail on the head because I was watching this live and he said, okay, what person doesn't want to be part of the winning team, right? That's what it comes down to. That's the same thing as what you just said. Who wouldn't want to enjoy those privileges of the winning team, right? But when you really think about it, that comes with consequences too, though. You have to earn it's like your initiation. It's like if you want to join a gang, you got to go through the initiation stage. You got to, for a woman, you got to get ran through by 20 dudes within like 5, 10 minutes. That's your initiation, right? But the thing is that if you want to be able to even get the crumbs of the winning team, you gotta go through all kind of fucking experiences and all kind of shit. Excuse my French, but you gotta go through all kinds of things that the winning team don't have to go through and wouldn't go through. So as myself, I said, fuck why for me, I don't care about those privileges. I don't care about the the society of what they've built and the way that they live. And what it really comes down to for me, based off my crazy observation, is that it's just their way of life is what it comes down to. Their culture, the European culture, their values, how they look at things, and their way of doing things. And to me, I'm sorry, but European culture is as a collective is born is not interesting to me. So I don't have any interest in trying to adapt and being in that community because I like my customs, and how we grew up. So I'm starting to detox myself more and more away from, well, why is it that we want to be in close proximity to these white societies? And it just comes down to you're going to have to adapt and accept the ways that they do things. And I don't have any interest in that because it doesn't interest me.
I agree with Ozzy in the chat. He says if you want a well-paying job, you're going to have to interact with white people. If you want to live in a good neighborhood, you're going to have white neighbors, which is very true.
So when it comes to making money, look at the Chinese, for example, right?
mm,
Chinese people make a lot of good money. Well, the businessmen, right? But does that mean that you can't do business with other groups of people? No. Just like the KKK members, they'll take that black dollar, but do they like your black ass? Hell fucking no. So you can still do business and accept their currency, accept their money,
mm.
just like you can whitelist your business. You don't have to put a name on your business. You can label it and still make money off the people you hate. That's what a lot of people do that don't like other groups of people. They still accept their money though.
Do you hang out with white people when you're in Cali?
No, not at all.
Mm.
It applies across the board. You know, I don't try to fit in. I don't try to go out my way to be buddy with them and et cetera. And it's nothing personal towards them. It's just that the way I look at things now is on a higher scale when it comes to black people, you know, us as a people, because if we keep thinking about, well, you know, we need to be part of this group, we need to be part of that group, it's only diluting our opportunities for the future. You know, this whole thing about what Maya said, white privilege, it's all about who wants the prize bag. Even other groups of people are trying to compete for white privilege. Who wants that spot next?
Mm.
That's what it comes down to. So us wanting to be part of, let's integrate to these societies and things of that nature, we just become just another group who wants the crumbs. That's where I look at it. I don't know what y'all think about that.
Mm. It's interesting. I mean, what I would push back is like, so what would you rather it be if it's not integrated?
Me,
Because like
like
some of these other groups that you're talking about, Asians, sometimes, you know, like you said,
Asians, listen, it's just white people in general now. Asians and other groups of, ethnicities, I'm cool with, but I would prefer to just be around, groups of people who look like us,
right.
because again, what it comes down to is that when we compete with each other, okay, that's not a big deal. But we know that when white people go anywhere in this world, they automatically know that they get first dibs on literally anything. And this is why they don't want segregation. Why the fuck would they want to give up all of that power when it's been inherited for them? They can go to any part of this world knowing that they will get first dibs over the local people themselves. And you can be in the worst condition period of a white man. You can be musty. You can have on some Hawaiian shorts, some flip flops, a dirty white tee, a triple X tee with Cheeto spots, and he'll still have the pick of the litter.
Okay.
And let me just give you another real example, right? So this is what actually happened in Brazil. There was this homeless guy, white guy, right, on the street, and he was a drug addict. Do you know how many homeless black men are on the street also? But guess what the people did to the white homeless man? They walked up to him and told him, "You know what? How is this possible? You're white, you're good looking, and you shouldn't be in this position." So they took his picture, and it went viral, just like that one picture of that prisoner. He was on trial. I forget his name, but he's from my neck of the woods. He's from the Bay Area. They took his mug shot. He's like some mixed breed, but he looks more white. He has like grayish green eyes or grayish
I
blue
remember
eyes.
that.
Yeah, he went fucking viral, and he got all these type of deals from these fashion agencies and this and that. They were just throwing out all kind of deals for him when as soon as he gets out of jail. So back in Brazil, same situation. So they took this fucking homeless white guy out of his situation, cleaned him up, never homeless again, just because he's fucking white. So the white people took care of the people who look like him or look like them. But what happened to the black homeless people? Sorry, but you gotta fend for
Well, I
yourself.
mean, it's expected. I was watching a YouTube docu series about how these white photographers go over to this part of Africa.
Oh my God, go ahead. I already
Um,
know what you're getting at, but go ahead.
but no, so all of the Africans over there who has blonde hair or the really light blue eyes,
Mm,
they're taking pictures of them and selling them and sharing them and making money from them. And
wow,
the people whose photo has been taken, they aren't receiving any residuals from that.
wow, wow. That's
Hmm.
crazy. That's
Yep.
that's
And
that's
and
that's. Go ahead.
and Kenyans are being paid pennies on a dollar for programming AI.
Oh, yeah,
And
I've watched that documentary.
so they're suing Meta now
Right,
because a lot of them have psychological issues from the amount of negative images and
right.
things that they've been viewing,
That's
and
crazy. I
how it's
know
affecting.
exactly the documentary you're talking about. I've watched that.
Yeah, let me know what the name of it is.
It is it
I'll
is
I'll
sure.
go through my history and I'll send it to you. But
Appreciate it.
It's
yeah,
gruesome, very gruesome.
yeah. So when they're watching, so I don't see the benefit of AI. I don't understand why people are so interested in training a computer to act as a human.
Mm.
The AI still needs humans more than anything. So I don't know. I'm just
That's another story.
I'm just
For
opposing to see
now.
why humans would do that. But one of the guys, they were all saying that they have psychological issues, and one of the guys was said because of all the nasty images he had to watch and
Mhm.
filter out from being put out on the internet. Um, he hasn't been able to be intimate with his wife
What?
to
Wow.
all of the pornography, and they said that they had begged for some psychological help and they refused to do it.
Wow.
On a side note, my favorite AI ones are the ones where you'll take a still picture and AI can make you start fighting or dancing or something like that. It's kind of wild.
Yeah, that too. And then the what is it called? The Wayback car that they're testing out in Arizona.
What? What
It's
is that?
like a self-driving Uber where it doesn't have a
Mhm.
Oh,
person.
A physical driver.
Yeah, you get in the car and the computer's driving it, so the computer gets to the destination based on the navigation.
Yeah, that's been out though. That's been out for a while. I mean, in Silicon Valley, they already probably have it
yeah.
doing
And,
Uber Eats.
and Tesla's already putting out a car that's going to be doing that for its consumer
Right.
next, I think,
Yeah.
year or two.
Did you see? Well, Chris, you don't really go down in the city, but they have the robot police now.
I seen one of them over by because I play near Ponce, and I've seen like a community just between let me see how do I say it. Just there's like that hospital like right by 75, 85, and then there's like a community just before Piedmont Park. I saw one of them. It's like it rolls on the ground, like it's not walking, it's like a rolling uh patrolling thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Yeah, it is. I mean, everybody, I don't know. Everybody thinks we're going back into slavery and all this crazy stuff. I try
Um,
to stay off the internet
I
from
mean,
watching that kind of stuff.
it's gonna be a wild 4 years. It's really wild. The entitlement is at an all-time high. With the fact that when you saw Donald Trump today blame that plane crash on DEI, it's a wild time right now.
I didn't see that. Um, I just try not to,
Yeah.
honestly.
So
I just
And so, Maya, let me ask you. So, do you think that the illegals that have not, in quotes, has not committed a violent crime should be deported, or only the ones that have committed violent physical crimes or
Well,
violent
all of them,
crimes?
because we need to know who's in our communities. I mean, that's just the reality of it. Like and a lot of these people, they come here sick. They come with diseases we're unaware of. They come with diseases and have shit we're not immune to. Um, they should enter the country legally so that we can identify who they are. Just because they haven't committed a crime doesn't mean they're not going to commit a crime.
The strategy is supposed to be deporting the ones who are violent and criminal slash.
That's weak as hell, man.
No.
That's bullshit, though.
I'm saying that's what the strategy
That's
was.
what people are saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The first administration for Trump, that was his strategy. He tried to get rid of the criminals first. That's what he's going to be trying to do this time. But I think he's going to be going further than that. That's what you're getting.
Well, also a lot of the illegal people, a lot of the illegals that are here, they're getting a lot of benefits too. They're getting health care, they're getting housing, and that takes away from the American people that need it here too. And I understand that, like, water your own grass before you try to water somebody else's. If
Yeah,
they could
They
wash
need.
up here, if they could wash up here and enter the country, we should be able to do the same thing. But that's not a thing.
it's just that I was watching videos and they were saying that there's probably going to be an economic negative impact if they were to do this mass deportation, and we probably no, and we probably don't have the manpower to do this.
Wait, what? The manpower.
Yeah.
There's a lot of Americans that can take those jobs.
No, well,
They may not want to do those jobs,
Well, but you know what the
bingo,
reality of it
bingo.
is? The reality of it is they may not want to do it,
Right.
but what they may have to do or will do, which I'm 99% sure they're gonna do, they're just gonna make the prisoners do the work because people in prison are doing a lot of the jobs too. That's
Right.
like when my biological father was in prison for almost 15 years, and he worked for a laundry company in there where the hotels was in there, laundry there to be washed. He was getting paid
Right.
23 cents an hour.
That's crazy.
So I mean, they even have the prisoners, cleaning the highways and picking up trash. And, they put a lot of those people to work for pretty much nothing.
But Penny, so it actually works in the favor of those private companies. It's even better because if they cry about, well, if I'm gonna be spending more money on the Americans, well, if we kick out these illegal immigrants, then my cheap labor's gone. But they better start investing in these
But
these
even
prison systems.
but even though people might not want to do the jobs, it might shake up the economy to the point where people are gonna have to do the jobs.
Right.
In this country where it's extremely costly to live right now.
That's great.
So
Yeah, that's gonna
so
be.
that's what I'm
Yeah, I
saying.
mean, because I spent $50 on groceries today, and I made like one fucking meal. So,
Damn.
and I made soup. I made soup, a bag of carrots, a bag of celery, 3 potatoes, uh,
It's
some seasonings, and
it's crazy right now.
two coconut waters, and a pack of beef stew. And I was like, $45. Like, shit.
Damn.
Yeah, I actually had I love, like, if we want to talk about groceries, I love like diced apples. I had to make a business decision. I was like, I'm gonna start buying regular apples, like, because yeah, I was telling my sisters and brothers, maybe my brother, the price. Y'all might not eat candy. Candy is being taxed. It's like 3 times the price now. Like, it's
Well,
crazy.
do you see what's going on with the eggs are 6 and 7 and $8 now, and they have signs in the grocery store where you're only limited 2 cartons. So I'm like, well, what's going on with the eggs over
Wow.
there?
Yeah, the Trump supporters wanted, Trump in office to, get groceries to be cheaper. Well, eggs are up since he got in office. So
Wow.
And I just don't understand it because when the eggs went up during the pandemic, I just stopped eating eggs. I
I
just
can't.
stopped buying it.
I'm on egg
You
white.
know, you don't mess with them powder eggs.
Yuck.
Absolutely not. I don't eat any. I
I'm on
don't
egg
eat.
white. I'm on egg whites.
I don't eat anything
But I love some
processed.
regular eggs too. But the thing is, like I said, like this is gonna be a really rough ride. Some people are gonna really get rocked and hurt, and um, it's not. I'm worried about what's gonna happen.
I'm not worried because they said all kind of crazy stuff the first time he was in office, and I didn't see any of that stuff happening. Yeah, there was a lot of craziness going on, but I just,
We got
I
Elon Musk
just,
involved now.
I'm
It's
just
gonna be a
curious
really
why is everyone going after blacks? Because everyone is getting deported. Like, everybody got smoke for black Americans on social media
well, what are they saying?
that, oh, you guys are grateful. You guys should help us, because we have numbers and
Yeah, I'm seeing some people on social media saying after us, you're next. Meaning us.
right, right.
Okay, but
Come
where the
on.
fuck are we going?
If we got to go back, then those Europeans got to go. White's got to go back to Europe if that's the case.
Yeah, like, okay, what do they want help with? They want us
All
to go
right.
to war with them or
No,
what?
what they want to say is, you black women, you guys have a very powerful voice, so y'all need to just come outside,
No, 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 no,
yell,
no, no. No, you
Well,
know why? Because when we're black and powerful and strong, they
right.
absolutely hate us. You have an attitude. You're not agreeable. You're
Mm.
disrespectful. It's always that way. It never fails. But when they do it, it's sexy, it's spicy. She's strong. She's in her feminine alpha. But
Now
when a
they
black
they
woman
they
does,
want well
I
they
got a
want you to go
Mexican
out
girl
there.
tell me, I got a Mexican girl tell me that she is afraid when a black woman gets mad, right?
Hmm.
Meanwhile, her child's father is black and was beating her up. So I said, well, have you been in any altercations with a black woman? She said, no. I said, has any black woman here ever yelled at you or been mean or disrespectful? She said, no. I said, so you're not scared of the man that you got a baby with that go upside your head? Like I'm
Oh.
confused. And then I cut my hair short, and she says that black women with short hair look angry.
Damn. Never heard of that one before, but that's new.
I said, so these are the conversations y'all have amongst each other about black women? I'm just curious.
Mm. I I just said in the context of, they want y'all to get out there and protest and use
That's
your
not that's
voice
that's not
to
our
help
that's
them.
not our fight because we have been fighting all of our lives and we have been fighting our own wars. And this one we have to sit out, you know, and
Hit the bleachers, huh?
and just watch and now they can feel how it feels to be discriminated against
Mm.
because it doesn't feel good to be singled out.
Mm. Everything that, well, every law that got passed that blacks have fought for, it always benefited every group of people. But when those Asians fought for that Asian hate crime bill, who did it only benefit? Asian people. So anytime that blacks fight for something, it has to benefit every group of people. But no one else fights for all inclusion. They only want to fight for the things that
Yeah, but you know
benefit
why,
them.
BA? But you know why? Because we fight with each other. We kill each other. We disrespect each other. We have absolutely no unity that whites and Mexicans
I
and
was
Indians and
I was
Asians have.
I was speaking on it about 2 hours ago. Like,
We don't. We do not come together as a community. We just don't. Why? I have no idea. We don't sit with each other. We don't have discussions with each other about what we're doing in our families. And that was what I was going to say when you all were speaking about Black marriages. I don't think Black people as a community and as a whole discuss the importance of marriage
right.
and community and what they're going to do and why they're doing it. White people have those discussions.
Or they set those
We don't,
standards.
they set the standard. We don't talk about, okay, while we're dating or when we get married, if a child is born in a relationship,
Right.
what we're gonna do, how we're gonna raise the child, or what we're gonna pass on to our children.
Right.
What kind of wealth are we gonna create? Even when you go to, and I'm just using this as an example, and I've said this all the
Mm.
time. If you go to the hood in Miami, I haven't really been to the inner city here in Atlanta too much, but if you go to the hood in Miami, right, where all the Black people live, they living in the projects or they're living in, income-based housing or government housing. It's an absolute mess. It's drug baggies everywhere. Niggas hanging out on the corner all night. Loud noise, shooting, fighting, urine on the ground, trash everywhere, not disposing the trash properly. You go to the
Mm.
hood where all the Cubans and the Venezuelans and stuff like that over in Hialeah. Oh, you see mommy out there bleaching her porch down.
Mm.
There's no trash and garbage everywhere. Their sons and their nephews and uncles and shit ain't out on the corner smoking. They might be sitting at a table playing dominoes and playing cards and drinking and playing loud music, but ain't nobody out there fighting and trying to kill each other and disrespecting their community. But Black people do that. And I started to think, like, is there some type of mental illness that we have behind that? Because being unclean is just not. Why do you want to walk to your house and it's piss on the ground? That's insane. Why would you
Right.
even do that? The garbage can is right there. Why you got garbage everywhere? Now you got rats and roaches all everywhere.
Yeah.
Why do you want to live like that?
Right. So let me ask you this then, Maya. How would you create unity? What would be your blueprint
And
of
I mean,
creating
I and
unity?
I lived in the hood at a certain point. When I was 18, 19, 20, I did live in the hood. And I would come home and tell them to get the fuck off of the steps, or I'm calling the fucking police. Get from over here selling drugs and get from over here with this loud ass music, or I'm calling the fucking police. Like you can't do that here. I say I gotta walk up these steps with my baby. You gotta go.
So
Black
how
people scared about snitching and being a snitch. But what do you do when you have drug dealers that come and infiltrate your community? And this is how drive-bys happen. And you see on the news an 8-year-old or an 11-year-old or a 13-year-old has been, randomly shot in the head. That shit don't happen in Latin communities or white communities. It's only us. So what respect would these other people have for us when they say all kind of crazy shit like, oh, that's just their norm. That's just usual. We have
mm,
no sympathy or empathy for that.
Hmm.
And in all actuality, should they? Why would they?
so me personally, I would love to look for certain solutions to certain problems that we have, because as I grew up, I wasn't on the block shooting dice. I mean, I was always invited, don't get me wrong, but I've always, had interest in doing other shit, but if you talk to somebody the wrong way, that they don't, they go get off who they mad at, which is that person that spoke to them. So
In what
I,
sense does that make to go kill somebody because
right,
y'all got a
and no,
disagreement?
right. So so I'm asking you personally, when it comes to communication, how would you go about, in order for that person not to make it into a conflict?
I don't know because our people need therapy. Our people are depressed.
So what would the
Um,
therapist offer then, as a solution to not making
I
it
mean,
into a conflict?
I would say there needs to be some sort of emotional intelligence that we're not taught.
Mm.
Even Ozzy said in the comments, Latinos run Miami. They do, and there was a point in time where Latinos did not run Miami, but the black people down there so weak, they just let them. They black people don't put up a fight. It's like all these
Mm.
Cubans and people start moving into the neighborhood, and they just want to be friends with them. Like, hey, welcome, yo, come on, bring one, come on, move into the neighborhood. We don't save our grandparents' house. We don't create any wealth. Families don't get along once grandparents pass away. They argue with each other over money because now they want to sell the house because everybody need money. Then there's nothing left. They go blow the money. It's just we have no financial literacy. We have no emotional literacy. And the only spiritual literacy that we have is going to church every day, praising a pastor, and giving tithes and offerings. And it does absolutely no healing. The church doesn't teach Black people how to eat. It doesn't teach people financial literacy. It says, give your problems to God and He's going to work it out. And
And
that's
pay this 10% for the offerings.
and pay this
Wow.
10% and pay this 10%. Meanwhile, they're buying jets and Cavalli suits and Mercedes Benzes, and they're not living in these people's circumstances that attend their congregation at all.
Mm. I think the foundation. I think it needs to start with learning how to communicate with each other first, and not turning it into a conflict. Because I'm speaking about that because I know I had trouble with that.
But we all have
Growing up.
we don't know how to talk to each other or walk away. It's the egos that get so heavily
Right. Absolutely.
involved, and then also trauma makes you respond in those ways.
Right. Definitely. That's big.
Trauma trauma is a plague in the Black community, and it's detrimental to us. And if we don't start healing our traumas as Black people, we're just going to continue to spiral out and be at the bottom of the totem pole all the time.
But the thing is,
That
blacks don't want to go to therapy, and honestly, they may be too lazy to go to therapy, including myself. so, so as being a self therapist, meaning yourself, try to in order to try to create solutions among each other, and this is why I'm asking questions. These are open questions, because it is kind of fucked up in my ways too. I am a child of it because even out in Brazil, if someone were to step on my shoes, I'll look at the situation differently. Okay, cool, it's all good. But if in the States, a nigga step on my shoes and keep it pushing, yeah, I will feel some type of way, and I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to respond. It's fucked up because that's how I grew up, and to me, I feel like that's disrespectful if a nigga bumps into you and he act like nothing happened. Because if I'm bumped into or something happens where I'm not at fault, if a dude or a person is like, oh, my fault, my bad, I'm like, that's respect. That's what's up. I like that. I'm like, okay, don't trip. It's all good, brother. But if a nigga mugs you and he knew if it was his fault, then yeah, I think a lot of brothers, get off who they mad at, and I think that's what the problem is.
But you know what the
The
problem is
lack
with that?
of respect.
You know where the problem is with that? we don't give each other grace. What if
That's
this
the
person
thing.
got so much stuff on their mind? They did knock into you and didn't say sorry, right? They did step on your shoe and didn't say sorry and kept going.
Hmm.
Why do we have to instantly take that and consider that conflict? However, it is disrespectful to run
It's
into somebody and
disrespect.
just keep continue
Absolutely.
to keep going. Yes, it is. But is confronting that disrespect
Mm.
worth possibly losing your life?
Then that ego gets in the way, and you don't think about losing your life. That ego comes into play.
And that's insane.
I mean, I know it may be easy for you to say it, but I'm not trying to play the gender game, but men have a high testosterone, and it is a bit hard to be like, you know what, let me just settle down, and it was just a minor thing. Like, nah, and especially if you mix an ego with trauma from the past, like that's not a good mix.
Well, DKT said some very important things in the chat. He says the biggest impediment to creating generational wealth in the Black community is all the broken single parent households. And then,
I don't know if it's the single most, but it's
Right. He keeps harming on
no,
on
no,
on the whole
no,
broken
no, no.
house single
It's true.
family.
It's true. It's extremely important, but I think we gotta like also earn more. I think our men earn the least. I think we're either third or 3 out of 4 or 4 out of 4. It's one of the two.
but then we earn the least, but we got the most children. Even
That's
Cam Newton came out and said that he can't take care of
no,
his
no,
8 kids.
no. Let me put some respect on that statement. So
Please.
I follow his channel. What he said is he still has a lot of money. He's just saying the money that's flowing in when he was playing is not flowing in.
Oh, talking about that football player.
Yeah, he can
Yeah,
afford it.
he was just irresponsible with his money. That's all.
No, that's
That's
not.
all that
That
is.
wasn't that. He was saying what his statement did not mean money issues. His statement meant I am trying to get back to earning money like I did in the NFL. Not that I'm struggling to take care of my kids now. I'll have to play that. I'll send you the clip, man. I watched it off his channel like this week.
And he
People
has 8 children, and that's a lot. And he's not married to any of the women and don't intend on
That's true.
getting married to any of them. And that's kind of fucking
He's trying to
crazy.
build his village.
Yeah.
Build a village to do what? Not to be there? That's insane.
True.
But can I can
True.
I can I
But it's
can I
almost, and it's
put one
also
thing on mine?
but it's also the woman's fault because they lay with him and let him give him the babies. You see what I'm saying? So there still has to be some accountability on the women.
But I do kind of have I may have some type of thought about, well, when it's a celebrity, women give them a lot of grace, aka, for example, Lil Wayne, right? Lil Wayne got many baby mamas, right? And he takes care of all of his children, but how come nobody is down his throat? He got a bunch of baby mamas. He
Well, he
takes
didn't
care of his
publicly
children.
go on a platform and speak on it.
Ah, okay.
So
So
nobody's
that's
really
the
is
justification.
no. Nobody really knows. I don't think any man should be having multiple kids by multiple women
In
just
this
because he
economy,
can.
I agree.
I don't think any man, not even in the economy, has nothing to do with it. Morally, you should not be spreading your seed all over the place. Like it's dysfunctional.
That's one of
Have
the
multiple households and you can't be in any of them. Somebody's gonna lose. And nine times out of ten, it's the kids because their father isn't present.
yeah.
The
This guy
mother's there alone.
But can I
no, 1 second.
let me get
I just want to say
go
something.
ahead.
I'll hand it to you in a
I just
second.
want to give a little bit of pushback, but go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say one thing. The manosphere, the problem with the manosphere is their biggest deterrent to what they're trying to get and all the solutions that they're trying to propose. It's that men have no sexual discipline and they want to dump everything to the woman. But I'll give it back to you.
All right, so I just want to give Maya a little bit of pushback, respectfully. Now I understand when you said that, dumping your seed everywhere and you can't be at every single house at one time. But a lot of situations do happen. Believe it or not, there are a lot of, brothers that are in a situation where, yes, he does have multiple baby mamas, but somehow they just don't work out. But for the sake of the children, he is constantly and continuously in the lives of all of his
Whoa, 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 whoa,
children.
whoa.
Why?
Hold on,
Why?
wait a
Because
minute.
he's providing financially?
Wait.
No, wait. Can I get a moment to just,
Come on,
give the context?
don't long wind this and
All his
sugarcoat this shit
all
for
the
me. I
mother
like it
Oh,
straight.
who's sugarcoating? I'm just giving you
wait,
the details of it.
BA,
That's all. Hey,
BA,
Chris, can you just chill for a minute
wait, I just want to say one
before I
second.
continue?
BA, several mothers of Lil Wayne's children have come out. Nivea, I think even the one from the ATL movie, they've come out and said, they've gotten quiet about it. I'll give you that point. But about 7 years ago, they came out and they started chirping about Lil Wayne. But I'll give it back to you.
All right, okay, cool. So I don't know how I'm sugarcoating anything. I'm just giving the details of the example. But if he's taking so if he's taking care of all of his kids, but he just has a mutual platonic relation with the mother of his children, and he's giving physical time, emotions, not just spending money on the kids, but no, he's actually investing his time into the kids, and he loves doing that. And he wants to be a father. Then what's the problem with that? Or
Okay,
is there
well,
something there?
what's the limit on the amount of children, and what's
No
the
limit,
limit on the amount of women? So if he has
no limit on both.
4 baby mamas and 8 kids, that's a little excessive. That kind of says a lot about him as an individual.
But to
Your
what
your
degree though,
relationships
and what perspective though?
your relationships are failing. That's like, listen, I love Tony Braxton, right? That's my girl. I love her. I love her music. I love her style. Love her. She's been married like fucking 4 or 5 times. To me, when do you stop? Like, you're not good at this.
The Braxton family values just playing in my head. Thanks, Maya.
Like, you're not good at being married. So why are you continuously doing this to get what you get married to say you're in love, or you get married for money? I mean, I'm just really trying to understand that. Like, how are
Maybe that's his case. Maybe he's just not good at being in the relationship, but he loves kids and he has mutual respect for the mother of the children. So he loves to make kids, and rightfully he takes care of them. He's financially well off, and he emotionally puts value into them. I don't see a problem with that if he just likes to have kids, but he doesn't really like to get into the women like that. But he has a mutual boundaries with the women. hmm Go ahead.
well, maybe that's discussed between him and his partners. Maybe that should be a
Right.
discussion. I mean, that's the only thing I could really
But
come up with as far as that. But
what are your thoughts on that? Do you think that bitch is stupid if she agrees to that? Like, what are your thoughts on that?
I mean, to each his own. I mean, if she's willing to have a child from him, then I mean, I guess I don't understand it. I wouldn't, I mean, personally, I wouldn't do it, but different strokes for different folks. I don't want a man with a lot of children. I
Mhm.
wouldn't, I have one child. I'm satisfied with one child, and I couldn't imagine having a child from another man and having to deal with him too. And I'm not saying
Mm.
that in a bad way, but that's just like too much
All
going
right.
on.
Just like you said, different strokes for different.
And some people
What
have,
what
some
did
people
you
have
call it? Different
different
strokes for
strokes
what?
for different folks, but
Different strokes for different folks. There you go.
some people have capacities to do that.
Right.
I mean, me personally, I don't.
Right. And you have every right to feel that way. And
So,
I think
so
nobody should be shamed
I want to
for
ask,
any lifestyle.
I want to ask both of y'all. We're talking about celebrities who have multiple kids with multiple women. Why does the average
I
regular?
knew you was going. I knew you was going
Yeah,
there,
we're
bro.
going there, buddy. We're going there. So why is Why does the average schmegular black
Get shamed for doing the same thing.
No. Why does he feel emboldened to even try to do that?
God,
Because
well,
he lacks. I mean,
we're human.
It's
Wow.
not. No, BA. No.
You see, now you want to pick and choose, and that's the point that I was trying to drive is that why you just said to each and to their own. You just said
But
what did
it's
you say,
okay
Dale? Hold on, wait.
to each his own. But
Different
what
strokes for different
does it?
folks.
What
So
does
why should one get criticized where you just said it?
what does that do for the black community, whether it's a celebrity or
Wow,
not, to have all of these children
Maya.
and they're all in separate households?
Maya, now I know you know a lot more sayings than me. So can you just what did you mean by different strokes for different strokes for different folks? What did you mean by that?
I
So
mean,
I can have a clear understanding
people do what they want to do.
and to not be criticized for it, right? That's the whole purpose of that saying, right? Hey, if
That's
that's
not the
gonna
whole
show.
purpose of their
Oh,
saying. That's not the whole purpose of
oh
their saying.
God, you moving the goalpost now. You said, listen, if
No,
that's what
I'm
they
just
want to
not.
do,
If
that's what they want to do. That's
I'm just
fine for them.
okay, just because they do it doesn't mean it's right.
So you gonna still criticize them, right?
I didn't criticize it. I just said it doesn't do anything for the black community, and that's just the point I'm standing on. So it's
Uh,
not about moving the goalposts or anything
can you
like
give an
that.
example? How does it not do anything
No,
good? So you can't give
nobody,
an example. Oh, go ahead.
no man should be spraying his seed all everywhere and have 4 or 5
True.
different baby mamas and 8 and 9, 10 kids. It's just not.
So you said it doesn't do anything for the black community.
No, it doesn't.
It
Not when you
actually
got
does,
all
but
these.
it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, so I can just say, well, it does because again, when it comes to the mentality of that man, if he's financially stable to take care of them, if he has the time, if he has the state of mind, if he
But
has
if you got
the,
8 kids, what
hold
time do
on,
you
wait,
have?
I'm
Because you
trying
got
to
to be at
tell
work to
you.
take care of them.
Oh, okay, so Maya, if you want me to respond and give you the why, I'm trying to tell you, sweetie. So
Okay, go
it's
ahead.
so you brought up emotion, right? Is he emotionally into these kids? Does he want these kids because he wants them? And within my example, yes, he does. He has a mental state of mind that he wants these kids. He has the will to take care of these kids. He wants to do all of these things for his kids. He's financially well off to take care of the kids, and he's there at all of his events. And he actually has a mutual respect with with the children of his mother. So what does it do for the black
But that's not
community?
always the case. But
I,
you
I
know that's not realistic.
Maya, okay, so so now I'm answering the question. How does it help the black community?
How many
Well,
siblings? Can I ask you something? How many
uh,
siblings do you have?
I have three.
Are they all from your mom and dad?
No,
Do you have separate fathers or mothers?
I'm the only one with a different dad.
You're the only one. How did that
hmm
work out? Like,
It worked out perfectly, tremendously well.
I don't believe that for some reason.
Oh gosh, so why ask questions that you have your own answer for?
I'm just curious.
No,
I'm
you're
just
not
curious.
curious because why would you even
It just
answer
doesn't
your own
work like that.
question?
It just what you're trying to say and your
What I'm trying
delivery.
to say or what
I
I am
hear you.
saying?
Okay, well, what you are saying, I
Thank
get
you.
it, but I don't get it.
Okay, that's perfectly fine. I'm gonna use what you just said. Hey, different strokes for different folks. Hey, I'm gonna use that hashtag it. And if that's how you feel, listen, baby girl, I'm not gonna knock you for how you think. You know, hey, I respect you. I admire you, and you are dope as hell. You know, so however you may look at the way that I think about things, it doesn't affect me negatively. That's just how you may look at it. Other people may agree with you. That's perfectly fine because it's not affecting my life in a negative way, and that's completely fine. But even though that may not be the normal situation of a guy, but there are cases out there like that though. So how is that helping the black community? Well, if he's doing these, let's say, extracurricular activities, for example, helping them or teaching them how to build a solar powered car or a solar powered RC car, like I did, a remote control car that runs off solar energy, then they are teaching the other black kids in the community. So now he's being a community, he's participating into the activities in the community. That's a skill set. Learning how to build a remote control powered car that runs off solar powered energy. So that's a positive, is it not?
Wait, are you defending the multiple baby mama?
Absolutely. Yes.
Just for
I'm actually bowing out of this conversation.
my flabbers, as they say on social media, my flabbers
But
are
wait though, but Maya respectfully justified why it's okay for celebrities
I
that
never
that
said
just
that.
oh
I never
wait, can
said
I can
that.
I can I can I finish? When
Don't
I
put
gave
words
the
into my
oh,
mouth. I
okay,
didn't say that.
okay, but can I finish to see if it came out true? So when I gave the example about Lil Wayne, right? Lil Wayne has multiple baby mamas and he's a celebrity. But then I might say, well, under the exception of, he's not on the internet blasting it with
I did
his
not say
mama.
that in that
I know
context.
I'm being a little bit dramatic with it, but
she said
you
don't
did
spread your
you
seed.
but you gave him grace though about, well, since
I
you're not
never
on the
did.
internet. Oh God, Jesus Christ.
She
I
said don't spread
said
your seed.
I said celebrity or non-celebrity, whatever the case may be, whether we know
Hmm.
his business or not, whether he
Okay.
went on a platform to discuss whatever. I said no man should be
Hmm.
spreading their seed. That is exactly celebrity or non-celebrity is what I said.
Got it.
That's what like just why haven't you
Uh,
spread your seed since you agree with it?
he said what? Why
Why
haven't
haven't you
I?
spread your seed since you agree with it? You love kids, right? Or no?
Yeah, I love kids. Yeah,
So
absolutely.
why haven't you started on that? You working on it
I
or no?
it's emotion. It's
Right. So
emotion.
so after you have it with her, you get tired of her, you're gonna go to another one and create another one.
No, it's not about getting tired of anyone. That's not the case at
If
all.
y'all have a
That's
disagreement or y'all relationships end, your relationship ends, you're gonna go have it with another woman?
what a child.
Yeah.
Well, of course we're not together. Like that doesn't make any sense. Like
So what's
if
your
if
what's
a
your
if a
limit?
relationship ends, I mean, I think that's normally what happens when two people separate and they find their other partners. They resume what they were gonna do.
What's your
So
limit on the amount of children you plan to have?
I don't have a limit. No limit at all. Mm-mm. No, ma'am. No limit whatsoever. Now, in my situation, I'm humbly good in my financial situation. I have time. I have the energy, to tolerate children, and to keep it a buck. I want to roll back to the '90s. Like my mindset right now is in the '90s. I want to relive my own personal childhood, and I don't mind sharing that with the kids of the community because I think that's the dope era. You feel me? They don't know about Kool-Aid out here. They don't know about how we used to dress in the '90s. They don't know about the Super Soakers and
Those are
water
some great
guns.
times.
Yeah, they don't know about the XP 200.
But that's gone
And
though.
the XP 150.
You
They
can't get
don't they
those.
don't know about the water balloon fights.
You can't get those anymore.
They may be rare, but they could probably be found. They don't know about the super soaker with the ice pack in the in the backpack, you know. So I mean, what I'm saying is that I have that, you know, I humbly have that time to enjoy it right now in my life, you know. And like I said, I'm not in a I'm not in a space, nor I'm not in a mindset that I have baggage to stress over, you know. So I want to roll back to the 90s. That was my favorite era. Well,
But
early
you do
2000s.
know,
So, mhm.
I hear you and I understand that, but you do know that life doesn't go backwards, it goes forward.
According to who? Life is what you make it, baby.
Reality?
Well, I would just say your guys, not just you, but I'm pretty sure Chris's reality, your reality, and my reality is very different right now. I'll give a clear example, a perfect clear example. Do you work tomorrow?
I do.
Chris, do you work tomorrow?
Yep.
I don't.
Well, good for you. What does that
That's
mean?
not answering the
Oh,
question. That's not answering the
wait.
question.
Hold on, wait. Okay, so wait a minute. So, but she said that, hey, you know, well, life doesn't work that way, right? But to my defense, actually, it does work that way because we have different realities. This is what I'm saying. So,
BA, you
me.
live in a mental bubble of BA's world. I'm starting to believe.
Yeah, BA, you still haven't answered the question. Why haven't
Hold on, wait, hold on, wait, Mark. Is that a bad thing to
It's
be
not.
in
It's just my. It's
VA's
just.
bubble?
It's
No,
just my
the
observation.
question
That's
was
all.
why haven't you
No, but
started
is that
having
a bad
kids?
thing though? Hold on, wait, Maya, wait. I'm a little sad. Like, what do you mean? Like, BA bubble
Don't
is
be
dope.
sad. Don't
BA bubble
listen.
is fun as hell.
I'm not. Listen. I'm not. Don't listen.
BA's bubble. That
You
sounds
do.
crucial.
You do. You do.
No, you're absolutely right. I can't even deny that. I can't not knock that at all. No, you're absolutely right. But
So just because Chris and I have to go to work and you don't,
you didn't let me explain. Chris
that's not fair.
rudely cut me off, and then Maya said, you only live in BA's bubble," whatever that meant. But the thing is that I can move differently. You know, I was going to give examples, and I can move kind of whenever I want,
Okay, here's the
anytime I want to, and that's no knock to anybody, but I'm just giving you some factual examples of how our realities are different.
okay, BA. I got a question. How old is your fiance?
33.
All right, just want to know. Just curious.
Right. So yeah, man, I'm
He,
trying to bring
well,
that
he said he
90s
has
back.
he has no limit on how many kids or baby moms he's gonna have.
Why does a number didn't are you Christian?
Jesus
Don't
Christ.
play with me.
No, it was just a question because
BA,
I'm
don't play
pretty
with me.
okay.
Don't.
If you're Christian or not, no problem. But in the Bible, and if you are a believer of
Don't
God,
tell me anything about that Bible.
okay. All I'm saying is that biologically, okay, biologically, men sperm count is pretty high.
I
So
understand that.
The quality count goes down at
oh
older age.
god, okay, yeah, whatever. But all I'm saying is that, I think my sperm is normal. So I can't really put a cap on how many kids, I could
So just
possibly
because you
have.
can, you should, right?
Well, if I have the means to, if I'm in a situation which I am, then I'm gonna let faith, well, I'm gonna let faith be the decider of that. I
Well,
can't just.
when you have your first kid, let's revisit this conversation because
Facts.
having a child is an
Hold on, wait.
extremely.
Chris
I'm
said
just
facts. You don't got no child. No, I didn't mean to cut you off, sweetie. But Chris said facts like you got a child.
No,
Like
no, no, no,
you
no.
you about to relate to Maya. Like get up out of here,
I'm
bro.
saying I'm
please
I'm an uncle to two. Having a kid is no
What
joke.
the? Nigga,
Having a
that don't mean that don't
all
mean
listen.
I'm
anything,
saying is having a kid is no joke in terms of impact to society.
bruh. You
Having
are not a father.
know what you said. Hey, if I have a kid with one woman and I break
Maya,
this girl, I'm gonna
is
have
it the
another
same
kid.
as being a mother or an auntie?
No, I'm not
Is
saying.
that the
Well,
same role?
yes, because when my oldest sister had my niece, we helped her to take care of my niece. It is an extremely big responsibility
Every
to have a
day?
child.
No, but what
Well,
you said your sister, right? She helped take care of your child.
no,
Did
we
you guys?
helped her with my niece. Thing is,
Okay, but did you guys live together?
we did.
Okay, so Chris, when you you say
Living
oh, wait a
the living
minute.
no, I gotta stop you here. The living with them doesn't matter. When you're an uncle
Oh,
or an
why you
aunt,
put on your cape for Chris? That's
no.
cold.
Because no, I'm not gonna let you do that. Having a child is a very big responsibility.
Right.
And raising them.
Having a child, not being an
Wait.
uncle. Hmm.
Let me finish. Having a child and raising a child is a really big responsibility,
Mm.
especially when you have to care for them on a day to day basis, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, financially. You wear many, many hats. And being an uncle and being an aunt or being a cousin or being a village for that matter, you're
Mm,
responsible for
a
your family
village. I
members.
like that.
You are responsible for the upbringing of your family. And it
Preach,
takes
sister.
a village.
Amen.
Yeah,
So
BA.
whether
Preach.
he's an uncle or
Hold on,
not, don't
hold on,
discount.
Chris.
No. Don't discount him for that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
I'm not discounting him, and I'm not about to jump down his throat. Okay, so you can just relax, woosah
Yeah,
for a bit. I'm not
yeah,
about to jump down his neck, but I'm just gonna ask. I
go
was
for it.
just gonna ask Chris
Yeah.
when you were taking care of your nephew or niece.
Yep.
Were you? So sorry. I'm
He's trying to
sorry.
make the argument.
Hold on,
Go
bro.
ahead.
I'm sorry, Mia, Maya. But Chris, were you living with with your brother or sister,
No,
helping take care
no,
of your niece or
no,
nephew?
no.
How many days a week were you there taking care
Here,
of?
here we go. Here we go with it.
It's
No,
it's just questions, bro.
all your answers are no. All your
Exactly.
answers are no. This
Okay, so Maya, this is why I was curious to ask the question. So I'm pretty sure in your sister's situation, you were there on a constant basis, weekly. I got you,
okay.
sister. I
Let
understand.
me jump.
Well, hold
No,
on,
no, no,
but
no, no.
chill. Wait a minute.
Let me jump in front of this real quick, BA. The difference is
So
the
so you're playing a Disneyland uncle, bro, and I get it.
mm,
I understand that
Oh,
role.
BA, come on,
no,
man.
no. Let me
Come
finish this.
on.
Let me finish this. BA, you can play Disneyland Uncle, and you can, let me finish. Let me finish. And you can and Disneyland. You can play Thanksgiving and Christmas Day Uncle, but you can also talk to the women you've dated. You can also talk to your sister who has two children, and I could talk to mine, and I could get.
Wow.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
I
And I
can
can hold
I've
on.
had conversations.
Yeah, but you're also on this live talking about, well, I can have one kid, and if I break up, I can have another kid. It's no big deal. That's a
That's normal.
wow.
How was oh my god, wow. Bro, Chris, I really hope you listen to yourself when you play this back on certain timestamps because
I'm really good at that game.
what you and Maya just said are common in logical in normal situations where if a relationship does not work out and you wanted kids, but now since you guys are broken up and you guys want your separate ways and you guys found other partners, I'm pretty sure you guys will want to continue with those ideals with those people.
What you're
No, I
talking.
don't. I have
Yeah,
one child and I don't want any more.
yeah.
Okay, but that's you. You said you don't want any other children or
And you know why?
child.
You know
Why,
why?
Maya? Why, Maya?
I didn't want two baby daddies.
That's and
You know
I feel you.
why?
I feel you,
Because
sister.
that doesn't do it. That's just not healthy.
Right, I feel you, sister. But you said you did not want. That was your personal decision, and you have the right. Right, you have the right to decide that. But in my context, in my example, these two, the two of the couple did want a child. They didn't have a child yet, but they broke up. So that child was never created. It was never birthed. So they still want a child, but they're not together. They don't talk. So when they find other partners, they still want a child of their own.
Right, right,
I don't think
okay.
what he
But
said
I
is
asked you, I don't think you're really understanding the whole thing here. There has to be a limit, right?
No,
On how
watch
many
out with
children,
that.
there has to be a
You trying to
limit.
put a cap.
There has to be a limit
right.
on how many families and children
That's what we're getting
you
to.
intend on producing. You cannot naively and immaturely
Hmm.
and out of pure ignorance say,
Hmm.
well, this relationship is wrong. I'm just have another kid. I'm just gonna continue to have kids all over the fucking place. That's just irresponsible and doesn't make
Okay, let me
any
give you a
sense. And
situation.
this is where the broken homes and the broken community come here for black people
There's
because
different situations though, Maya. You just don't want to take others. You want to be selfish and not take other consider. You don't want to be considerate of other situations.
you
You
know why I'm
only
gonna be
want
selfish? You know why I'm
to.
gonna be selfish to answer you?
Go ahead, Maya.
For for the care of the children. The
But
children
he's
come
taking
first.
care of all the children. That was the first thing that I said that came out of my mouth.
Hmm.
I'm gonna bow out of this
Thank you,
conversation.
because you know it's true.
It's you're
But
you're
I,
you're not making
no,
any
but
logical
B,
oh
sense.
my God!
yeah,
Listen, we all understand. Maya wants to put a cap on the number. Don't have a lot of kids by a lot of other women you may know. We understand that, Maya. But in my example that I gave, things didn't work out with with the mother of his children. Shit happens. We understand that. But if he is there as a father to no matter how many kids, if he has 100 kids, 200, 500, if he's there taking care of his children and
And you
he's
think he's gonna
wait,
be
oh
there for
wait a
two, three,
minute,
and
wait.
500
Oh
people?
my
Get the hell
God,
out of
see,
here,
you
man.
you see, whenever I try to validate something, she wants
Because
to
it's
jump
it's
in.
it's silly. It's silly, and I'm not gonna let my ears bleed
yeah,
listening to that.
BA
Oh
did.
wow, you see, Maya is selfish. She wants to make her point, but she doesn't want to accept the reality of other considerations. Not that I think that's kind of fucked up.
But BA, did you
No,
hear
you're fucked up for wanting two
BA
and 500 kids.
BA? Did
Do
you
you
hear?
see it? We understand that you're against
No, no,
the
no.
amount of kids. So what? Let's do this. So Maya, what is a good reasonable number for
Get out of
any
here, BA.
couple?
I'm not
No,
entertaining
wait,
you
no,
with
hold
this
on, wait.
anymore.
Yeah,
You said that there shouldn't be a cap. There should be a
I
cap.
don't,
So
I don't,
what
I
is
don't
what is the
entertain.
cap?
I don't entertain senselessness. I
Oh
don't.
good.
God,
I
that's
like it. I love
okay.
it.
So
I
let
love
me
it.
ask.
No, no,
Let
no,
me,
no. You're done, BA. I gotta ask you a question, BA. So BA, so you're Mr. Unlimited. So did you do the research on Nick Cannon and the mother of his children and how they've been saying that they're not happy with that situation? The kids are.
that's what. Okay, go ahead.
I,
Continue.
I
I'm not
just
going to interrupt you. Go ahead.
no, I'm saying, have you done the research on that? What how they came out? I think it was last year, and they kind of said like how they don't he doesn't spend enough time with all the children and blah 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 blah.
Honestly, I don't know that male's relation and and what went down in his relationships and
His bandwidth.
children's and things
You
of
don't know
that
a lot of
nature.
things, obviously.
No,
Yeah.
right. That's Nick Cannon. I'm not. I don't. I don't pay attention to that dude like that. I have other things to worry about. But given my example, I'm only telling you these examples because I know people personally that are in these situations like that, and it works out extremely well.
How many
Now it
kids do
does.
they got?
Wait a minute. Now does that mean I'm against a two-parent home that has like three kids, for example? No, I'm I love that quote that said that Maya had said
Don't
damn
say it again. Don't say it again. Don't say it again.
It's on the tip of my tongue. How do you, fuck, I got short-term memory sometimes.
How many
How did you say it?
Yeah, because you know why the fucking thought leaves your head because it makes no sense.
No,
Just
right, right,
stop.
right. No, just say it again for me. One
Yeah,
last
yeah.
time. I'm gonna write it down in my notepad. He said something like, "Listen, it's their business, and hey, it's their life. Let them do what they do, and it doesn't affect me." Something down the lines like that. So okay, if with these guys that I know, and I hate to play the nationality card, but in Latin America, I'm not gonna say just Brazil, but in Latin America, even in Mexico, during the time I was out there, they are very family oriented. So it worked out perfectly because even in your guy's situation, in your situation, Chris, and even in your case, Maya, when you helped your sister take care of the child. So in Mexico, even in Mexico, the grandma lives with them, the aunties live, so they all live together. So the whole family
take care of
chimes in and takes care of the children, not because they have to and it's their obligation. No, it's because they want to. It's part of their family and they like doing it.
So
They
how
enjoy
so how many
doing it.
kids do they have with all these examples that you're citing? How many kids do they
W-
have?
Well, the one guy has had seven, and
All right,
all of it,
I'm done.
and all of his, all of the women of his children, they all are cool. They all have a
Okay,
fully functioning relation.
how many
Not
mothers
like
do they have? How many mothers does he have? Mother of his children.
well, each and every one of them
No, I'm saying like sorry,
separately. No,
I'm gonna answer that
what
separately. How many women did he have
baby
children with?
mamas?
Yeah, baby mamas.
They're all different.
No, how many? What's the number?
Seven.
Wow. Where does he
He
live?
got 7 kids with 7 different women. And we're gonna
And
say, yay, kudos, that's great job.
Where does he
oh
live? Where does he
God,
live? Where does he live?
he lives in Brazil.
Okay. Would you do that yourself?
He said, "Would I? Well,
Yes.
if I wasn't with my girl, and if faith had happened to put me in that situation, why wouldn't I?"
You're insane.
Wow, wow. So I get criticized for actually taking care of the children, investing my time that I want to put into willingly. So now you have a problem with me wanting to invest in how many kids that I want. Now that is an insane state of mind
I
to
think I'm
think about a
perfectly
person.
sane. I think I'm perfectly sane.
I don't know if you don't like kids, and that's
I
that's
love
your
children. I do.
that's your prerogative. But that's just like criticizing a person who wants to have a lot of kids, but they also like to do things for the kids as well.
What the only last question we need to get to, and you probably don't have the answers, is
She doesn't like a lot of kids. That's what it comes
no,
down
no, no, no,
to.
no.
I get
I
that.
would love to know the age of the kids because that means he's probably like bouncing around.
Right, right.
And what's the problem with that? He had conversations with each and every one of the mother of the children.
It sounds like a bull on a farm. Like they just
Really.
let him into the.
And what's wrong with that?
Oh my God.
Y'all wild, man. You got a hella
No, you're
judgment. So
wild.
y'all say, oh, let
And
them,
this makes
we shouldn't
listen,
we
this makes
shouldn't
sense.
judge we shouldn't
It's
judge people, let
it's
them live their
scary.
life, but they constantly want to look at one person's situation and criticize the hell out of that
It's
situation. That
no
that that is interesting.
it's senseless. You're gaslighting this conversation.
Gaslighting how? You guys are
Is
asking direct questions. I'm answering them. I'm trying to.
seven
Okay,
kids,
yeah. Let me
7 different women, 7 different
Okay, so
households,
this
and
Okay,
he's
me,
gonna be able,
Maya. We not
and
we
he's
not we not gonna act brand new to this. This ish goes on in our community. Stop playing
this
now.
and
shouldn't
it's
be.
unhealthy, and
Yeah.
it's unhealthy, and it shouldn't be. 7 different kids, 7 different women, 7 different households that he's not able to actively be in all at once. Where's the
Hold on, but
money
wait.
coming
In these
from?
in these
Where's the
situations, they
support coming
are.
from? Where's the food coming from? Where is the nurturing coming
Wow.
from?
Okay, so
Where
Maya.
is the raising coming from?
Oh
Come
wait,
on,
Maya. Now
At what
I
point do you get
clear
under.
it up.
Hold on,
snipped?
wait, Chris. Hold on now, Maya. And this is all jokes aside. Now I understand a lot of what you're saying comes from your trauma. In
This
our
is not
community.
anything about you.
I
Okay, go ahead.
that's
I'm sorry
this
to cut
this
you
is
off.
this is this is this is what I'm detecting. I may be completely wrong. The energy that I feel when you speak in this tone about this situation particularly. It to me again. I may be wrong, but it does seem like a lot of previous past trauma. That we all know that goes on. Unfortunately, right? But when I speak in my context, I'm talking about outside of the United States and
I
these
don't want to
Latin
hear nothing
countries.
about the night outside of the United States
Oh,
because I don't live there and we don't
okay,
live there, and that's not our
okay.
reality.
Okay. So I guess in my context, it's null and void then, since it's out of the range of the United States. So we do know what goes on within the United States, and that's unfortunate. But I'm not talking about those groups of men. You know, I'm not advocating for them.
But even the men in those other countries don't take care of their children either. It's the woman with her
A
10
lot
other
of them
family
don't.
members that live
Absolutely.
in the house to help because he's still out slinging dick like crack. So
Right. No, you're
yeah,
absolutely right. Now, I agree with you on that 100%. 100%. I agree with you on that. And I guess that's just part of the culture in that Latin American country. Now, I know Chris has said that those men is something I
and
can't quote them
and that shouldn't be
verbatim,
normal. That shouldn't be normal
but it
for a
is.
man to, but it's not healthy, and it
But it
shouldn't be
is.
normal that a man has a child and leaves the woman and her family to raise them and he's nowhere around because when you have multiple children, as I
Hmm.
just stated before, he cannot physically be in all of those households when he is needed.
Right. Sister, hey, black fist up. I agree with you 100%. But on the contrary, it's to the men advantage in these Latin American countries. This
Oh
has
my
become such
God.
it's become such a norm. It's embedded into the culture. So it's like they just want kids. Like
So
the women
so
just want kids.
so BA, at what point would you get snipped? How many children would you
Nah, I ain't not. I'm not getting snipped, bro.
Okay, okay.
Mm-mm. Crazy. I gotta have my BAs, man. My little mini BAs. Come on, man. I need them to get on Maya's nerves, man.
You just chased my off. Okay.
Oh, she left. That's all bad, man.
Man, let's call it a night. It's getting
All
late.
right, damn, man. I was hoping Maya's gonna stay on, man. I was rooting for Maya, man.
You're getting
I
her
know.
last you're on her last nerve.
Nah, I mean it's like I said, it's all good, man.
I
Other some people don't like to hear other perspectives, or some people just like to be.
all I'm gonna say is if I end up having a second child on the way, y'all need to do a wellness check. In this economy, I got one.
So let me ask you this, BA. So when you said you just got to have some mini BAs, right?
Hmm.
What
Yeah, I want to create
contribution
my
to
legacies.
society, what legacy do you have?
What legacy? Oh man, I'm
What
like a
legacy will
Malcolm.
you be passing on to your children?
Man, my Malcolm X wisdom. That's the first thing.
Wow,
But hold on, but
wisdom. Great.
wait a minute. Can I please finish? You asked me a question. Okay. All right. So my legacy, right?
This
The thing.
legacy word just
Oh,
irks me. I'm sorry. My bad.
okay, well, if you have a different word for me to use, I'll be my guest. I would love to use it. Okay, so what I would pass down to my children, of course, if I, get taken away, my finances, of course. Not only my finances, but a lot of my projects that I've built, that bring in a lot of finances, so I
So
will.
your finances, where you are financially, are you wealthy or are
Well,
you rich, which is a fucking corner from being poor? Have you created wealth before you make this intention to or make it okay to have children everywhere? Have you created any wealth?
well, before I answer that, you have to. We will have to define, or if you can define what wealth is, and I'll see if I can fit the context.
You know what being
I
wealthy is.
don't, because sometimes it's ambiguous. Some people may think it's being rich. Some people may think it's having a lot of assets. So I don't want you to misquote quote me. So if you can give me the definition, I can see if it applies to me. That's all I'm just
Mm-mm.
asking.
You know what wealth is, and I'm not going to
Oh,
dumb this conversation
oh,
down
okay. So it means
to to
assets
to
then. Okay,
to
yes,
make you.
I have
Do you
assets. So
do?
in that
No, it's not
case,
about assets. Are you a Marriott? Are you a Hilton? Are
why are
you a
you
CEO
gaslighting?
of a Aetna?
Why are
Uh,
you gaslighting?
I'm
You
not
ask me direct
gaslighting.
questions. I'm answering them, and then you move on to something else.
Your legacy. Y'all men with this fucking stupid ass legacy word. You don't
Wow.
even have a legacy. Cut it out.
Okay. Okay. So
You got nothing to fucking pass on to all these kids that's all over the place. And the first thing that came out of your mouth was, I'm gonna
these are coming
pass
from. This
on
is coming
my
from trauma. Go
from
ahead.
wisdom. For this has nothing to do with trauma. It has everything to do with reality. The first thing that you
Trauma
said
is part of reality. Well, it is
was
reality because it's
wisdom.
past experiences.
I'm gonna pass on my wisdom. And when these children have wisdom and they show up in society,
So, Maya,
what
what are you
does
going to pass down to your daughter, respectfully?
what when you give your wisdom, right? Right? What is that gonna do for them in this society? That you're gonna
Wow.
eventually leave them in because you're gonna die,
Wow.
obviously, because we all do.
Wow. That's
What are you
crazy.
gonna do? That's
Is
what
that a,
you
is that a,
said.
is that, is that a serious question?
The it, obviously to you it's not, but that was the first thing that you said is I'm gonna pass my wisdom and my Malcolm X on to them. What legacy do you have? And if you want to be honest with what you since you wanna, you know, deflect and ask me what am I leaving my daughter? Am I
I'm not
creating a
deflecting.
leg
I'll answer your questions
am I
directly.
am I creating a legacy and want to leave something behind for my child? Absolutely. Am I working
So,
on that?
so what legacy are you going to leave behind? What legacy are you working on?
I really don't want to discuss that
Oh,
with
wow.
you
So
in
it only
particular.
works one way, right? One
It it
directional.
it,
Got
it,
you.
it just it makes no sense when I hear people say that if I died today, would she have a legacy? Absolutely not. That's just the real of the real.
Oh,
If I
okay.
died
So
today, and if I could do it all over again and replan parenting and timing of having a child, would I have had created more and wanted more? Absolutely.
can you
But
give
but
examples
but
of this
knowing better,
more?
but knowing better and
Can you give
doing better.
examples of these more? The more is an
Already,
ambiguous
already,
word.
already, already having wealth, already having something
Okay,
to pass down
what is
to.
wealth?
You know
What
what
is your
wealth is.
definition? Oh
You
God,
know what
okay,
wealth
I
is.
can't.
Cut it out.
Okay, so
Cut it out.
this is the first step of communication, and I'm not trying to throw any jabs at you, but when I talked about my personal experience about communication, this should be the foundation, because if two people can't even communicate, and I'm not saying this in a disrespectful way to you or whatnot, but in general, if two people that are trying to have a conversation and there's no understanding between the communication, they won't get anywhere.
If I
and
have to tell you what wealth is, I don't have the energy and the capacity to do that.
okay, that's
There's a
fine
Webster
then.
dictionary, there's Google. You know who the wealthies are. You know what wealth looks like. You know that. So I wouldn't dare dumb myself down to get into that conversation with you to tell you what wealth is. You know better.
Oh, okay. So I mean, since you assume I know what wealth is, and based on everyone else, it's assets, expensive assets that you can pass on or sell or etc. Right? So okay, me, I actually have properties. I have two properties in Brazil. So based on that, I guess I do have somewhat type of wealth, and if that's part, I guess I can pass that down to my future kids if that's the case. Now, as far as legacy, I mean, people may define it in a different way. So maybe my way of defining it to you may not fit your way of looking at it. That's why I wanted you to define it so I can then see if I fit that description in my situation, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense.
So if not, that's perfectly fine. If you don't want to define it, then I'll Google it. The
I'm not gonna define
no,
it.
that's fine. No, I'm going to define it by Google. What do you say? Legacy, right? Legacy. Define legacy. Okay. Let me see right here. And this is just like this is Google definition. Okay. It's a noun, an amount of money or property left to someone in a will. Wow, you know what? That's very interesting because based off what I have, I think that I fit the right context to that. So, in that context, property or money. I have two properties. So I guess I have a legacy and I guess I have wealth. So, you can speak.
Um, we only have 5 minutes left. And I think that we should be wrapping it up. I mean, and there's a rooster roosting, and I think that means it's time to go to bed.
Yeah, wrap it up.
Okay. Well, I think I justified my point. I hope I directly answered all your questions. This has been a great conversation.
So
I,
disingenuous.
I still got love for you, Maya. You black power fist up all the way to you. You are my one of my favorite sisters in this space. I just want you to know that.
I appreciate that.
I have a lot of admiration for you. A lot of admiration for you.
Thank
We
you.
may we we may agree to disagree, which is perfectly fine, and that is never going to create any type of negative way that I feel about you. Not at all. Now, Chris, on the other hand, I don't know, he's a little weird sometimes, but I can tolerate him in
Right.
certain cases. But I would just say I don't have a number on the number of kids that I may have in the future, but I will tell you this as a person. I will invest my time into the children that I have, regardless of the situation of the mother. But me personally, I do have the time, and I will put in the time and the emotions as well, and I'll do my best to provide. That's just for me. So so that's all I can give to you.
All right, everybody have a great night. Me personally, I'm one and done. I'm gonna have one kid and I'm gonna be done.
Chris, you've been saying that forever, bro.
Yeah, I did. I said I'm gonna take my time, but
Take
anyway.
it. Hold up, before you close, before you close the room. Let me just ask Maya this about what you said earlier, Chris. So,
Jeez.
Maya, if a guy, if you are ready to marry, right? As an example, hypothetical, if you are ready to marry, and the guy that you're seeing, he tells you, "Man, I'm excited to get married, man. I'm ready." So you are thinking, well, shit, let's do the damn thing. But then he tells you, I mean, I don't mean like right now. I mean in the future.
She already
But
responded to this.
maybe I didn't hear. I didn't catch it. So how would you feel about that? How would you react to
It doesn't work like that.
him? So Chris, so can you explain that to Chris? Because according to him, it does work like that.
Like it's the same. It works the other way around too. If a woman told me, "It's like I can't wait to get married. I can just think about my wedding dress right now." I'm
Hold
like,
on, but
"That's
wait, no,
great."
don't try to flip, don't try to flip, don't try to flip it around, Maya. Chris is like, listen, I'm excited as much as you are. I know you're ready, but nah, I ain't trying to get married right now. But I mean, eventually, but I'm excited.
Hey, we could call it a night, but like I said, it's a process.
So would you not say, well, I'm not excited to get married, just not right now? Is that fair to say?
You know what would happen, BA? We would both we would both agree, hey,
No.
we
Just
both
take it what Maya said. It doesn't work that
yeah, it
way,
doesn't
It's a
work
bro.
like this.
process.
Yeah,
It's a
she
process.
said the same
So
thing.
the thing is that
Right, Chris full of shit. Go
the
ahead.
direction of this conversation, the bar is going to hell at this point.
Yeah.
So let's just end it, and everybody have a good night.
Yeah, have a good night
All
or
right.
good morning. Have both. Take care, everyone.
Bye.